stories we have is man's best attempt of explaining some of these unknowns. That doesn't mean it is the answer. Like cataclysm, cataclysmic resets, if you want to call them resets, like it makes a lot of sense in the world that we're seeing, where everything we observe is cyclical in nature. Energy and matter cannot be created, only converted and transferred and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think we're ever gonna know, like how did this place come to be? Did it always exist and just runs in cycles? But how did life then come to be? Like so a prime mover of some sort might have to be there.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, maybe when you imagine all these heavens, these seven heavens could be dimensions, and these have always existed. I mean, maybe it was a case that the third dimension is a newer creation, or in the fact that a higher dimensional being is experiencing through the third dimension. And it seems to me that there is like, the further back you go, there isn't like there's a full-fledged society. As far back as we can go, you see a full-fledged society. So maybe there was, a manifestation into the physical, and maybe it was fully fledged. Maybe buildings manifested, maybe people manifested, the society manifested in an advanced state,
Yeah. Well, when we're talking about stuff like, seven heavens, seven chakras and stuff like that, we also have to put our mind into, let's go 3,000 years back and imagine how life was. What do people have to fill their spare time with? Well, one of them would be astrology, looking at the astronomy and astrology, looking at the stars, and they would see that the wandering stars, well, it seems like there is seven quote unquote planets, seven heavens, and the stories kind of spring from observing in the star. Like, I mean, there is the oldest story ever told, allegedly, would be the story about the Great Hunt, I think it's called. And that's pretty much just a story attached to the Big Dipper, where some of the four stars that is making up the barrel or whatever in the wagon is cattle or something like that, or game, and the three stars that is making up the handle of the Big Dipper is kind of like hunters. And you see this story actually depicted all around the world in cave paintings. This is why they call it the oldest story ever told, or something like that. Because, yeah, but that just gives us a sign. That just gives you a tell sign that maybe these stories. It's just like I said with the gods. It was a clever way of telling a story about man, human traits, states of mind, and natural phenomena. When they were looking up in the stars and they had to describe what they were looking at, well, then they would attach a story to, for example, the Big Dipper. Oh, that's a great cosmic hunt, stuff like that, And later on, these stories migrated, and people didn't look up in the sky anymore. They just heard the oral tradition from it, and suddenly it became to something that it wasn't original. Definitely a speculation point.
Yeah. No, I think there's probably an amalgamation of both, because I do think there is something to the stars, and there has to be, because everything's energy, and there's a vibration up there going on so fiercely that it's creating a cavitation and sort of, what's it called, solar luminescence effect or something. But there's form and shape to everything for a reason, I believe.
Yeah.
There's something interesting about that. The solar luminescence thing. Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Go chill, dog. Move. So there's something interesting about the sonoluminescence thing. As far as the Bible anyway, it says, let there be light in most people's books. But the actual Hebrew is closer to Haya Ora, and then light is produced. And the way that it's described is like the very sonoluminescence created from the sound of the voice of the self-existent one is what creates everything from that point on.
I feel like Tim was touching on that earlier.
Another thing that's interesting too, that he might know something about that ties into certain things. I came across a word. There are two words actually, tohu and bohu, which one means basically a void, and the other is unreality, like a formless unreality. Like it's a descriptive term for how existence was before he even spoke light into existence. It was literally unreality. Like the earth itself was the world, it was in a state of unreality, which is just a weird descriptive.
That would make sense that if everything come into place, it would come into place as commanded, as imagined.
Yes. Like he made all the formless parts first, but then started calling forth the pieces that were needed one at a time.
Which would make sense as to why words have so much power over yourself.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was going to get into next, is I actually believe that word is the most important thing that anybody can learn to understand. Logos and theos. Theos and logos. They're the same thing.
What if you add in this story about the Druids and that they claim that there was no language at one point. It was all telepathic. So it wasn't really words that was needed. It was intention or something similar. Words is just our mortal way of explaining some of these things that it's very hard to explain in our language.
One thing that's interesting about that is the speed of sound itself. Like how fast our words actually leave our mouths is incredible.
The speed of sound is a scam.
Yeah. And then imagine the speed at which, and the force, the power at which a self-existent creator could speak. I'm just saying, like, and we can speak at 700 something miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's just incredible to think about as well. I think a lot of this, my personal beliefs, this is speculation, whatever. And I know it's not Sunday, but I'm just going to drop one speculation here with their so-called measurements.
It is a dead hour, so unless someone is just chilling,
With their so-called measurements for the Big Bang, these people are like flabbergasted and baffled, and all they're doing is seeing residual evidence of the voice of God. You're like, oh my, this comes from the void. No, it doesn't. They don't even know where things come from, and it's just weird that they assume that nothing can produce stuff.
Yeah, well, religion and mythology all taught that everything came out of nothing in some sort of sense. But if we observe, what we observe is cyclical nature from small to big. First law of thermodynamics: energy cannot be created nor destroyed. The law of conservation of matter: matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred or converted. Which means, logically, everything has always existed, or came out of nothing.
Like energy is matter, and matter is energy, just in different states.
Yeah, so the energy or the matter has always been here in some form or way.
A cool example of that is literally just water, and how it can be steam, or like fog, or it can be frozen, or it can be liquid. Or you can separate it and set both the oxygen and hydrogen on fire, creating plasma. I believe everything operates that way. It's just different spectrums of temperature at which it does things.
Yeah. Even light can become darkness, and darkness can become light.
Oh, there's some weird things about light, apparently, but this is into some globy whatever crap. Apparently, they think, I should actually share the link to this. They think that light can act like water. Light can behave like a fluid. right here on foot. Light is composed of waves. It can also behave like a liquid. In certain circumstances, it can ripple and spiral around obstacles. But then there was this other one. It was a space thing where they're talking about like exotic states of matter in some galaxy or some crap. Here we go. I think this is it under the physics.org.
But doesn't that tie into, like, light is made up of protons, and protons runs in waves, but it can also runs like...
I should clarify, the reason why I call it crap is because it's their spin. So like, I'm not denying the possibility of it. It's just that I know that they do their weird monkey ball crap.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying
about... Sorry, Tim.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, you guys know about the double split experiment, yeah?
Yeah.
So you know that that light isn't an actual thing. It's more like a modality, a bit like it's something that's happening rather than it actually being a thing that we can capture or measure.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys propose that light is everywhere. It just has to be excited. And then we can...
Yes. So ether, doesn't that mean that light can act like a liquid at certain times?
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
I believe that it can. My point was this thing was implying like some other weird... I'm trying to find the article, actually. But it was implying some kind of weirdness with their astrophysicist bullshit, where they're making a bunch of assumptions based off of other crap. It was something else.
Or does it end in them proving the globe?
It has to do with their universe, cosmos stuff. But no, I was talking about basically freezing light into a solid state type thing, or making it move so slow that it operates like a actual fluid. And then they had these rainbow graphics and all this other stuff, and it was the way that the words were in the article were very cosmic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that.
It sounds like a bunch of woohoo, but
that's what I was talking. Yeah. So I'm not saying light can't operate funky through mediums and do like, liquid, especially since we know there's certain experiments that can slow down how light even passes through a medium. And that's part of our flat earth proofs with how stars function. But this other thing, it was talking about like light behaving differently over some kind of black hole bullshit and mass attracting mass, causing light to compress and act like a fluid and other crap. Like
You'll
they're
find
making up a story for how things work or whatever.
Yeah. It's 100% theoretical, because the whole point of the double split, the outcome is it's the actual observance of it that affects it. So if you want to try and capture it now and be a constant and observe the freeze frame of it, I don't think they know what they're talking. You know what I mean? I don't think they're really.
It also sounds like it all ties down to light actually being physical in the form of protons being shot out.
Well, what are protons? Because if they're claiming protons are physically there, well, what's happening to these protons when light is changing and acting like a wave? The protons are changing. So are protons physical things? Because you can't really capture a proton.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people who argue that protons, exactly the same as light, are not set particles.
Honestly, thinking about it, light could only look like it operates in waves just because of the various mediums that it's passing through. Because at no point have we ever witnessed light not passing through some form of gas.
Say that again.
So light is distorted by whatever medium it passes through. It can slow it down or whatever. It can travel faster depending. I mean, it doesn't speed it up, but certain mediums can definitely slow it down. So we've never actually witnessed light passing through a medium with our own eyes that isn't filled with gas of some kind or water.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't even know what light looks like outside of this.
Well, it's the cause. It's what's the cause of light, because if light can be created by a pistol shrimp at the bottom of the ocean with a snap of his claw, you got to ask yourself, what is light?
Or a sound effect collapsing a bubble in a vacuum chamber. They call it a vacuum chamber. It's more of a pressurized chamber, but whatever. But my point was like more about the way that the gases work and the water works, the way light passes through. These things ripple, like the mediums ripple, so they operate like fluids. So the light doesn't have to operate like a fluid if it's illuminating something that is literally a fluid.
Well, they say fluid, but it's in reality can't be measured that way. It's a wave, isn't it? It's
Yeah. Though I'm just saying how gases and liquids work. They're both considered fluids, right? And they flow in certain ways. I believe gases also find their level. They just find a much higher level to be at.
Yeah, 100%. That explains the is it the density gradient, the cylinder experiment?
Well, there's a lot of factors playing in there. First of all, kinetic energy, temperature, electromagnetic field, and lastly, in the globe model, gravity as the weakest. But no matter what, the other factors is still in play. You know, like if it comes out with because we know that everything vibrates, especially small particles like that. As they get cooled down, they vibrate less. They lose their kinetic energy, and at some point, they just stop and fall down again. And then they get heated up, and this is where we get the gradient, because at the point where the gas is heating up again, it starts to vibrate, and it starts to want to go up again because it's the surrounding medium and stuff like that, and this is how we kind of get these gradients, if that makes sense.
Yeah. One thing that I thought is, I mean, as a child anyway, like observing how rust operates. And then knowing what I knew about how like water and other things worked, and about fire, obviously. Like I came to this weird conclusion that rust is just, or the rust that we see is actually matter burning very slowly, and it's so slow that we can't even feel any temperature to it. It wouldn't affect us. It wouldn't phase us. But for that matter, it's literally burning slowly before our very eyes, fading away. And that, like I said, that was a childish thought, right? But it still makes sense even now, just the way matter works.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it like that, it is kind of a combustion when it interacts with other mediums, like let's say oxygen or air. So it is kind of like a combustion. I guess.
I'd say it's in the same category, but not the same thing.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, I guess everything that decays is in the category of decay.
Well, or in other words, a smaller combustion.
Yeah, but that's what I was actually thinking, like a kind of type of slow combustion that's happening before our very eyes. So slow that we don't even recognize it, but that's what literally produces the rust as it's being, like the oxygen's, doing its thing. But then we see a fast version of it where you throw a log in the fire and it just suddenly turns into nothing. Ashes.
Yeah.
Returns to what it was. No, I think that's another thing that's kind of a curse on this world ever since the original fall. Everything has a decay limit. Like it returns to its original state at this point. Is literally what causes death.
100%. I've been thinking about this with health, and I've just noticed that if you eat natural food, anything that's life-giving seems to have a positive effect. But if you take anything that is connected to death, then it has a more of a negative effect.
Yep. And the stuff that's healthy rots really quickly, so you have to eat it fast. And the stuff that's bad for you, that will turn you into a mummy, lasts just about as long as a mummy. Got that much?
Yeah, because it's in a dead state.
Yep. It's always best to eat the healthier, fresh stuff.
So this is how I like to... They absolutely. Sorry, I was about to go off, completely change subject. But I was just saying this is how I like to discern truth, because I do believe there is truth to the whole "as above is below" in terms of, there'll always be a metaphor on every level if it's true.
A lot of people assume that that's a strictly satanic statement, but that actually comes from the Emerald Tablets.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a law. If it's true, it has to be true. If it is a dimensional existence and there's many levels of existence, it has to be true on every level.
Well, I mean, I'm not siding with it one way or another. I was just pointing out because a lot of people have that knee-jerk reaction, like, oh, that sounds like Satanism. Well, technically, but no, because it actually existed much earlier than this modern satanic clown version. Like, it's straight up out the Emerald Tablets, and it does actually have some meaning to it more than that. Like, there's another line to that, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'll go ahead and look it up.
100%. They made it like taboo to even explore what Carl Jung calls your shadow, the dark side of yourself. And I feel like it's like an emotional state. I think it was you that said earlier, it's all about different emotional states. I think this is part of the trick. They've put us in an emotional state where we can't even look at the darkness, and we've already just established the darkness has fidelity and light to it.
The darkness is actually, that's another thing, is darkness itself isn't evil, but the evil uses darkness. Like in the beginning, the aura and the koshek, right? Those are two words that are both in the Phoenician and the Hebrew. Like they're two concepts, light and darkness. Koshek goes all the way through, like it stays there in the entire Bible. Like that concept stays there the whole time. A lot of Christians don't understand that there's certain themes that don't change. Like they stay the same. And I gotta walk on eggshells when it comes to religion because there's so many different ones, but in my belief, it's all connected to the same thing, and it has a bunch of deviations, branches where people went the wrong way, but it's still from the same core.
Yeah, which is why I think, you can speak about it. You don't have to be so direct with what you say, and we get, I'm exactly the same. I feel that if you look at the history of each book and each religion, you can kind of unpick the whole "this is the only way to the truth" argument very easily and quickly.
But in a way, there is only one way to the truth. It's just that most of the people who think they have a monopoly on it are just wrong.
You tend to find those are the ones who tend to teach or learn. They add to the original scripture. They don't just stick to the scriptures. Do you know what I mean? Yep. They actually have like a churchology idea around it.
They add to or take away. I've noticed that a lot of these so-called pastors and I don't have a problem with the normal, ordinary Christian going to church, doing the thing, reading the Bible, whatever. They're walking out their own faith and salvation, trying to figure it out. The ones who call themselves teachers and preachers, if they don't actively, show what they've studied to show themselves approved, what are they doing?
These are some of the biggest crooks out here, especially in other countries.
One example is just something as simple as the word chug and dur, or kug and dur. I don't know how exactly it's pronounced, but I know it's CHUG versus DUR. They're two different words. One, the dur word means ball, and then the chug word means circle or circuit, like a compass, like a flat circle drawn on the ground. And the assumption that the earth is round would also imply that Isaiah is an idiot and doesn't know the difference between two words that were clearly part of his own language, because he used both of those words in different meanings. So, the only conclusion at that point was Isaiah a complete buffoon who didn't know his own language, or are modern scholars wrong about the shape of the earth?
Yeah, right. I was thinking translation issues, but I get what you mean now.
It kind of is a translation issue, but it's multi-layered translation issues because they did it multiple times.
Well, I've seen multiple debates of non-Christians debating Christians that the Bible is a flat Earth, basically, that there are over 100 flat Earth references.
Over 200. But
Yeah, it may have been 200. Yeah. And they're not direct, but it doesn't make sense. They're not describing a globe in any of these descriptions. Sorry, go ahead.
In the verses, it describes things being created, like pressed out, like wax underneath the seal, like spread out flat, and the features of it being like that.
Yeah, rolled like a carpet.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of other things that describe what the firmament sky, the rakia, is shaped like. What is funny to me though is it's like using these words can be triggering for certain people, but I could go and pick the word that the Phoenicians would use and nobody would bat an eye, even though they're talking about the same exact thing.
Yeah, but you shouldn't worry about that, because I feel like
I try not to, but then also at certain times it's like I know at any minute somebody could be like, all right, we need to change the conversation. And I'm like, yeah, but what I'm saying is true, and it's just scholarly. But then I don't want to argue with anybody, so I just don't even really. I'm like, all right, I'll just mute myself and chill for a minute.
I mean, if a moderator or an admin wanted to get the topic back onto Flat Earth directly, then yeah, I get it. But if it's just someone who has a beef with you because they believe Flat Earth is related to the Christian religion, then I think that's not true. I don't think they don't have the right to dominate such an open channel. When there is a lot.
I do believe that the Bible is a flat Earth book, but also I don't believe that the flat Earth subject is a strictly Christian thing. Like, it's well beyond that. The entire world shares the same history.
I could argue the Quran is a flat Earth book as well.
Yep, I'd say that all of them are.
And the Vedas, which is the Hindu texts, they have references.
And every belief from the Norse involves something along the same lines, same structure. Yeah. That's kind of one of my biggest evidences for things when it comes to religions. Like, you realize that all of them start out at this point, and then all of the world's religions lead astray and start talking about lies, right? And it's like a clear starting point, and then clearly lies. They don't want to look at it. And another thing, like kind of what we were talking, I shared this thing about world and epoch and like the meanings of these, the etymology. We use the word world wrong often. It's an age, it's an era, it's a time period. So like we're currently in this world, we're actually entering into that kind of new world order type thing, which that's what that means. They're creating a new age, a new era.
Well, doesn't this make sense that, this could have been the age of world, could have been when we did manifest into physical, when we, how we were saying earlier, we manifested fully formed.
A lot of the stuff you guys are saying sounds very Rosicrucian. In the First World Order, it was more esoteric, like spiritual entities, and then the Second World Order, I think they had bodies. Like, it gets to, by the time there's the Fifth World Order, all humans are called Aryans, and they have multiple different colors, from like black and brown to red and yellow and pale white and all that. And then there's another world order that comes after that that's basically a transitionary period before becoming like these spirit entity god type people that supposedly go to move to Mercury or something. I don't know. That's what it says. It's a collaboration of multiple people believing like in Rosicrucian type stuff. The going to Mercury thing took a complete left field for me when I heard, I'm like, wait, what? Like, okay, everything was linear until here.
Well, remember, Mercury is not just a so-called planet; it's also a material, isn't it? An element,
liquid metal.
Yeah.
It's also what causes the Mad Hatter's disease. I'm skeptical with a lot of stuff. I have reason to investigate Rosicrucian type stuff. I'm still very skeptical about things people say because most of it's as some of the guys say here, woo-woo. It's just a bunch of garbage. Somebody probably tripping on drugs and using their imagination to create some crap.
Well, you're an analyst, so remember, there's different archetypes of people. Not everybody thinks like we do.
That's true.
You know, most people aren't looking for the truth; they're looking for comfort.
So that's another thing. Archetypes play a big role in this. Like the word person, and I mean, if anybody knows what persona means, the word person is a character in a play or an actor's mask. And I believe that everyone who, like, they portray some kind of persona, like their public appearance version of themselves. Because you've got the version of yourself that you have around your friends and family at home. And then you go out in public and you act like however you expect society to act. And that's how most people live. I mean, I don't. I'm the same everywhere I go because I'm kind of like some kind of weird cartoon character at this point. I just don't care. But most people, they put on their mask and they go out in public and they act, and before the masking ever began, they go and act like somebody else.
I'd argue if you want to be successful in this world, then you need to be very good at changing your masks. Like sales is the backbone of this world, isn't it?
Yep. The company of Koshek is blind to anything except for the value of materialistic objects. Well, that's another thing that's interesting that gets into with I don't believe in separation of church and state. It doesn't exist. How are you going to make somebody stop their internal core religious beliefs about things while they're performing a job? Like bullcrap. That doesn't happen. So the idea that you can separate church and state is just a fantasy, or feel, oh, well, we're just going to make sure the church doesn't control the state. Yeah, that's maybe. It depends on who has lobby money. These days, the church and the tobacco companies might have something in common, like the amount of money that goes into politicians' pockets for certain things. It's interesting.
But it's a game. It's a game, right?
Yeah. You can't tell the truth in a church. You'll get shut down. You'll lose your actual, like, whatever, nonprofit status if you try and actually speak anything about the truth. All you can do is read the Bible, do a praise and worship thing, and take up a tithe offering so you can get some monies. That's it.
I'd argue the church is the worst place to help find God.
There's a lot of good people there.
Look within.
There's a lot of good people there, and they're looking for the right things, but it's just, I'm talking about the constraints, the corporate constraints upon churches. If they try and tell the truth, they get shut down. Like, they really are actively being persecuted, even now in America, because they're not allowed to speak the actual truth. They have that always held over their head. If you say this, or you touch this subject, we're going to turn off everything. You're gone. So I kind of agree with you. The best place that people could have church is to go hang out at their friend's house or something, or host one at their own house and invite some friends over. Have some Bible study there. And read more than just the one version that somebody threw in front of you. Maybe dig a little bit deeper with a Strong's Concordance.
I think seek a mentor. Everybody needs guidance. I don't think you can necessarily find the truth on your own, especially in this world. I suppose with the internet now, if you dig deep enough.
I don't think that it's possible to know the whole truth, man. Hardware limitations. The human brain can't fathom everything. We don't have
the time.
Well, it's like RAM and hard drive space on your computer. We don't have the processing power to comprehend everything all at once, let alone the space to store it.
Yeah. That's two of the world. That's being two.
Yeah. And people try and fill their heads up with all this stuff, and then after all this years of they end up getting Alzheimer's or dementia. Now what good is it? Like, great, you wasted all your time learning nothing.
That's what sometimes you get lost in the all right. Get lost in one.
Can't quite hear what you're saying.
The microphones are messed up.
You try again.
Is it better now? So when I speak louder?
Yeah, a little bit.
you get lost in all the rabbit holes and all the stuff that all the conspiracy, all the things, try to find out or to expose what's actually reality. And
That's
sometimes we focus, we try to focus on something that we can do.
Yeah. Like getting hyper fixated on all the unknowns and what ifs can definitely be more of a distraction. It's very counterproductive, and I agree. It's better to focus on what we do know and what we can deal with. I'm like a lot of the things that I'm been talking about is more like cross comparing ancient histories with one another. But I tend to try and do that on Sunday while it's Speculation Sunday, just because a lot of this stuff kind of borders that. So we simply don't know. So that's why I was like checking today's date, and I'm like, yeah, today's not actually a good day to be doing this. Tuesday.
It's Bagel Tuesday. America's fucking
Taco Tuesdays.
I mean, it was either this or put on some bot video.
Yeah, just carrying on what you were saying, it's like specialization. You can become an expert, and this is why I don't even think, flat Earth is one of the most important subjects ever, but there's so much more out there if you want to put the full picture together that you have to dive into, because what we're basically like blind people with masks on, and we're people with blindfolds on. Imagine people with blindfolds on feeling an elephant, trying to discern what it is. One of them's at the trunk, one of them thinks it's a snake, one of them thinks the tail's something else. And you're not going to be able to figure that out with something, with a challenge so big, just by feeling the trunk or just by looking over here. You've got to really dig into everything. That was my point.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at with everything. But
that goes back to the whole trying to dig in everything, because it's hard to dig into everything, to know what's everything. You might get lost, but you try to say the flat Earth, right? Okay, if you know, but you not really know. You just know that you've been lied to, and then you want to know where you live. But sometimes we get so fixated on where we live, we forget ourselves of what can we do to, we try to say, oh, we want to wake people up, but at the same time, how can I help you? And how can you help me?
I would say this about the flat Earth discussion. If one's trying to build a house, you got to have a solid foundation first. Hold on one second.
Yeah, because an example that I wanted to give is that, like, if you were, let's say, a devout Christian and you've only read one book, the Bible, and then you learn about flat Earth, then you start to see flat Earth is in the Bible, you can all of a sudden decide, oh my God, well, this book here must be the truth. But then if you read the Quran, or if you read the other texts, you start to see all the flat Earth references in there. I mean, goddamn, you can start reading the US Air Force manuals, where you can call them flat Earth books, but what I'm saying is, unless you read these other books, you can link two things together, great, but you don't realize how many things are linked. How what you see as the ultimate truth is a part of a small part of a bigger truth. So when I say dig into everything, I don't mean dig into everything too deeply. I mean shallow dig in, but cast your net wider. Dig into history, dig into other mythologies, dig into other religions, and you'll see, man, the truth is throughout them all.
I'd say kind of like you'd have to dig like an archaeologist too. Like, they don't go digging at places where there's nothing important or there's no reason to dig. And they use strategy when doing so that they don't miss anything either.
Exactly. And they also don't, once they've found something, carry on digging down in the same hole, to see what's below it. Normally, they'll go and look elsewhere, maybe around the same area
Yeah,
at that
especially
level.
when you reach a limit and it's like, okay, there's nothing else here. You got to go check the surrounding areas now to see if there's anything.
Yeah, and
Otherwise,
you know,
it'll
because
waste time.
say that again.
Otherwise, it's just going to waste their time.
Well, they're gonna be convinced. They're gonna convince themselves that they found the ultimate truth. You know, and just focus on that rather than keep expanding and keep opening and realizing actually, wow, you know, it may not just be a flat plane. It may be an interdimensional plane, you know, a bit like what you were talking with the mythologies, the Hebrew cosmology, the inertial plane in the center, and several heavens above.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's the way I see it is it's actually all connected. They're quite literally the same, I guess, universe, whatever. They're all the same contained thing, but all parts of a greater thing.
The universal cosmic egg, I think it's known as, where everything happens on the inside. The tree is the polarity in the middle, running through the middle of the cosmic egg. Yeah, I'm probably taking it a bit left field now.
Well, that's definitely one of the descriptive versions of it. But then a lot of that starts getting into some other occult Masonic things too, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, it does. But that goes back to you have to experience it yourself, you know?
Yeah, but it does line up with the actual ancient cosmology, so. That's one thing too that I've noticed.
100%.
The true form of the ancient way of truth in life is very anti-idol and anti-false god. Like literally killing their gods level stuff. And so in the word world in scripture actually says cosmos. Cosmos worships existed for a long time. A lot of people have always pointed up and they've said, oh, this, so this, and then pointed down here. And they make these weird observations. That's what I was going to say before. But the Temple of Saturn in ancient Rome was like their Internal Revenue Service and Federal Reserve. They had these giant ceremonial scales that they would use to weigh all of the metals when they came into this place. And they worship Saturn. Then you have verses in the Bible that talks about the synagogue of Satan, who also is represented by Saturn. And then you have these people who apparently call themselves Jews but are not, and they're greedy folks who work for this temple that has this money. And I'm like, oh, okay, so that's why you've got a bunch of people who think Jews bad, because you've got a small group of really bad rich Jews who've been inheriting that cult. And they try and point a finger at all of them and be like, oh, blah, 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 and then they get anti-Semitic like idiots, when it's literally the normal stereotypical wealth getting inherited by some person who doesn't even know how the machine works. Same thing, different location.
Yeah, that one's got angles to it.
Another thing that's interesting, Matthew, the building, if you look at the actual name of the building that he was in, it's connected to that very temple of Saturn. He was quite literally a Jew who was working for the temple of Saturn. And then Jesus is like, hey man, stop doing that. Come with me if you want to live. And so he goes with him. I'm just saying that, like, this is a bunch of actual obvious things that point out from scripture alone that say that what I'm saying is true. But then when you cross compare it to the contemporaries at the time, like, yep, this is what was going on. You got a bunch of people who were flipping out because Caesar was killed like 30 years before Jesus was even born. But by the time his ministry starts, it's been 60 years and the entire empire is falling, right? So it's dividing. And they're trying to maintain the clutches of rule over that. Everybody's trying to be the king. You got this one guy who he gets voted to be sacrificed basically by a bunch of really corrupt people. And the term casting lots is interesting to me because the Roman soldiers were highly intelligent individuals. They're basically college level, like graduate. They're very intellectual. They weren't just brutes. That's part of it, but also they were smart. And casting lots basically means they joined forces. Like they came together in agreement of one accord to do something. And they go and they get all of these artifacts and start a cult. And now you have the RCC. The whole attack on all the Gnostics and stuff, where the actual Romans came in and were abusing them and taking all of their stuff, like confiscating all of their documents, logging that away.
Yeah, I think some people may struggle to accept that, some ideologies that still lived in a place, because that's so evil. It messes people up for generations and generations, and look at where we are now. But I do believe that warfare changed from physical fighting to spiritual warfare somewhere before the Dark Ages, and why we have all this. Yeah, and the reason why we have all this mystery around the Crusades, Islam, early Christianity, the Egyptians, it's all at this point in time where the balance of power changed in the world, and it went from fighting physically to more covert spiritual warfare.
Yeah. Like they still had
talking about right now. It's all like they say that we actually are at war right now with China, but with the whole fucking data. And
the digital warfare is a spiritual warfare in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the way that supposedly all these, I don't know, like it kind of like goes back to the train thing, but all these trains are being disrailed, but they don't want to admit it that we are, it is China, but I don't know, like. But that goes back to are they really fighting? Are they really enemies? Or is it really, because sometimes it does go back to is it us against them, or is it really fucking our government that just want to take over? It gets mixed.
I'd say money's king.
Well, dig this: is it us against them, or is it us against us? You against you? Because if every single person was able to overcome their own battles, we wouldn't be in this mess, right?
Exactly. The real enemy
and if we,
inside.
Yeah.
Well,
and if we are, go ahead.
Well, like one of the enemies that I do see a lot, it is big pharma, right? Well, for me, there's three things. That are always suppressing and always try to attack or try to just minimize that. It's our memories, our energy, and our health. They're all mixed together, and it depends on each person how much to suppress, because sometimes they use sometimes they someone goes to history and try to remember stuff like, okay, this really happened, and some other people use working out, or they try to find some type of energy to choose, because they know this earth has abundance of energy. And the other one is health, right? Taking care of yourself and being with one of your body, right? Your own body. And I think that's what sometimes, I don't know, it's them, right? Or us, because of course they're not forcing us to eat garbage. They're not forcing us to believe these history lessons. They're not forcing us to the energy that we have, right? That's I feel like that sometimes, yes, we voluntarily take what they give us.
Consent. Everything that requires consent. People have to agree to everything that happens to them when it comes to stuff like that. And another thing is, though, when you said health, that's actually the key point. Like putting all the pharma stuff aside, they wouldn't even be going there if they were healthy. So if they actually ate the proper foods and exercised and got a little bit of sunlight and fresh air, they might be less inclined to have to go and visit the doctor. They used to say an apple a day keeps the doctor away. I don't know if that's medical advice or anything, but I'm pretty sure that it actually might work.
Definitely not medical advice.
I'd
Oh, it's
say
like
have
it's like they say a lawyer wants you to get sued. A doctor wants you to get sick. So what does a thief? What a thief thinks wants you to be fucking wants you to be rich so he can steal from you.
a mortician wants you or
Yeah.
somebody you know to die.
A mortician wants you to die. Damn.
Maybe not yet, but at some point, so that he can have a job.
But like,
Or your
yeah,
family
going
member
back,
to die.
yeah, touching on that on what Aether said on your question, Lalo. It is all about consent because all of the things you mentioned have not been forced upon us. Yeah, they're on the news and the ideas and the information has been forced upon us a little bit, but the choice was always ours whether to do what they asked us to do. And I think in a lot of things, it's a choice.
Well, still that goes back to our focus, right? They do show us pretty lights, bombs. Like they say, fucking bombs and violence is very, very takes attention away. We like
In what
I
sense?
don't know, noise. No, the noise, the violence. It's like, well, of course, drama, soap operas. Like we a lot of people absorb that, right? That's why because they say in the beginning is fucking throw your TV to stop watching the news.
Mimas just shared something though that's awesome. This dude right here, he got arrested, but all he was doing was standing up for what's right against a bunch of really weird creepers.
Where
He posted it in the live stream voice text. It's over a book. And it's just more propaganda and indoctrination. He's like, no, he's putting a foot down, no. And these people are trying to act like he's a bad guy. No, he's not. This dude's actually normal. That's a normal response.
Yeah, but that's still a choice. We can homeschool our kids legally,
That's true.
or you can put them into private school. You can take people. You can leave society, and officially, still, you can live off grid, and you don't have to pay the taxes.
so that
And I
goes
know
back
this
to
is-
convenience. That goes back to convenience, right?
Yes, as you know, I've mentioned that before. The comfort is our love for comfort and our desire for comfort is what gives we are giving our own power away.
There's already what's it called, a system in place already before you were born that is comfortable. Well, for me in California, not everybody, but yes.
Yeah, it's our love of
Everybody's born into
comfort.
some kind of system. Got little fish
Yeah.
bowls.
But maybe this is what it's all about. I don't mean to go too metaphysical again, but this could be God's biggest problem, and we're helping him figure it out.
Well, it's like they say, easy times create weak men, right? And some tough times create strong men. But in the same time, someone that has nothing wants to strive to go into that comfort, right? To have the money, and that goes back to the whole hustle, the hustle culture, right? You get into that trap, or I don't know if you be at the trap, but it is like you have to work for what, But at the same time, you're working because you had nothing,
The rat race.
or you have to work smart, right? Work the system, fuck the system. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Treadmill.
Well, the treadmill is fucking just going to work every day, but instead of knowing the financial, knowing the system, like you say, knowing who owns the banks, how does this fucking money system works, how does this whole fucking system works.
That should be the normal question for anybody that you start out with as a child anyway. Like, hey, how does that work? And then you just ask that question for everything. Like, don't stop asking that question. I don't understand why people ever quit asking that question and then they just give up and assume that somebody else must know. Children, I believe that children are scientists. You're born a scientist, and then you forget that because somebody takes away your creativity and tells you to stop asking questions.
Instead of saying what is it, how does it work?
Yeah, they don't. Well, if it's not in the book, it's not up for discussion.
Well, that goes back to our curiosity of stuff, how it works, right? Because we just don't know the mechanics of it. Anything, right?
Yeah.
There is a point in adolescence where a kid stops asking, what's this, and starts asking why. And that's close to when they start losing their innocence.
Yeah. And they get stuck on that, and it's in the dark line of thinking, yeah. Another thing is that creativity's crushed, and that's key. If you keep creativity, then your spirit can remain free. But if people crush that and make it conform, it usually destroys a child's ability to think outside of their own head.
That reminds me of a story that so it's a daughter and a mother, right? So the mother works one day the mother worked overtime. She was irritated and she came home. The daughter was happy that the mom came and she started jumping and, hi mom, how are you doing? Hi mom. But the mom was so irritated. And she just said, shut up, you have an ugly voice. And the daughter just curled up and she said sorry. But with that, she didn't want to use her voice no more. And now when she has her boyfriend or man telling her, hey, you have a beautiful voice, but she says no. But she doesn't know she has an ugly voice, but she has that in her head that, that time when she was little, her mom told her that she had an ugly voice. It crushes that, voice. She could have been a singer or anything. Yep. Because and that's apparent, right? Because it came from irritation.
Yeah. And people don't understand how impressionable children are and how that at that moment it can't be undone. It's going to take so much to undo what one word did. That whole sticks and stones may break my bones is bullshit. People can say certain things that'll permanently scar somebody and have their confidence ruined for decades, if not their entire life. My mom calls such people dream killers.
Yeah, but you know what? We should have enough defense in us and understanding to be able to resist. I feel like they've put us into a state of mind where we're really vulnerable and we're scared of certain ideas and stuff, and that's why we don't realize that we're actually like a mantra or something you say to yourself is literally self-hypnosis.
Yep.
If you don't walk around saying, I am fucking great, I am the bee's knees, or at least around people who you want to respect you, then you're not going to get the respect you want. You know what I mean?
You don't even have to say it. You just have to know it.
Well, that goes back to
you have to express it.
That goes back to the switch, right? They said, I don't know, I was talking to my mom about this, that it's the switch. Like they said, how can you tell? Cannot tell. Yes, I agree. There are some children, they have traumatized lives, right? But somehow in them, they have a switch to become great. Like, oh, my dad, that like they say, there's two dads that one's drunk. They're both two dads are drunk, but there's one son says, hell no, I don't want to be that. And the other one, well, my dad's like that, I'm going to be like my dad. This is how I learned to beat my wife, to drink, and just to waste my life just like my dad.
But I don't know what's the switch, right? Because maybe this kid saw this and he saw the opposite. Like, fuck that, I don't want to be that. But
Generational curse. One decides to break the generational curse, the other decides to carry it on and continue the chain.
Yeah, or maybe one's got a self-positive image and the other one has got a negative positive image, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, there's so many variables between nurture and nature that it's almost impossible to know exactly why people decide to do things.
Well, dude, I run yeah, definitely. But I run a kids' football team. My son plays football, so I'm managing a bunch of under 7-year-olds, and I started taking him boxing, and the trainer at the boxing place is really big on EQ, emotional intelligence, and he spends like 20 minutes at the end of every 2-hour boxing session, basically just putting confidence in these kids, telling them to be honest with themselves, and if you're fake or if you believe you're better than you are, you're going to get battered in the ring. And he just has this message of knowing yourself and being confident, and not because you just talk like I'm the greatest, you actually train to become the greatest. Anyway, the point is I've started working with my kids in the football team, and I changed my approach a bit, and all I'm doing is I'm getting them to understand that when they're showing off, or when they run up to me and they go, look what I can do, and they can't do it. And all I'm doing is drilling it to them, say, till you can do it, I'm telling them that they just, need to be true to themselves as much as I can with an under 7s team. And my God, the effects, the confidence that they're having, the improvements they've had. We haven't lost a game in 6 games. And when I come in, we were struggling. So building confidence in kids can be, it doesn't matter how much training you give them, the confidence is key.
Yeah,
it goes back to teachers sometimes, that teachers have an incredible job, right? And of course, I do hear some teachers, it's easier to teach kids younger than the high school, because of the high school they're just more, I don't know, like, because they already have built this personality and all these stuff they have hidden, or they already have problems with themselves, hard to them to get the attention, right? But when they're little kids, it's easier because they're still kind of, like they say, sponges, right? You want to a bit, they can absorb so much.
Yeah.
Wow. And I think that's what like they say. I think more they say this verse, us versus them. It does start. Well, I don't know if it's us, because when they say kids are innocent, right? But innocent to absorb anything, they can believe anything in what you tell them. And so I'm like, once you start digging the truth, right? Now it's become, now it's your choice. It's your destiny to change it, because you start knowing it. Like, okay, it's not my fault when I was a kid. It's not my fault that my teeth are crooked. I had fucking rotten teeth because I wasn't fed right. But now I can work and fix my teeth and pay $10,000 to fix my teeth. Now I have to pay, because supposedly it was my parents' jobs to take care of my health and teeth. But is it really like, it's like, it's hard.
Or maybe it is your fault, you learn that actually it is on you. It's always on you. Even as a kid, it's on you to a certain degree. Like we said, certain kids will look at a certain situation, have the same experience, a drunken parent, abuse, and some of them will thrive and become, I heard the story of Kevin De Bruyne, and he had a tough upbringing, and you can see in the way he plays, his upbringing has spurred him on to become the player that he is, if you know who he is.
Well,
so I'm just saying, like,
you do bring a point that, yes, because as a child, you still make that decision consciously or not, or innocent or not, you're still making the choice. But, it's like, I think the innocent is because they don't have enough information of that choice. Maybe that's
depends on their state of mind, right? how their emotions are. They're either going to take it as, no, I'm going to prove to everybody, or I'm going to prove to that person, or whatever, or they're going to go, fuck it all. You know, it's two energies, isn't it? Two different ways that you can take everything. Fuck them all, or nope, I'm going to win, or I'm going to prove. I might be oversimplifying it, but I think it's as simple as that. Every single thing that comes into your mind can have a positive spin on it, where you're like, nope, I'm going to outpace it. Nope, I'm going to prove to myself. Or you can take it as, oh my God, this is unfair. Oh my God, why me? I know it's cliche, but I just feel like that's there from a kid. And yeah, you pick up your traits from your parents and stuff. And yeah, we are, almost a blank canvas when you're born, but I believe you have an essence, and you have how your emotional state will be is connected to your essence. Some people take things as a challenge, and some people take things as a violation. Sorry, I rambled on there a little bit.
It's like it's. I still have to blame. Like you're saying that you're a father. You have some responsibility of what to expose your child. Of what things, right? And then even though maybe it is good stuff or bad stuff, we don't know, because it depends how he absorbs it, or how he absorbs all this stuff. And it goes back to to every child and these people, right? The massive, what are they being exposed of information, of stuff, right? And depending on how they react, that's how they're gonna get moved.
Yeah, how you react, 100%.
And like you said, like they posted, like that posted, right? Okay, let's put this book. Let's see how the people react. If the majority don't react that way, all right, it's good. Like you said, it's consent. If the majority, like mob rule, right? If the majority agree, we can arrest just 10 of them.
We're so limited, I think, in our thinking because of our conditioning. We don't challenge ourselves anymore, and we don't know what we're capable of and what we can shoulder and what we can house. I mean, there's a story I heard of a woman who she died in a plane crash. She watched her whole family die in front of her. She had to survive for weeks and weeks with nothing, and then she was found, like, as a survivor on the brink of death. She'd been through delusions, all sorts of craziness, and then she went back into society. Within 6 months, she was back to normal, working a normal job, and people said, weren't you traumatized? Didn't you need therapy? And this was this is a story from the early 1900s. And she's like, therapy? There was no such thing as fucking therapy then. We just got on with shit because shit was hard. Pardon the swearing, but, I just feel like we are who we are because, like you said, good times create weak men. And we are the weak men that good times has created. We can't imagine being tougher. I'm not saying I'm super tough or anything. I'm just saying I believe that as a fundamental idea that we are the weak men that have been created.
Or perhaps,
and we realize it. And we're realizing it now. That's the fucked up part. I mean, that's the realization of it.
Perhaps these are the tough times that are here to create strong men.
Yeah, boy, that's where I was going.
Oh man.
We've got to embrace these tough times now. It's been good for a while, man.
Yeah.
It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Oh, dropping dimes.
I think we go so fixated to try to find the enemy, and then, like you said, the enemy is within.
That's funny because it kind of reminds me of like let's see, there's a video game, Legend of Zelda, and on one of those you can fight a Shadow Link that copies and mirrors your moves. And that's
And he's
kind
the
of
final boss, is he?
It's like one of the, more difficult ones at one point.
Yeah.
At least it's supposed to be. I mean, if you're good at the game, I guess it's not. But the point is you have to fight yourself in order to progress through the game. You have to defeat yourself first.
Yeah. Because how can you help anybody else if you've lost your soul? If you are not saved yourself, that's the ultimate sort of thing, isn't it? Everybody has to focus on themselves. And I like to go back to the shadow. No, I was just going to land the plane by saying I feel like it's our own shadow. The whole esoteric, the whole flipping reason why we're afraid of certain ideas and alchemy and this, that, the other is because that's where they're hiding the truth. The ultimate truth is like dive into your own shadow, man. Figure out who you really are, and then discipline's what all you've got left. Then really, can't just pretend we're fucking holy and righteous than thou, when we're not.
Like people recognizing their own flaws and then strengthening themselves against it instead of just embracing that crap as being, oh, well, I'm just like this. A lot of people live in denial about who they are.
Well, that's what you guys talking about. The mask, right? They just put this.
Go ahead. Man.
Like you said, everyone just starts putting masks instead of embracing themselves.
Yeah. Well, that or they'll live in a state of perpetual justification. Oh, well, they're doing this, so I can do this. It's like, isn't that the most childish level of thinking, though? I mean, it's like one sibling pointing at another. So, well, they're doing that. Why can't I? And it'd be like literally anything.
It's the blame game. That's, we have control. We have control of the situation.
It's true. It's like the other side of the blame game. And they always think that they're trying to achieve justice and fairness when it's not, usually.
The government is lying to us.
And remember, Satan is the light bringer, right? So what we've been taught is, just put a pin in that for a sec. What we have actually been taught is that the darkness is evil. But if you study darkness, not that I've studied darkness, but it's supposed to be, it contains every color. Yeah, that darkness, that color, that black contains every single blackness, contains every single color in the color spectrum. So it's like, what is more illuminated, one vibration of light, or the darkness that absorbs light? It is the darkness that has the most light in it. I mean, what's your thoughts on that? That's out there.
Well, I was thinking like shadow, right? The shadow that kind of defines this reality. The shadow, the shades, right? All these little shades that you don't look at, Because when I was teaching my daughter, right, how to draw, it's all about the shadows. It's like the shadows of it, shadows of defining bringing that image up. And what we see is, do we see the colors, or are we actually seeing the shadows within the colors? Because if you start looking, if you start looking at all the little shadows, that does bring and pops out the curves, the everything, the shadow.
You can't have the image without brightness and contrast.
Yes.
From the darkness comes the light.
Yes.
This is kind of my point. I'm creating some screenshots so that I can share what I was talking about before.
Okay.
About what darkness actually is. Because people are afraid of the dark.
Yeah. And we blame all these organizations and these men and these groups and these people who clearly are working against us, but we're actually like able to convince ourselves, we're able to code ourselves so we can become great, we can become powerful enough to resist it. But we don't, we want to be in a feathered nest, if you might, and that's being afraid of the dark, is it not?
Yeah, my point is this: all right, evil people obviously, under the cloak of darkness, do evil deeds and whatever. But to be afraid of darkness itself, because there might be somebody evil out there in the darkness, is not a rational fear. Darkness is literally the same exact thing. Like anything that's hidden and concealed by it is the same. It's just you can't see it. It's obscured. You shine light on it, now you can see. Nothing changed. It's still there. It is what it always was. The darkness just obscured your vision. And people end up afraid of the dark, and usually, like the wicked run when no man pursueth, they'll be running away from darkness, and there's nobody even there.
Running away from their own thoughts.
Yeah. They start getting paranoid for no reason, just because it's dark.
Well, it does kind of reminds me of a story that supposedly, like they say, the vibration, right? You want to be better. You want to create more of yourself, right? Of to be better. And something they say, you shine. Oh, you're glowing, man. You're you're healthy. You have the energy. Your fucking memory is fucking tip top shape. You're sharp. You can remember stuff. But you're glowing. There are some, like you said, there are people, right? Like they look at you and they want to fucking bring you down. Like fuck that fool, because your brightness, because they're so in their own depression and they're all that. And then when you come in, you're fucking bright as fuck. They're like looking at you. They want to turn you off. Like no, like get the fuck out of here, or try to just turn you off, or try to bring you down.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like it don't. And and you just want to bright more up of yourself.
Can I say something about that?
Simon.
I said, can I say something about that really quick?
Simon, that's what I said.
Oh, okay. That's and what's up, Aethergress, by the way. That's super true. And when you see, especially your friends, right? Because people try to, like you said, dim that light out until sometimes you stop seeing it. And I know that's happened to me. And then I have some really, really good buddies that'll be like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Like, no, hell no. And they turn your ass around and you're like, oh, that's right. And it takes you ultimately making that choice. But I definitely had a buddy that was kind of letting his light dim out. I mean, he came back full force, dude, and he was just a different person. He was great. And then all of a sudden somebody tried bringing him down. I'm like, buddy, like, you have to know the difference. You remember this feeling, right? Now where are you at? I said, that'll come back. You just gotta figure this part out. And once that's gone, you'll be good. And sure as shit, as soon as that dark person was away that was trying to fucking suck him dry, back to the same good, happy, hardworking person. But yeah, people try to drain that out of you, dude. That's for damn sure.
That sounds like a classic succubus story.
Yeah. Your friends, your good friends are meant to bring you back up when other people like that try bringing you down, dude, for sure. If you can't do it yourself.
I know that goes back to the whole auras, right? Like, I don't know, you guys, like the aura of it, of your aura yourself, you want to brighten that up. That goes back to health, your energy, and your mental state or memory, right? That you can look at something, you don't have to look at it twice, right? Like, oh, you're pointing out a number, right? And that's what they say, the cell phone. People don't even remember their own fucking mom's number, right? Because they're so into just pressing a button instead of remembering stuff. And that goes back to the whole, right? The TikToks, the Instagrams. It's just like 30 seconds attention span. But of course, like you said, you're the one downloading you're the one watching stuff instead of actually
Yeah,
It does
like
come down to choice.
keeping it on the inner. Yeah, to give you my perspective from the inner, everything's your own fault sort of thing. Like, to me, it's like if you outshine your master or your teacher, this will always happen. And when I mean teacher, sometimes your peers can be your teachers for a short period of time. But if you start to develop or you grow and you change and you shine, like you said, now all of a sudden you're outshining your peers, and I feel like that's a natural process of either they need to step it up or y'all need to part ways. That's something you're in control of. If you're outshining your peers and you wasn't before, there are going to be consequences to that. I'm such a victim blamer, right?
That is true, though. If somebody's, like, if you're the smartest man in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Exactly. It's going to come up. You're going to get jealousy once people start realizing it. And if you become conscious of it, then you set off all these weird signs and signals.
Oh, you think you're better than us. What can you learn? What can you learn in that room?
Yeah, you've outgrown them. And if you hang around with people you've outgrown, you're going to get pulled back down. And that's your choice. Whether you're consciously aware.
They're like crabs. They'll pull you back down. Yeah. Like, no, don't leave our bucket, man. Stay in the bucket, dude. Bucket.
Yeah. And even if you don't know this consciously, subconsciously, all these things we're talking about are signs that you pick, that you have started to outgrow people, and you think, but they want you to question this yourself. If you listen to them and hang around with them for too long, you'll go from shining to completely extinguishing all your shine because you've believed somebody else's bullshit.
The further a coal gets away from the source of the flame, the colder it gets.
Yeah. If you've got a bunch of people telling you you're wrong or you're, it's not correct, yes, it may be that you're wrong, but it may also be that you've just outgrown your friendship group. If you feel that other areas of your life is going right, then if you question yourself, you could ruin all of that, in my opinion.
People want to drag you back into their version of an echo chamber instead of seeing you thrive.
That's it, dude. You know your worth. Know what you can do. Be proud of what you've done, even if other people around you aren't proud with you. Especially if you're a truther, man, because you've done it all, man.
I tread lightly on the word pride. I'd prefer to say esteem. Have self-esteem. It's esteem of yourself. Like that's nobody else can give that. Yeah, nobody else can give you that. It's your own esteem. Pride kind of gets into excessive self-esteem, and those people tend to fall.
Integrity is a good one.
Get some integrity.
Integrity, man. Dignity.
Confidence.
Have you guys watched Breaking Bad?
A very little bit, maybe a season.
I watched the whole thing. Absolutely.
Okay, when Schrader doesn't want to give in, he'd rather just die.
What part? What Schrader. Part is that? Oh, fuck, yeah.
Schrader, the DAA.
Yeah. When he knows. Then, are you talking about when he's out in the desert, already knows he's dead?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. He doesn't want to give in, like, just fucking give in. Just give it in. Just give in. It's like, fuck that. He dies integrally because he doesn't want to give in. Give into the dark, give into this darkness of whatever this shit is. And sometimes, it's like they say, you you don't want to give into the whole fucking, like you said, the bucket, right? You don't want to get into the evil of it. I don't want to. I'm fighting for this. This is what I've been fighting for my whole fucking life. You're telling me just to give it in, just buy in, sell out. Fuck you, bam.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was something super valuable that I learned from my great grandpa. And I mean, he was as stubborn as they get, but he was a good type of stubborn. You see examples of it, and you could most people call it stubborn, but it's not. It's but like you guys are talking about, like integrity and all these other good things, like being able to be self-sufficient, do shit on your own, do it even when you don't want to do it. And there's some people that are that good type of stubborn where they get a lot done. But if they need help, when they finally need help, they will reach out. If there's something that they don't know, they're not afraid to learn. And then there's the stubborn where, people use those skills until they get a sense of pride, and then they shut off learning and they shut off any sort of help. Even if you do help them, they still take credit for it. Like, that's where pride kind of it stops all growth, and you just are stagnant, just blech, even worse than that actually. But yeah, no, he was a great example of kind of what to try and aim to be. Definitely had some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I think you're right about pride. I think that sense, that feeling of I've arrived is not good. Like, I'm there, I've completed it, I know everything, I'm the master.
Yep.
I have a theory about why there's a huge problem with a large portion of the population. At some point, as they were growing up, they decided that they're an adult and they're mature and they know everything that they need to know, and they stop learning. I'm grown now, I can do what I want. And that can happen at any age. So whatever age that happens, that's their mental age. If they haven't developed any further, that's what they are now. Some of these people are like
13 for some kids.
You have like 30-year-olds with the mentality of a 15-year-old.
Well, there's that. The other big one too is the government, doctors, and teachers trying to tell kids what they are before that kid has a chance to actually grow up to be who they are. They all want to label it. For one, ADHD. Like, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and they never gave me medicine for it, and I'm happy they didn't, because a lot of those people on the ADHD meds, like, they kind of get turned into zombies. Like, it just, I don't know, wigs them out a little bit. And the thing with like ADHD kids is, you're able to, once you can learn to focus, which is the hardest thing having ADHD, is learning to focus. Once you can learn to focus on one thing for any given fucking amount of time, then you start learning how to focus on 2 things, then 3, then 4, then 5. And people with ADHD are great multitaskers when they finally figure it out. And it just takes time. But doctors, oh man, they'll rip that right from you. They'll take your success at age 5. They'll give you some pills, tell your parents that you're fucked up. And then all of those management supervisor tasks or, great careers that kid could have had, gone.
And they give you, and here in California, they give you a check too for having that too. So parents have.
Oh, no shit.
Man.
So yes, then they still make the decision, right? The parents still make the decision. Well, I get this $1,000 check, and I give you free healthcare, free visits. What a fucking great idea!
A lot of the problems that the parents even have with their children, they could be solved if they spent more time with their children.
Oh no, they blame the school system. Like, they say, "Oh, fucking the teachers. They don't have patience for my kid. Fuck the teachers. They can't teach them manners. They can't. It's all their fault."
The child is going to seek attention regardless of whether or not it's positive or negative. They don't care. They want you to pay attention to them, so they'll do anything to get attention. Whether it be good or bad attention, they don't care.
Yeah, and if you feed them a bag of bullshit, I know parents that just buy stuff for their kids or do stuff just to get them away from them because they don't really want to spend any time with them. The kids know this, the kids see through this and they resent that. And a lot of kids are just misbehaving because they weren't even fucking loved properly. They were just, a lot of kids aren't even brought up, they're dragged up, by 10 family members.
Like, it could be subliminal, like subconscious too. They might not even understand that they recognize it, but when they're older, they'll go back and remember. So.
But that little time that they give that gift, right? Like, here you go. Oh, if I get more of this, I still see you more. I'm going to see you giving me this whatever fucking toy, right? Oh, the thing is, I don't want the toy. I want you giving me the toy. It's you giving me the toy. It's you.
The
it's not actually the toy. Yes, the attention part. So if you keep giving that more, it's you, actually, the parent giving the toy. It's the action, like you said. It's not actually the toy. The action of giving the toy. So they will get more of it.
That and hoarding objects that have good memories attached to them. A lot of people act like they're hanging out with their children, paying attention, and then they'll have their cell phone out, and they don't even look at like people's real faces. They'd rather send an emoji. You can smile with that, right? Like, everybody can, yeah. You can make other facial expressions too. It's pretty cool. Nobody wants to look each other in the face or in the eyes and have a normal conversation anymore. That's all I was saying.
Yep.
Trolls have been born.
We're in the age of the troll.
I did like fucking Mike Tyson said that. Well, now they don't get punched as often no more. We're talking too much.
I think
it's very different. It's very different when when you, of course, we're here on the internet, right? But we do have a kind of like a self-respect of how we talk. But there are some people out there, like they say, they fucking, I don't know, like they need to get a punch. Or slap, I don't know.
100%, especially lads, men in general. I think the kids who don't get challenged on their behavior end up being the ones who go and do something dumb. You've got to get put in your place as a man, definitely. I think it's important for women as well, but I think women have their own set of problems, but for men, because we have that physical testosterone and aggression, there's an element of, if I see red, I'm going to rip off heads, that you have when you're a teenager, that if you don't get that checked, Jesus, something bad could happen. But I think men do get that lesson.
In Greek mythology, like Narcissus, he basically stared at his own reflection in a pool of water until he died. And I see all these people looking at these black mirrors, just staring at themselves. And it's like, you're going to look at that thing until you die. If you don't put it down, you don't make time to put it down, you're going to stare at that thing forever in the endless scroll until you grow old and die.
That is the Black Mirror, isn't it?
Yep. They get people stuck in that endless loop of this digital world, and they don't even care about the real world anymore.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to resist soon when this shit goes into full Matrix mode and Oculus Rift is fucking version 25.
Yeah.
Man, that shit's going to be enticing, interesting.
The VR is
so much-
already normalized, mainstream. Like,
yeah,
it's a regular thing for everybody to have it at home.
You wait till you can feel things in there.
Yeah, they'll have haptic feedback suits and then eventually you'll have the Neuralink type stuff.
Implants. Yeah, it's going to be the biggest thrill ever. You can do anything. You can fly helicopters, jump off buildings, fight wars. It's going to be like the best shit ever.
Yeah, but also I believe that another huge market is going to be shared experiences. People will be able to copy things that they're actually doing and then allow other people to feel that experience and perceive it as though it's their own.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
They can sell experiences and feelings to people. And that gets weird.
God.
I'm not even going to go down that part of the rabbit hole, but you know why that gets weird.
Yeah. I never even imagined that before. It's amazing, yeah. I can see it though.
But then also, not only that, they'll have like these, they'll make like a fake astronaut thing or something and have people thinking they're floating in space and, oh, you can share this experience. And they'll create all these sensations. They can tune into it. Astral project their mind off into the aether.
So now let's imagine, that they have this technology, then all of a sudden they create time travel machines. Huh?
Yeah. I think that they'll be able to go back and like watch things that's happened or emulate what they perceive or their version of history. But my perception at time is that we can time travel forward.
I mean, imagine if they convince us that they've got a real time travel machine and it's just basically a simulator, and now they've just doctored the whole of history. Like, oh my God, how dangerous would that be?
I got a bunch of people who are like, oh yeah, I saw it myself when I went into the machine.
Yeah, little did they know that was just Pearl Harbor, Saving Private Ryan, Titanic. It's just a bunch of movies.
A bunch of NPCs, like Deep Dreaming, something based off of multiple scripts.
Well, it's got to be true. The time travel machine,
The Wayback Machine.
The verifying history machine.
They'd have certain rules too, or they'd be like, yeah, you can't change anything. You're like a ghost here. Or some crap.
And really, it's just fucking Westworld.
Like a hologram thing through some VR Neuralink bullshit.
The holodeck, yeah. Sorry, the holodeck.
I actually thought of a way to make an actual physical holodeck type thing. Well, it wouldn't be a hologram. If you were to have magnetic, quote-unquote, pixels that can change color and they can form into 3D dimensional spaces and realign themselves using an algorithm that you could technically produce a 3D area using really tiny robots, I guess, to use the word loosely. That's a hypothesis that I don't have the money to pay for.
Sounds like it sounds possible though.
Hey Elon, let me hold $1. I'm gonna do an experiment.
I'm just gonna trap a few souls. He'll love it. If you tell him it's trapping souls, he'll go for it.
Trap souls like Pokemon in the Dybbuk boxes of their smartphones.
Let me Pokemon this motherfucker.
They really did, though, didn't they? It's like there's this ball and chain connection to people on their phones these days. Then people were obsessing over folks like, oh no, they're going to chip people, Mark of the Beast, blah, blah, blah. People carry around a freaking tracking device that they can use to just scan and go beep and buy things, like everything that was, and it's your phone. One step away from people saying, yeah, I'll get a little grain of rice thingy in there that only I have.
Yeah, and I don't know
The
about
funny
you,
part
but
is, I'm not even saying whether or not that's the mark of the beast thing or not. It's just that it's ironic how fast things have progressed. Is all.
yeah, 100%. Like I'd say a couple of years ago, I would never have thought I would use my phone as much as I do. I mean, I work from home, so I go from my laptop. I have two phones on me all the time. A pair of AirPods that I use when I'm sick of having a wire. I am fully in this world, this new digital world, but I'm not. I'm not doing garbage. Most of the things I follow on YouTube tend to be truthers. Watch a lot of documentaries. A lot of stuff is positive. I do a bit of trading as well, which could be seen as very negative, but hopefully that will make me some money. So it's like, as much as I understand all this and believe all this, I've been looking into off-grid living, and I've been looking into sort of families and people who have done it. It's not appealing to me. It's
like walking a tightrope. Like, all right, this is a digital world, and over here we go straight out into the wilderness. And you're like somewhere in between two worlds.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'm all about society changing direction and going into a more natural way, but like, if you're talking about me walking away from society just by having a mobile phone, like, fucking hell, bro, like,
no.
Is it worth it? And a lot of these off-grid families, their kids end up going back to society, and they only did this for their kids,
That's the thing.
And their kids go back.
I'm not even saying that nobody should have a phone or anything. I'm just remarking on the constant addiction to have one in one's own face. Like, it's noticeable. But if people have self-control, it's just a phone. It's a tool.
Yeah. But as the years go by,
they're gonna have what's it called, the face recognition.
Yeah, they've been working on that a lot lately. All those filters and stuff.
Oh shit! Now you're gonna start.
They're start
wearing a.
Sorry, man.
You're gonna start wearing a mask now.
Actually, I have a beard, and for some reason, most facial recognition stuff doesn't work on my face, so they need to up their game. That's all I gotta say. Normally, a little square will show up at certain things, like you can go to Walmart and it'll show up a square around my wife's face or anybody else's around me, but with mine it doesn't, because I look like Chewbacca or something. Like, oh, this must be a Sasquatch. We cannot record this, and it just doesn't recognize me as a person.
Well, like, I seen an article that, like in New York now, because people are still wearing the face mask, they recommend that before entering a building, you should take off your mask.
Hey, guys.
To, like, recognize your face.
Guys, I know there's not people in here, and I love to talk about this too, but you guys know we're not supposed to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. We should steer the conversation away from this.
The thought came. Direct measurement conversation of the Earth, but it's got to be related. So bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, totally. It's just a thought crossed my mind about the beard thing is all, and I thought that peculiar. But yeah, we should totally go back to the subject matter that we should be talking about.
Were you guys here last night?
Kind of. I passed out at some point, so.
Oh, okay.
I was around, but I was,
I guess.
Yesterday, I was kind of talking about worship, right? Is worshiping the globe, is it brought up to a little kid? Because they put it in schools and put it in TV shows, like they worship the globe. Does that bring to the subject of what we live in?
Well, that's an interesting word, worship, because the etymology of it says it's the worthiness or acknowledgement of worth. And most people, they visualize like some kind of cult or people like doing weird rituals when they worship, and that's not at all what the word means.
So they use the word, they try to put the word in bad bad.
Yeah, they always imagine negatives instead of seeing it for what it is. But they do worship the globe. They definitely worship balls.
It's got it right now. Circles.
Oh, that's.
Well, because like they say, the globe, right? It looks like it's in a pedestal.
Oh, I'm gonna post. I just thought about something else. So I'll post that in the locker room. It's just another etymology thing, but I don't want to steer the conversation back to what we just left. So I'll put that there and go the other way. It's just an interesting side note. Everything is about spheres with these people.
What is it with you guys and spheres?
Because it's perfect circle. No edges, it's just round.
Hey guys, my normie brother-in-law was in here last night.
How did that go?
Oh, dude. I'm pretty sure we got him. Because,
Nice.
yeah, because he is dead set on doing his own in real life observations from his boat.
That's awesome. You should record them too.
Yes, because he wants to take me with him. I'm like, yes.
That's awesome.
But actually, I think he's going to start off without me, though. But he will take me eventually. Yeah. Because I don't even know if he slept last night. I mean, he probably did, but...
Does he have any friends with boats?
Oh, yeah.
Because I have an experiment that's from 100 years ago from Professor Avizade. And he had a diagram, and on the back of the diagram is an experiment that involves 5 boats.
Oh, you should DM it to me.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Well, actually, I'll link you directly to the Library of Congress version of it.
He owns his own company for the last 4 decades. Well, 3, I think. But so he's not personally vested in like anything to lose kind of thing. At least as far as I can see, anyway. But
he's well established and has no worries. So.
Yeah. So when I had brought up questionable things before, he would always say, "Why would they lie?" And this is on non-flat earth topics. And it's recorded. It started about 10:20 p.m. Central Standard Time, if you guys want to listen to it. But yeah, he's sailed on motorboats for a really long time. I don't know if you can use those 2 words together, but he was saying he never really gave much thought to the idea of perspective. Because he said, the buildings disappear from the bottom down, from the bottom up. And he was imagining in his brain for decades that he was going over a hump. And my sister thinks you can see, curvature from an airplane. So this is the level of indoctrination that people tell themselves in their minds. I think he saw a reason last night because he wants to do his own observations. And, he's coming from a standpoint where I'm going to prove you guys wrong and I'm going to be right. That in a nice, polite way, that's what my brother-in-law is thinking.
Well, that sounds fun.
I know it is. It's so fun. But, my brother-in-law is a very smart man, and he's way more successful than me. And when it got to that point where I was talking with him, and he says, "But I've seen this," and his body posture, and his tone of voice, and the way he was speaking to me changed. And I noticed it, and I saw it, and I touched my head, and I got freaked out, and I couldn't think from that point on. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta bring him in Discord. So that's how that shit went. I failed in the face of pressure. And, you know, I had everything in my hand that I needed to help
a friend.
But, you know, I just got in my head too much, and I'm like, oh my God, this is my brother-in-law. This is not some stranger I don't know. You know, it kind of freaked me out. So, had a great conversation.
We used one of the helplines and did the... Sorry. I was just going to make a joke and say you used one of your helplines and phoned a friend. Like, who wants to be a millionaire? But I found that screenshot. I posted that link of the new correct map, and this is the experiment that he posts on the back, where it talks about putting boats at certain positions and then recording the level.
Is this a separate paper, or is this part of like Kings Dethroned or something?
With the new correct map of this is Professor Abizade's map or diagram. Like,
wow.
And then he's got an experiment on the back, which the way it's positioned, the actual pic, I had to flip this image because it's actually weird. I'll take the
my brother would
of the full thing.
My brother-in-law would definitely be impressed by something of the Library of Congress.
Let's see, there you go. I like to cite my sources. It just makes things better.
So essentially with multiple boats, are they doing their own triangulation or something?
Yeah, and like the bigger image actually shows how the boats would be positioned, but I had to flip the words so you could read it in English.
Hmm.
And then it's measuring the level of the entire area.
Well, he definitely has boating friends. That is for sure. And by the way he was reacting after we got off Discord, he wasn't acting like he was going to be letting this go. This is not leaving his brain. It's pretty awesome.
And I'm thinking this guy, he came up with the experiment 100 years ago, so there's all this new technology, and you can use lasers and whatever else, like have a whole bunch of different things to do with this. Something as simple as a candle should work, though. Well, in an enclosure. They say candlelight can travel incredibly far, so... But we also have really cool other, like, modern things that I think y'all could use. This is one of the experiments that I thought was really cool that I discovered a while ago, and, I mean, I can't possibly do it, but I know a bunch of people have boats, and then when you mentioned that, I'm like, oh, so this would be the perfect time to mention this experiment.
Yeah, I saved a link, and, so yeah, last night I was so in deer in headlights with my brother, it was too personal, and so, you know, and I was kind of afraid of how he got so, like, I saw his ego, you know what I'm saying? But I've been doing this for decades. He literally said he's been doing this for 30, 40 years, watching, you know, the alleged sagittal hump or whatever. You know, so he kind of scared me a little bit because I don't want to get in some... I mean, my brother-in-law is really kind, so it's not like he'd start yelling at me or anything, but yeah, it was definitely interesting seeing him get a little puffed up, you know? But yeah, so I'm gonna send him the whole Flat Smackers playlist, the Google Drive, and then I compiled some stuff from everybody in here. I didn't make up anything. I just compiled it all about the Black Swan because that's what I went into. It was really strange when. Okay, so you know I don't know. it's just a lot. You know what I'm saying? When somebody you know figures this out, you know? But I was trying to remember how it got started. We sat at the the dining room table, and we're about ready to watch TV and talk and whatever. And it went so fast, and I kind of did a double take in my head, and I just went with it. I didn't question it, you know, but he said something about things being flat for a really long distance, and then he mentioned oil fields in California. I'm like, what? I'm saying in my head, what? And I just went in. I'm like, why are you asking me that? Is what, you know, if I had to do it over again, I would ask him. But just how he brought up the conversation. And I hate to sound like some sort of whack fucking job. I don't give a shit if anybody thinks that. But it's almost like his inner self was asking me, not his everyday normie self. It's like he didn't know what he was saying and opening up Pandora's box. It was so cool. Does any of that make sense, or do you guys think I should go on medication? I'm kidding, Kitty. I'm kidding.
Out of the mouth, the heart speaks.
I know.
I think that sometimes people say things and that's what they mean. It's exactly what they mean. That they don't know how to say it any other way. And their like conscious self isn't even thinking about it.
Right. That's what it was like. I swear. Because it's not kind of like what he was saying didn't make sense to what we had said moments prior. It was like it was totally out of the blue. It was really great. Yeah, there's no telling what the man's going to do once he figures out for himself that the earth is flat. I mean, he's not going to go running, shouting it from the rooftops or anything, but, you know, he travels, and, you know, I'm pretty sure he's probably going to plant a couple seeds, if anything else. So, really
I posted
cool.
a couple. Go ahead. No,
I was just going to say that's great to hear, Jen, for you, because now you can talk to your brother again, right?
Yeah, and now I can talk to you guys, and he'd be like, you know, glitching out on me, you know what I'm saying? You know, but if you guys want to listen to it, we came in here last night at 10:20 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it was damn near 2 hours. So yeah, it was really cool.
I'll check it out.
Nice. He hung out for a while then.
Yes. You know, I think his inner self really fucking wanted to know. If he thought it was hogwash, I thought he was going to shut me down because I got into that moment where it was deer in headlights. I'm like, but you're my brother-in-law. And it's like, I can't. I just couldn't.
I might mention, it might help you, is because he's adamantly saying that he's seen this circle in his vision. Like when we see in a circle. Like that's literally how our vision works though. So that doesn't, like that, a circle is not the same thing as drop over distance though. So then, like, are you seeing the circle of the horizon as far as your visual field? Like I shared some images here kind of explaining what I'm talking about. Or are you seeing this drop over distance that you believe in? Which there's a difference.
Yeah.
One of them has to do with the limits of your perspective, and so the other would show a sphere.
And, you know, he said he never gave, you know, the limits to your perspective and that, he never gave that much thought. And, you know, you couple that with the indoctrination camp information, and bam. You got my brother-in-law thinking he's on the globe for all his life.
And everybody thinking it for the most part.
Yeah.
So
But yeah,
feed everybody the space stuff right there from childhood. Like,
so yeah, I'm downstairs. He's upstairs finishing up, getting ready for his day, and he's probably going to head off to go to work. Can't wait to see what he says to me. I can't wait. Oh, I mean, I would be shocked if he didn't say one thing.
It'd be cool if they could take some drones out there too when they do if they do that experiment.
He
Get a good view of it from above.
I mean, he's not
another
like
cheap one.
he's not crazy rich, but he's definitely comfortable, maybe above comfortable, and he could definitely buy whatever the fuck he wants when he wants. So next time he comes,
or he might have a friend who's got one. Or he might have a friend who's got one and happens to have a boat that would be down with joining.
Well, it would be, I don't know, who knows where he's planning on doing whatever he wants to do, but I bet you his mind was racing last night.
Yeah. But one good thing to point out is multiple data points it's very useful for actually determining something. Just having like a singular thing isn't usually good enough.
Well, I'll have to be sure to tell him after he buys a P900, which he's probably going to do in the next day or two, I bet you any money. I'm going to say, hey, when you come home from Arizona, be sure to bring it back with you. I want to use it to look at the moon.
There you go. I've been thinking the same thing. I saw the full moon yesterday, like last night and this morning when I woke up, it was still out.
Oh, okay.
So I saw like a sunset full moon and a sunrise full moon, which was kind of cool. But I didn't have anything to take a good picture of it with. I try and take a picture with the phone, and it's a little blurry dot. And I'm like, I need a better phone or one of these cameras like y'all are talking about.
Yeah. I think if you really spend some time and trying to find the right seller or whatnot, or you could maybe find one that's like refurbished. I don't know how trusted that is. But I personally would not want to buy a used phone. I'd rather buy a brand new one and accidentally drop it on the ground and then the screen's totally shattered. I'd rather do that than buying a new phone.
Buy like a refurbished camera that somebody dropped from like.
Oh no! I'm being funny on myself. I was
thinking, knowing my luck though, I'd probably try and buy one. Yeah, to do the same thing.
Okay, so I almost would be better off buying a new phone or a refurbished phone, because more than likely it wasn't dropped and, refurbished.
Upgrade.
It's damaged.
Yeah.
But I, on the other hand, can buy a new phone and then it slips out of my hands and I'm a dumbass and I use a case and then my phone is shattered, but I can still use it. Like the one in my hand.
That's the worst.
But I don't want
an awesome case, and then you drop it on a piece of gravel or a rock, and it shatters. Mm-hmm. It's like the one spot where you didn't want it to hit.
Right. So, but it's okay if my phone is jacked up because I shouldn't be staring at it all day anyway. I mean, talking because I'm not staring at my phone. So, oh my God, when it first happened, I swear I did not look at my phone or have it in my hand for like a couple days because I was so mad that I fucking dropped it right after I got it. But it's like I don't like the idea of insurance, because like for instance, I've been a renter my whole life. So how much money would I have thrown away if I would have paid even a small amount every month for renter's insurance? I'd probably be able to buy a car. I mean, because it would be 3 decades.
Peace of mind versus responsibility, eh?
That's what they say. Peace of mind.
My phone tends to last the longest around here because I don't use it. So it just sits on the table, but everybody else's has a crack or some kind of chip in theirs. Or from it falling on the side.
Mate, I've got the screen protector.
But yeah, I can just picture my brother-in-law like a year from now after he's done his observations and he's a full-on, no holds barred no doubt, flat earther. He could be somewhere in the Florida Keys, sitting at a bar, talking to somebody from America, and then turns them into a flat earther. That's so exciting! It's so
That would be
exciting.
funny. So scattering seeds abroad.
I mean, really, if we've helped at least one person realize what's going on, I mean, can't you almost consider job well done? Not that anybody stops at that, but like the ridiculous quote unquote debates
really
that are
hard.
had and such. Somebody could accidentally come across it and then call the question within themselves, and then they go watch another video, and then bam, it happens. What do they call that effect? Where one person tells one person, those two people tell someone, and then those two people tell someone. What do they call that?
I'm not sure, but I'll see if I can find the name of it.
Snowball effect.
Oh, Dave. Dave's here. Dave!
Up here like 10 minutes ago. Two jobs. What? That's your brother-in-law you were talking about? My mic's not working. Fuck. My mic working?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm shocked. We do not exist on spinning balls zipping around through nothing. Y'all continue.
I completely agree with you, but also I'm going to go inside and grab some coffee, and I'll be right back.
No coffee for you.
I
I'm just
probably
kidding.
don't. You're probably right. I probably don't actually need it. But yeah. You actually have perfect timing because you can prevent the dead air from happening. I'll be right back, man.
They call me Dead Air Dave for a reason. The main reason we have dead air on these airwaves is we have no globers coming with anything empirical, measurable, repeatable, anything about this globe that they think they live on. They can't show it to us. That's a problem. I know I'm being totally simplified there, but that's the gist of this thing. The claim is we live on this ball that's in literally nothing in several different motions, and we're yet to see any of it. Somebody else talk now. I don't even know if my mic's working.
Agreed.
And it looks like Dead Air Dave has had his usual effect on the room here. Is there anyone new? Anyone listening on YouTube would like to discuss this topic? Feel free to come in and have a civil discussion about it. We'll supply you some information that you can think for yourself about. We're not trying to convince you of anything. Just to think for yourself, maybe. If everybody could think for themselves, this would be a lot better world. But anyway, somebody else talk. Or don't. That's your choice. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Click the link. Come on in here.
No pressure.
Yeah, if there's no pressure, nobody's trying to get you to join a cult or anything like that. We just want you to think logically and empirically about your reality. Is that too much to ask? And speaking of pressure, that's one of the main questions that we have here. How do we have gas pressure existing next to the vacuum of space? That makes no sense. They told you a big story about that's happening up there somewhere, but nobody can pinpoint where that actually happens or how it happens. So as far as we can tell, you can't have gas pressure without some form of containment. If somebody's got anything to counter that, come in here and discuss it with us. But anyway, thought I'd play off the word pressure there. It's a good word. Used in many different ways. Queen and David Bowie used it in a song, Under Pressure. And I'm rambling at this point. This is Dave shutting up.
You're good, man.
Yeah, I feel like if there was a glober in here, they might ask about the pressure gradient.
Yeah, that's their favorite go-to. We have a pressure gradient, so we have pressure. That's not the question, right? They love to divert to this gradient. We've got layers of stuff in the atmosphere. We all acknowledge that we're in some kind of dynamic system where things are constantly in flux and changing, and stuff's moving around above us as far as we can tell. But there still has to be some form of containment for the gas pressure. I don't care if it forms itself into a gradient or whatever. We need some kind of containment. As far as we can tell. Looks like all globe deniers on here right now. Jen A's back. All right. Dave did it.
Hey, guess what, Dave?
What?
So somehow my brother-in-law brought up the topic last night, just barely, it was like opening up a door just a little tiny bit, and he peeked through, and I threw that door open, and I went in on it.
Last minute, your brother-in-law.
Okay, so I got a little flustered when I saw his ego come out, and it didn't scare me, but I was like, oh my god, and then I couldn't think straight. So then I brought him in here, and whoo-wee, I was doing happy claps like the whole time. It was almost 2 hours we were in here. You should listen to it when you have time.
Cool. It's like how long ago? Last night sometime?
Last night we did it.
So has he been challenged to think for himself maybe now?
Oh, yeah, he wants to buy a P900.
Fair enough. That's all we can ask for, right?
Oh, yeah, so we got him. So he's going to be going back to Arizona in the next day or two, and you can bet your sweet ass he's going to be getting on his boat and checking it out for himself. So, yeah, the guys last night were camping out along.
Arizona does have some lakes or something. It's not all desert, right?
Right, and he's been to the Salt Flats in Utah, so if anything else, he'd probably go back. I bet you any money.
Fair enough. It's all we want people to do is actually humble themselves as much as they can. I know everybody's at different stages, but just go out to reality and let it show itself to you. Don't listen to us. Don't listen to Bill Nye. Don't listen to anybody. Just Prove it to yourself, What is this place? We don't have all the answers, but we know a lot of the answers that we were supplied with are total bullshit, to put it lightly.
So one of the most notable things he said, well, I just never really looked at it that way, about how perspective works when you're coming up on the shore from a boat. And so
No, that's such a incredible. Most people will never get there, You don't get back to that level of how does our eyes really work? What are we actually seeing,
Right. So yeah, it was super exciting. And the best part about it is that he brought it up.
Yeah.
I don't think he realized how he brought it up, but he did.
Good. How old is he? I'm just curious.
He's older than me. I think by 11 years. So I think he just turned 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can relate to that. I was 52 when I was first confronted with this information. And of course, like everybody else, I thought it was stupid, and I thought it was going to take 10 minutes and get rid of it. And here I am 8 years later. You know what I mean?
So other conspiracies that I've brought up mildly over the last, I don't know, whatever months. And, it was 2 or 3 times he responded to me, why would they lie? And I thought he was going to do that last night, and he didn't. So I think we got him. And so he didn't glitch out and say, why would they lie? So
that's a major hurdle to just get past that point.
Yeah.
A lot of people won't even go below that surface level of, that's too big a conspiracy. There's no way they can, it's such a great magic spell, magic trick. It's right in your face, but nobody realizes it,
Right. And I think what's really torn him down a little bit is, he watches the news religiously. And,
man.
I think he slowly has come to realize that it's drama. And they're not paying attention to things they should be paying attention to, I think is what he's realized. And, I think inside of himself, he's had to have done this, that inside himself, he's realized that something's going on, but he can't point it out what. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you created a chink in the armor for a television watching news believer, then good for you. And good for him, too.
I'll have to give him that song. He'll love it.
Oh, yeah. Sadly, that song makes up a large percentage of our population, just people that see all this surface level fear and propaganda on the news, and they think that's what's really going on. It could be no further from the actual case, They just want everybody to vibrate in this low fear vibration, stay in fear.
I think what maybe
that's what you're going to destroy is whatever. Go ahead.
I think maybe.
Go ahead, Jenny.
That's okay. I think maybe what's a part of what he's realizing from the news is that in politics in general, and you guys all know this, that our politicians don't actually represent us, and they're telling us every day that they don't really give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean, not
one way or another. They're subtly saying that. Yeah, I mean,
I feel bad
they
because
basically just talk and people thinking that they actually care, but they don't. Right.
And the ones that really do care, that are in it, they get pushed out. If you don't, you guys know, if you don't play the game right, you're done. They make
you don't play ball, your podium will be limited. Your ability to speak your mind will be limited for sure.
Right. And then and if you play along, you're just a cog in the wheel.
Yeah.
I feel bad for those people.
Yeah, there's so many people lost in the sauce, and all we're trying to do is just pull a few out here and there. And so you started it with your brother-in-law. That's good, because it's very challenging that late in life, and you pushing your 60s to turn around and question what you thought reality was for all those years. It's tough to do.
And you guys already know, like, the power of ego and such. When I was having a regular conversation, the vibe was really good. It was even, whatnot. We're going back and forth, and it didn't take too long. And when he said, "Well, I've been observing this for 30 years," I think he said 40 actually.
Mm-hmm.
And his posture changed. He got all stiff. His neck went up, and how he was like he was challenging me in a polite way, and it's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and then I couldn't think, because it's my brother-in-law. If it had been somebody else, I probably would have gone it a little more a different way. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, I just kind of freaked. I'm like, well, I know some people you can ask that question to. Because he was trying.
Sounds like you got him in the right place, because that's basically where most of us started. At least I did. I'm going to prove these stupid people wrong. They've got something wrong.
Right.
And
that's exactly how he was behaving.
You'll see that we're asking legitimate questions that are not being answered.
And he was completely intellectually honest. He didn't glitch about nothing. He said, "Well, I don't." At one point he said, "Well, I'm sorry, I did not know that. I can't argue against it. I don't know." And I said to him, I don't know if he heard me, because there was a lot going on in those moments, but I said, that's what you just said is music to their ears. Don't worry about it. I'm like, and I think he apologized one time for being argumentative, and I wanted to say, you are not being argumentative in the slightest, if you knew the type of people that came in here. But I didn't want to tell him that.
Yeah, if anyone can get to that point of intellectual honesty where they can just honestly say, I don't know, that's a good starting point, because that's where most of that started, because you have to admit to yourself that these answers you thought you had, do you really have them? You really don't know. You don't know what's in the sky. You don't know what the sun is. There's a lot of things you don't know. And you got to start there, Anyway.
Yeah. So he was kind of wondering, kind of out loud, how can all the people sailing the waters be wrong? I think is what was in his head. But it's like they hijacked, and I loosely say they hijack the flat earth and then make it seem like we're in balloon.
Yeah, the irony of that thought alone there, like, I'm just guessing, but a large percentage of sailors, as they go across the ocean or wherever, the last thing in their mind is they're on a globe. They're just worried about getting from A to B. Can I safely get over to where I'm trying to go? And they're not worried about curvature, globes, anything spinning. It's all just nonsense. So, most, people that actually do things on the earth, the globe never comes into play, right? There's no reason for it.
I'm just really standing here thinking that, in all honesty, for decades, my brother last night he alleged that he could see curve from the ground. That is a huge concern. And when I brought up, I probably will never do this again, but when he said that you could see curve from the ground from his boat, I said, well, the head science communicator for, the science community, Neil deGrasse Tyson, says you can't see curve from an airplane. And that's when I shouldn't have done that, because then he's like, oh, really? And that's when it really started going bad. So I don't think I'm going to use Neil deGrasse Tyson anymore. That doesn't help anybody. So even when I get a point of what the authorities tell us, he was still like, So we got talking more in here.
Well, there's nothing wrong with sharing facts with people, and that's just a fact. That's what the man said, I mean, anybody thinks they see curve on the ground, they got a long way to go anyway. So.
Yeah, literally and figuratively.
Hopefully he's starting in the right place. I mean, like I was saying earlier, just wiping all this, pulling it all back, and just starting with the intellectual honest position that I don't know. How can I prove this? You know,
Well,
not
that's
enough.
exactly.
Not enough
How can
people
I?
get to this point, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly the point he's at. I'm going to prove this. It is not leaving his brain. It is a bug in his ear, and he is determined to get it out. I can't wait to hear what my sister says because she doesn't want to know about any kind of conspiracy stuff. We had this little running joke when I was new to it, everything, and I would talk to my sister, and of course, she just thought I was crazy. And one time, I was really getting into telling her about something, and she interrupted me. She says, "Oh, Jenny, I got to go to Home Depot," and I thought she was being polite, that she didn't want to, listen to me anymore, and so. She really did have to go, but it seemed like she was trying to make up a nice excuse. So that's kind of like whenever I bring something, I'm like, and then I catch myself and I say in my head, "Oh, my sister doesn't want to know about conspiracies." Then I tell her, I'm like, "Oh, don't you have to go to Home Depot?" Yeah, some people just don't want to know. But she might want to know if her husband is going to be all up in this. She's going to have no choice maybe to look at it. So I might have killed two birds with one stone instead of three.
It's a large percentage of the population. People that just don't even want to know. They all really don't know what they don't know, but they don't want to know. If that makes any sense, They want to stay in their little bubble.
Yeah, that's exactly her. So I kind of envision her as like a beautiful bird in a gilded cage. That's where she wants to be, and the door is open. She still wants to stay in there. Or it's just simply put, it's just not her time yet, and it might be coming soon.
Yep, everyone exists in this reality, is on their own path, their own journey, and we're here trying to help people along.
We're like along the
the
side.
right way,
We're like along the side of the road of the journey of life, and we're just going like, "Psst, hey, did you notice this?"
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Wait a minute, you ever thought about this? Come on, man.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely just trying to be helping hands along the way. It's about all we can do here right now. But I try to do that in my real life too. People I come across every day just drop little seeds here and there, and you never know where they'll grow. You may not see them grow, but they might.
Well, all we can do is trust in that they will, not that they might. Like the whole envision your goal as if it's already been achieved. But anyway, I'm going to get off the phone here because my new flat earth brother-in-law is going to be coming down the stairs, and I can't wait what he says to me when he sees me before he goes to work. But I'll be back to let you guys know. But anyway, see you later.
All right, have a good one, Jenny.
Bye.
And who was it that posted? We now got a 20-minute monologue from Ethergrass because I can't stay on here much longer. Go ahead, Ethergrass.
I don't even know what to talk about. I'm just looking up how mist falls and finds its level, like low-lying mist.
Yeah, I was just noticing that.
Yeah.
All the water it's like it's always reforming, recycling itself, but it's not going anywhere. It's just water, and it's just here, right? Sometimes it's mist, sometimes it's vapor, sometimes it's in a cloud, sometimes it's in the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. somebody had made a comment in the YouTube chat, and they said if we were inside a container, wouldn't the pressure be the same everywhere and the pressure gradient wouldn't apply? And I think they were commenting on that picture right there. But it's more than that. Like, there's quite literally pictures of nature that you can take that'll show these different gradients, like right out there. All you have to do is go and look. Like, maybe watch the sunrise.
That's the thing, isn't it, Ether Grace? Nature is presenting itself exactly as it is, and so many people are just ignoring it or misinterpreting or believing men what they said about it instead of just let nature speak for itself. It's kind of sad.
Like, here's one example of what I'm talking about. I don't know how big the image is. It might take us. There it goes. Everything finds its level, even though it's in a gaseous state or a vapor type state. It's still going level. And then there's a bunch of other ones that are just natural pictures that are the same.
I like the way several people, including Witsit, put it. Everything's kind of seeking equilibrium, right? I'm saying that right.
Yeah.
It's a natural. We're in this dynamic flux state of different things, but everything's seeking equilibrium, to put it.
Yeah.
It's too simplistic, but you know what I mean.
Everything's always going to try and balance out and find its level. Just the law of this world we're in. Oh, here's another one, the fog machine thing. Oh, to convert it because it's the wrong file type. I hate when they do that. It was basically an image of a fog machine that had covered the whole floor with fog, and it's all level, like perfectly flat. I think that the problem here actually with that statement seems to be more in the investment in the belief of gravity. Like, well, without gravity, that wouldn't happen. Why? Things that are higher temperature and lighter weight go up. Things that are colder and more dense go down.
I get stuck in that mindset about gravity. They never contemplate things like, well, if this force is holding trillions of tons of water to the underside of a ball, why is it letting a little butterfly take off? How does that work? They never contemplate actual things in reality that don't match this gravity idea.
The amount of water that you have to sling at 1,000 miles an hour for that to work. And then they want to try and teach people, oh, gravity's like this, and show them a bucket and then spin a bucket around or something. It's like, that is not at all. That's centrifugal force. What?
Yeah, that little demonstration is basically the exact opposite of the claim. The water is contained in the bucket. So, but people that stay on the shallow level of thinking, they just accept that as, okay, that makes sense,
Hypothetically speaking, if what they're saying is true, they should be able to create a bunch of dense spheres and then take them up to the little space world up there and float them around so they orbit one another in real time without CGI or anything. Just, hey, look, behold, these things float.
Or they would be able to show us how gravity reaches its decision process when it's going to make stuff orbit each other, when it's going to make stuff stick to stuff.
Another thing is there would be a camera on the moon by now. Like, how hard would that be? Send probes to Mars and send drones to Mars and probes to Uranus, but they can't put a webcam on the moon and just kind of observe Earth spinning or whatever. Because that's the perspective you'd see if you put it the right spot. It would just look like a globe spinning, right? And why isn't there a camera there? Oh, we destroyed the tech to go back.
That's funny. You said they send probes to Uranus because NASA's been probing Uranus since 1958. You just don't know it.
Yeah. And then people see this like balloon float over and believe the official narrative, like as though it's some kind of spy thing going on. Like, no, that's literally what they all probably look like. There's a reason why NASA buys the most helium out of anybody in the world.
Yeah, if it seems whatever's going on in the sky, they utilize helium in different forms or different ways to have whatever tech they've got up there. But
Yep.
it's definitely not the space satellite CGI bullshit they show you.
I'd say that what I'm about to say is kind of speculation, but also it's pretty obvious too. The Hindenburg disaster, they made everybody afraid of gas-related vehicles. They think, oh, everything's going to blow up because they didn't know that helium is not even flammable. And they see that explode. Nobody has any interest in it anymore, thus giving them pretty much full dominance over the ethereal realm.
Well, that whole airship thing is a deep thing, but, just basically they didn't want us to have the ability to travel that far that easily.
Yep.
So they had to do that whole Hindenburg psyop and all that. So, and downplay the airships because who knows, 150 years ago, we all could have been floating around in those things. I don't know.
The whole Jetsons future that everybody imagined would be, that could have been, had they just let tech be. And let everybody know what is known instead of just trying to hide everything or destroy dreams.
Anybody else on here want to start talking? As I got to go here in a second. Good talking to you again, Ether Chris.
You too, man. I hope you stay blessed.
Hope all is well in your part of the plane.
Yep. Things are doing pretty good over here. I hope the same for you.
Yeah. Here in Kentucky today, it's kind of a cloudy, chilly day, but still, at least it's not raining or don't have 70-mile-an-hour winds like we had a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
How's the 70-mile-an-hour wind work on the spinning globe? Just curious.
You'd think at some point there'd be 1,000-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, there should constantly be 1,000-mile-an-hour wind because it's how fast it's going at the equator, right?
Yeah. And even if they're going to talk about these like density gradient fluid dynamic, okay, well, there should at least be 1,000-mile-an-hour wind at the top, right? It's spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
You would think, but it's all relative, right? That's their answer. Gravity, relative, refraction. That's all you
Ain't
need
that
to be.
the ultimate hand wave? It's relative. Just hand wave away everything.
That's all you need to be a Glover. Just 3 words: gravity, refraction, and relativity. There you go.
Yeah. Is that the starter pack?
Yeah. To remain a Glover, just believe in these 3 things that we made up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You give you a little square hat, too, to go with it. You can toss that one in the air when they give you a piece of paper.
Yeah, but hopefully somebody else will chime in. This is Dead Air Dave signing off for now. Peace,
Stay
everybody.
blessed, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Good morning.
How's it going, man?
Not too bad. I'm listening to you guys talk. It's pretty interesting. Good stuff.
Yeah, we're just kind of chilling and discussing whatever.
I was listening to Janae earlier there, and she mentioned, well, who's she talking about? Her brother-in-law or brother? Something like that?
Yeah. She's been having the flat earth conversation with him, and he wants to go out and do some experimentation of his own using his boat.
Well, that's good. That's a positive thing.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I hope they take like some high resolution cameras out there and stuff. I suggested if he has any friends that have boats, there's actually an experiment. Professor Abizade had an experiment like 100 years ago where he talks about sending boats out and kind of, I guess you use 5 of them. You have like one in the center and then you position the other 4 as far as they can go to be seen and then measure the level of the water.
Okay.
If you scroll up a little bit in the live stream right there, I kind of posted the screenshots already. It's got like this diagram sort of thing around text. It'd be an interesting thing to see be done, especially with the more high resolution stuff that we have now. Not like they had cameras like this back then.
Yeah.
And then they could add variants to it too, like add other variables, I'm sure. This is something I'd like to see done on the open ocean, though. That would be cool.
The important thing is he's interested. He's talking. The conversation's going on. I think that's.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, once you give them some kind of evidence, they just kind of shut down.
They'll start spiraling the minute they hear the term flat Earth. You usually got to save that one for the punchline after they've already started listening.
Yeah. The psychology behind it is almost more fascinating than the actual evidence for a non-rotating Earth.
I guess that's part of the confusion and the delusion. They tell everybody that their head's spinning and they believe it.
I had the other day, I think it was a Facebook post. Janae reminded me because she mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you noticed, but they've been posting pictures of the Concorde recently, the Concorde airplane.
Yeah.
I don't know if that came across your feed, but that's being presented as, there you go, a photograph of the curvature behind the Concorde. And it's like, no, not really. A quick Google check. So I did a quick Google search. I think it was 40,000 feet the Concorde flies at when it was still in production. And so then you just, you reply with, no. Neil deGrasse Tyson says 128,000 Red Bull jump. You can't see the curvature from that height. And I almost kind of feel bad pointing that out, but it's like you're already in the ring, man. Like you took the effort to post the picture and write a whole paragraph to show curvature. And this guy's an astrophysicist, and he says no, not happening. So it's kind of, I don't know. Like I said, the psychology is very interesting. It's like you kind of feel guilty doing it to the guy, but like you're already in the ring. You're posting something you think is true. I'll show you that it's actually not true. And what are you going to do now? It's not a.
Your voice kind of broke out near the end of what you were saying.
Sorry, brother. I got a phone call. It just cut me out.
No worries.
So
Yeah, I'm
anyway,
looking
yeah.
at pictures from from what you're talking about, and this does not. None of these demonstrate drop over distance. All it shows is a visual field distortion based off of perspective that I cited earlier on how like eyes work, cameras work similarly. You can only your perspective is literally in a circle. But people confuse that for a sphere without having any drop over distance associated with it.
What are you looking at? Are you in voice text?
Yeah, well, the live stream voice text has the images that I shared earlier, like at 9:32, which just has some pictures of how the eyes work. So when people confuse that for curvature of the Earth, it's like that you're literally just seeing things. How's it going, Wave Mixer? What's up? Hope all is well with you and yours.
Yeah, I see what you were talking about there. About the eyes. Like
Yeah.
this stuff is basic. Like it's
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
stuff we learned in high school. Like I even needed a refresher.
Middle school.
Middle
It's
school,
just
there
like
you go.
middle school science, dude. Like it's ordinary, like basic level education that people didn't pay attention to.
Yeah, or life just happened, right? Like whatever. But you just got to get a refresher on this, and it's like, yeah, that's the way. I don't know what physics, science. This is the way the world works. Not much to it. I mean, there's a lot to it, but
I'm talking about being a
straightforward.
human. This is the way biology works. Like, this is where all human eyes function. And then we design cameras based off of our own eyeballs to try and be able to perceive things. It's literally a copy of. It's interesting that we as humans can copy all of these different abilities from animals or even our own bodies and like make our own prosthetic versions of it that are superior to what we have. Or at least we perceive them to be.
Ether, I got to cut out here for a minute. I'll be back in 5-6.
Stay blessed, man. I'll be around. It is pretty amazing though, how creative creation is, and yet people still deny a creator. Oh gosh, I think I'm gonna have, the little density gradient thing people made with various liquids. I reckon we're gonna have to make one of those out of gases and show people that you can literally make one of these density gradients using only gas, and various things will float in various levels. People don't know how things work. And everything's gravity, 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 gravity. Or something to do with balls. Behold the great and mighty sphere. Bow down before the sphere's perfect circular rotundness. Well, it'll be silent for a minute, I reckon, because I'm going to go do something and be right back. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man. Something that's interesting to me is people get tripped up when I post this. I'm going to just post it again, even though I just posted it. All I'm doing is define what the words scientific and model mean. If you say that to them, like, a lot of people will just instantly spin out, or they'll just kind of run away. Like, no. This one dude, he was claiming to be a physics professor, and when I posted that, started asking very specific, pointed questions, he kind of backed down, and I'm like, why won't people give me an answer? Like, my daughter answered these questions, and all these full-grown men are being put to shame by a tiny woman. I should think this should be middle school level knowledge. Why don't middle schoolers know what the globe model's numbers are? Or why don't adults?
Oh yeah, so I didn't even know either until I got exposed to flat Earth.
Yep.
Again, that's the basic stuff we learned before, but it kind of falls to the wayside because of life.
So then we learn from the mistakes, though, right? And we do something different so that our children can actually have a next level thinking with stuff. I figure I'll go ahead and teach them all of the facts about this so that they'll understand everything. There's an assumption made by a lot of these globies that children will be raised up by flat earthers not knowing anything about the scientific model of the globe or lack thereof. And I just think that's hilarious because that's not at all what's happening. If anything, we're raising a generation of kids that'll know more about the earth than any of these people coming out of the public schools.
Ether, what are your thoughts on that? You said you got kids. I heard other guys say that they'll teach both models, the flat and the globe, and let the child decide when they get old enough.
I want my children to come up with experiments that I haven't thought of, and then we can go out and try it, because that's what science is.
Yeah.
I think that anybody's afraid of doing that, they're not confident in their beliefs or their worldview at all. It's let's go. Let's go explore the world and see what we actually see. Measure what we can actually measure. To me, I believe that a lot of that's projection. They would never teach their children a flat earth worldview, and instead would just superimpose their own beliefs.
Yeah, that's kind of the alarming thing. There's nothing happening in the mind that even intrigues the mind to think of the possibilities.
They don't even know how to think within the realm of possibility. They just think, this is what I'm told the world is. So I believe it because people smarter than me said it. They kind of shrug it off.
Yep. Shrug it off and put it on the shelf. I've learned that, and that's good enough.
Yeah.
Case closed. Yeah, that's sad to me. Huh. Oh, well, what are you going to do?
That, or it gets back to what I was saying earlier about people achieving a certain level of maturity and assuming that they're grown, and then they stop growing. A lot of dudes are taught that, when you're 18 or 21, that you're grown, so they'll retain that level of maturity until they die. Same thing for women, except for a lot of girls are taught what? Oh, girls mature faster than boys. So a lot of them end up developing this, well, I'm grown, and they never continue to grow. They don't develop anymore. Mentally, anyway. When we stop learning, that's when we start dying.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of truth in there, you just said.
I believe everybody should just continue on with the kind of the childlike wonder on all the things that you don't know and keep looking and trying to find answers. One of the original reasons why we're here is to name stuff. You know, besides the be fruitful and multiply and all that, to name things. These people think we're unscientific, and all we're trying to do is find out how this thing works, this realm we're in, how it functions, using actual scientific method type experiments with controls and variables. I love how everybody shuts down. Anybody brings up the Flat Earth Society crap, the minute that they come in the door with that, shut down instantly. It's hilarious. And as it should be. It should be shut down instantly, but it's just funny. Propaganda artists ruining everything. And check out this video that Wade Mixer shared in the live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely bright last night. And that's interesting too. I'm not going to offer any explanation for it because of so many variables, but it's an interesting video. And I noticed, because I watched the sunset and the moon was out. It was a full moon. And then I woke up early enough to see a full moon while the sunrise was happening, which was kind of cool. Yeah, that was kind of my point. It was a full moon while the sun was setting and a full moon while the sun was rising. It was just interesting how it looked. That's what I was saying before. I wish I had a high resolution camera because trying to take a picture on my phone, it was garbage. Need to get one of those 900s. I'd end up getting like a tripod with a level. Every time I set it up, have like the little bubble that I'm trying to get it perfect. Oh, that's right. You got one of those before they stopped making them. The P1000. If I recall correctly, anyway, I don't think they make them anymore. Yeah, I remember somebody saying something about they had discontinued the P1000. I'm like, why would they get rid of the greater version and then keep the P900? And it was like around the time where I think you were mentioning this, but I'm not sure. I might be remembering wrong. Probably because the version you have can reach a little bit further and get better pictures. I don't know. Oh, just a part shortage. There goes me trying to figure out a conspiracy. Like, oh, maybe it's this. And probably from all the shipping stuff getting backed up. I wonder if that Suez Canal thing, the green tree or whatever, if that had something to do with it. You know, because everybody's stuff was late. Well, if anybody has the Scientificus Modulus for the Earth, that would be cool. Some measurements that produce knowledge. Pretty much what we're all here waiting for. One of the reasons why I believe that statement's so important is it kind of sets the tone for the future parts of the conversation, considering a lot of these globies come in with the assumption that they actually have a scientific model, and they don't. You clear the floor and be like, hey, nobody has a Scientificus Modulus of the Earth. Get that straight from the beginning. Then the conversation can proceed on a foundational level. One of the hilarious parts, I think it's pretty funny anyway. Most of their globe Earth calculations that they worship so much and assume that their globy math is empowering, they have to use like filters and systems to reform their images and their information. You know, it's Photoshop because it has to be. So they wrap all of their information around a ball and feed that to you, and you think that's real. It's a cartoon, man. Which I should note that the icon for this server is also a cartoon, so if anybody wants to try and throw that in anyone's face, we all recognize that these are cartoons. Why y'all infatuated with cartoons, man? The anime of the space race. Another thing that's kind of funny is when you compare all of these different versions of fisheye lens evidence that they provide with one another, it gives you a spectrum of a bunch of different sized Earths. You have like small Earth and big Earth. A little teeny tiny Earth with a big moon. Like little moon and big Earth. You could just compare Moon Photobomb's Earth with the Earthrise picture. Pretty wonky differences there. I should share that actually. Big moon, tiny earth. Big earth, tiny moon. Which earth do you live on? And yeah, they're both from NASA. Well, it's pretty quiet now. So I have a simple question for any globe earthers who would like to join the VC. Which one of these is the real Earth? Should be easy to pick out the real one if you live on it, and you have the scientific model for it. Weird lineup that they give you, though.
So when it comes to these flights, they've got an expected time. So the expected time would take into consideration the Earth rotation.
We've already heard this 3 times, this baseless assertion. Right, the last thing I asked you to do was go and provide a citation. Have you got one?
And I've already given citations for why flights going one way is.
You haven't given a single.
No, you haven't done that at all.
Arwen, you haven't given a single citation yet. You've given an entire reference that. Shut up. You've given an entire reference which I had to read through. You didn't cite a single thing from it. Not one thing. Now you're saying you've already given the citations. No, you gave a reference which I read through and crapped all over. Now you're giving a reference, or preferably citation, for your next bullshit claim that all pilots automatically take spin of the Earth into account. Cite it or shut up.
So, yeah, I did give a citation. It's this one here that I'll repost.
Is it the same one?
Yeah, it says...
Stop! Is it the same citation that you already posted? Because that citation didn't have any details of pilots claiming that Earth turns underneath. It didn't have anything from a pilot at all. So this is not the citation that backs your claim that pilots automatically take Earth spin into consideration. I've already read this entire reference. It does not say that. It doesn't have citations from pilots. It's not going to suit your ends.
So what it says is that it has...
It says
that there's
you said pilots. I don't care what this site... I've just... This is... Can anyone else appreciate why this is bloody irritating? Have I just not explained why this isn't going to meet your ends? Did you not just listen? Or did you just ignore every single word I said?
No, I didn't ignore what you were saying.
I'll move on to the news.
What did I say? What was the reason why your citation wasn't satisfactory? Given that you've claimed pilots think...
So, I'll try and find a...
Can I just say, Planawalk, you are the most boring person to listen to ever.
Look, right, Planawalk, I've just asked you a direct question. Did you listen to what I said and why the citation you've just insisted and repeated 3 times isn't satisfactory? Not, can you go and get another one? Not the reply, oh, well, I'll go and find. That isn't what I'm asking.
So, maybe I did miss what you're saying about why my citation wasn't valid. So
what you didn't listen? Because you didn't listen then.
It's because it's not from a pilot, right, or something like that.
Because it's not a quote. It's just a story.
It's not from a pilot, right? Your claim being pilots automatically take Earth rotation into consideration. I said, give me a citation, and you gave us the citation that according to it, the planes have to accelerate to overcome Earth rotation speeds. Yeah, that load of old bollocks. That's what you're claiming. Not from a pilot.
So, just because it's not from a pilot, generally, I don't think it's the pilot. I don't think it would be the pilots that would actually come up with the times. It would actually probably be someone else.
Your claim, pilots, specifically, that specific type of person, pilots, automatically take Earth rotation into consideration. That's why they don't declare it on the tannoy. That's your claim. Now you're saying, I don't think it really matters to cite a pilot. Can no one else appreciate why this is unbelievably frustrating? Can no one else appreciate why this is unbelievably irritating? When the person who tells me what a sodding pilot thinks, and I ask him to cite it, tells me that it's not important to get the opinions of pilots.
I just got here and I'm already frustrated.
Planawalk's the most boring person to listen to ever.
Can I have a few minutes? Can I ask Planet Walk one question?
Go ahead, Chocolate. I'm done with him.
A few minutes ago, Planet Walk, you said something about flights taking longer to go from New York to LA, or from LA to New York. I don't remember the exact city because I'm working, so excuse me. But did you say, is that what you said?
To go from New York to LA.
You said what?
It's longer to go from New York to LA.
Than from LA to New York.
No, it's longer to go from New York to LA than it is to go from LA to New York.
Right. Okay, but isn't Earth supposed to be spinning towards the east?
So the reason why is because...
No. Answer the question. Is the Earth supposed to be spinning towards the east?
Yes, the Earth is supposed to be spinning towards the east.
Right. So there's no way that the flight from New York to LA should be longer than the flight going the opposite way, right?
Well, the reason why it's...
No. Answer the question. If the Earth is spinning towards the east, I take off from New York and I go to LA, the Earth is spinning towards me, right? So LA should be showing up a lot quicker, right? But you just said it's not. Am I right?
Yeah, so not necessarily, because there's because
I'm sorry, my friend. I've taken these flights many times. That's how it works. You said New York to LA is longer, and that's not how it's supposed to work, my friend. So I'm sorry.
So the reason why is because of the way that it impacts the jet streams, and the jet streams are impacted. One of the links that I posted actually shows.
How is the jet stream impacted if the Earth is spinning in one direction?
The jet streams are impacted. I'm looking at all these things right now. It's quite late for me, so it's hard to sort of absorb this information. But
Planet, I understand you're tired. I know you're sleepy. I get it. Right. I just need you to think for a few minutes real clearly, because I can't stay that long. The Earth is supposed to be spinning from west to east. Take off from New York and you go to LA. You're saying it takes longer. Well, you just destroyed your entire argument, because that's not how it's supposed to work. If the Earth is spinning towards you, your flight is supposed to be significantly faster. So you're going to have to work out which one is which, my friend. Okay, somebody else can have me. I got to go. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chocolate.
Chocolate, let me dovetail off what you're saying. So Planet Walk, what he's saying is, if the Earth in the globe model is spinning 1,000 miles at the equator, roughly 840 miles from LA to New York, west to east, then the jet stream.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about this for a second.
Is the jet stream speed faster than the Earth turn? If LA is coming to you at 1,000 or let's say 800 miles an hour.
He's trying to get a reply out, Tenth Man. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to just visualize it in my mind. So
it sounds like you're trying to speak. Are you okay?
What?
It sounds like you're trying to speak coherently. Are you okay?
I'm mostly just tired.
Do you understand how your argument's a train wreck?
What?
Do you understand how your argument is a train wreck, as pointed out by Chocolate saying?
Yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from. So I'm just trying to visualize this in my mind, because it's
Planet Walk. You don't have to visualize anything, my friend. 2 seconds, Google it. It'll show you what direction the Earth is spinning. It'll even give you a little arrow. So now in your mind, you can envision which direction is which. and you can see if what you're saying is correct, there is no way that the Earth can be spinning. Right?
Well, not necessarily.
Okay.
you gotta just because you don't understand how it's working doesn't mean that it's not.
Oh, now I don't understand.
Don't rise to it.
That's adorable.
Yeah, we're just
Don't rise to it. Don't rise to it. You absolutely obliterated him. I didn't even spot that chocolate. So kudos. You've just smashed his argument into the middle of next week with just the simple facts he presented. I didn't even consider them. I was going to the overall argument. You've actually listened more than I have to his facts and gone, hang on a second. The turn is going the other way. It should be shorter that way, not longer.
As soon as he said it, I was all over it. Couldn't get to my mute button fast.
So there is a reason, and it is due to the way. I believe it's due to the way that the. So it is. Yes, due to the way that the wind is moving, and I think over the US, by the looks of this, it's there's a lot of westward winds due to the was it westward? No, it's eastward winds due to the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, maybe you want to figure that one out before you start presenting it.
Oh no, why don't you just go to bed? You're terrible.
Yeah. Indeed.
Hey, does anybody mind pausing the bot?
Go to the last ball busters, okay? I have an example in there with a flight.
Yeah, I will.
From Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Who's in here on the mic?
What's up, Jenny?
I'm so excited. I'm shaking. Oh my god.
What happened?
Oh my god. Is Indio in here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Indio! Indio!
Yeah, I'm in here.
Dude! Oh my god. Okay. So you have to find last night's live stream, 10:20 p.m. Central Standard Time. We flat smacked my brother-in-law, man. He woke up this morning, we were talking about it. I'm like, you have no idea. My brother-in-law is so smart. He's asking me all this stuff, and it sounds like all the stuff you guys always talk about. I'm like, I said, you have somebody to talk about this 24/7. You could wake up in the middle of the night and talk to somebody from other than the United States. So he is determined. He is going to buy a P900, get on his motorboat, and do an observation when he goes back to Arizona, like within a week. So he is a flat. I don't care. He thinks he's going to prove us all wrong. He's not being a jerk about it or anything by far, but he wants to find out. He has to find out. So, oh my God, it was so bizarre, man. So last night, we were just sat down at the table.
Are you in Las Vegas? Or out there somewhere? Are you still out there?
Arizona.
Like Arizona, yeah.
Yeah. So, we were just sitting down.
What do you motorboat in Arizona, though?
Well, there's a lake there. He's going to start off at the lake. It's not that very far, but he wants to do it for practice. And then he'll probably go to another body of water. He goes to the Keys, and I told him, I said, you need to find a lighthouse and do an observation. But it was so bizarre how it started. We had just sat down at the table, and we were going to start talking and whatnot. And it just went by so fast, I don't even remember what he said exactly. But in the same sentence, he said, you want to talk about how flat it is? And then he said, oil rigs. I'm in my head, I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And so it was like he just peeked open the door a little bit, and I just flew that door open and just went right in. So I went right in with the Black Swan. And then his 4 decades of, being on a boat experience kind of attitude in a nice way. I could tell he was starting to get puffed up, and he was starting to really challenge me, like he was going to shut me down. I said, oh shit, I got to get into Discord. I said, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me, but I got somebody who can. And we were on for like 2 hours. So yeah,
a really good conversation last night, Jan.
oh my God, I am so pumped. He was asking me all kinds of questions when he came downstairs this morning. He just left. So I told him, I said, I'm going to send him to Flat Smacker's playlist library. The video Jedi recommended to me. I sent him the Gleason's map video that you posted, Indio.
Yeah.
We were up till like, I mean, I don't think he meant to stay up that late last night. I'm really surprised he didn't go upstairs and watch some videos, but you can tell by the things that he's saying, he's not going to be letting this one go. So I'm so excited.
Well, I mean,
Can't wait.
if he's on a boat a lot, that's the thing is, people think the Earth is it's supposed to be a lot bigger than it is, right?
No,
everybody's excuse in their head. Oh, I should be able to see that the Earth is massive, but when you look at the math, it doesn't work out that way.
Well, wait till you listen to what he was saying. He never really gave much thought to how perspective works. So he genuinely thinks that the water is the hump.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, he didn't want to say it quite like that because I think like right away it's making sense and he's using his words differently from when he first started talking to me about it before we came into Discord. So, yeah, he's going to get a P900. Because I asked him, he said, well, I've seen it. And I said, did you use anything to zoom in? And then he's like, oh, kind of, it's like, so he didn't want to kind of answer the question. But he's going to soon answer it for himself. So, yeah, the Black Swan. He said he's been there to those oil rigs. So,
well, yeah, there's a YouTube channel called Pablo's Dog. So he goes and films those oil rigs almost every day.
Wow.
If you go on the YouTube channel, it's just him. He sets up the camera in the exact same parking spot nearly every day, at least a couple times a week. And like he's at 45 feet above sea level, but all the rigs are like, they're all supposed to be under the curb. And he can see those 3 oil rigs plus like 5 others. So he'll pan across.
Is this the same channel of the original Our Black Swan video?
No.
Okay. Can you send me that? Can you send me that video when you think of it later? Send it to me. I'll send it to him.
No, it's the whole channel is just him doing that, like day after day after day after day. Because you know how Globers are like, well, it's a refraction or some other thing, right? But like, you can tell when there's the air is messed up. It's really easy to tell.
Yeah, right? He brought up gravity earlier.
Still not cut off. It's put it this way: he can get there. There's a spot where he can see. They're like a rocky outcrop. It's called the Shoals, and they're like 18 miles away. And they're like, the rock's only like 8 feet high. They're supposed to be like 200 feet, under the horizon. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll send you the channel.
But hey, listen, really important. Maybe we can make it an event. I work tonight. Otherwise, he'd want to talk about it tonight. But tomorrow night, I don't have to work, and he's still going to be in town. I thought maybe around, 6 o'clock or something, maybe later, a bunch of everybody can come in because he wants to resolve this issue. He's not going to put it down and forget about it. In fact, I bet you I didn't feel right about asking him. I'm like, when you went to bed last night, was it hard to go to sleep?
I think his first comments were all when he came in. He says, "I sail motorboats, do this, that, and the other." He said that from his vantage point of 3 foot above the surface of the water, he could see 18 to 20 miles away. Oh, okay. So we gave him the Black Swan, and yeah, the conversation pretty much started from there. Right. But he didn't necessarily understand what he was saying within his first fucking sentence. I can see 18 to 20 miles above the surface of the water.
Well, he wasn't paying attention so much when, he kind of come up with that idea for himself, but he said now he's going to be paying attention. So it's going to be, I'm going to get him to make his own account. And then that way, he doesn't have to be on, here. So, yeah. But yeah, he's asking all different kinds of technical things. I'm like, okay. I told him how I see it in simple. I keep it simple. Where one anomaly in and of itself could be easily dismissed, but when you look at them all, then you're like, ooh, something's going on here. But yeah, he's hooked for sure. The man loves to talk, and I'm thinking in my head, man, this guy's going to get his own account. He's going to come in here and talk to people, and he's going to be stuck in here for hours.
So, Jen, if you look in live stream voice text, so this is a map of all the oil rigs. So there's a lot of oil rigs out there, not just those three. There's a bunch of them. So this person sets up the camera here where the arrow is. He pans from left to right, and he can see all these rigs, and they're all I think the closest one is 13 miles away.
But he can see all of them?
All of them.
Wow! That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he just sets up the camera every day in the exact same spot and does the exact same thing. He starts at this thing called the Shoals, and he just pans the camera from left to right. Left to right, rig. There's like 10 rigs out there or something. So he just goes to it one by one. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wow.
And you can tell when there's refraction because there's I would call refraction like mirages, because you'll see the rig and it'll be all distorted. And if it's not distorted, sometimes you can see the rig and behind it, there's mountains and stuff. Sometimes they'll be distorted, and the mountains that are behind them are all supposed to be hidden too. So it's I guess this isn't just another flat spot or something, right?
Okay, so his brain is running wild with trying to think and sort this out.
He needs to get the curve he needs to just you gotta give him a link to a curve calculator so you can just actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna send him. Yeah, I'm gonna send him some links. I think I should probably send it. I don't know if he uses email, but
So he uses email. What else would you use? Yes, stone tablet.
But shit, I was gonna say something before you said something. But
curve calculator. Yeah. Focus.
But yeah, he does want to learn the math. I remember. Okay. So I'm glad it's you that's here right now. He's wildly thinking in his brain and trying to sort this out. He even brought up radio transmission goes around the ball, and I'm like, whoo. Okay, so I told him that there's something he can look up. I told him Marconi, and I talked about it, super briefly. But he said that AM radio doesn't behave the same as FM transmission, and that the AM does go around the ball. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's because FM is called frequency modulation. That's why it's FM. That's what S stands for, frequency modulation. And AM stands for amplitude modulation. So, FM, so when it sends a signal, right, it sends a radio signal, right? So it's a wave doing all sorts of things. Right? But for frequency modulation, the signal is in the audio, right? Somebody talking on the radio. You send it out, It like you talk into a microphone, it gets sent into into electronics, and those electronics send a radio signal, and they're decoded on the other end. It's the changes in frequency. That's why it's called frequency modulation. What the signal is actually embedded in, right? In AM, you can just it's a single frequency, and that's why it doesn't so-called propagate around the world, is because the frequency's changing. And frequencies don't penetrate the air the same, right? So if you're changing the frequency constantly, you're never going to get
the distance.
Yeah, think about it like this. You have light is different frequencies, red, blue, green, and all that. And I'm trying to send a multicolor laser through the air, right, by changing the frequency from red to blue to green. But red travels farther than blue. So if I have a signal embedded with multiple colors, it's only going to get part of that at some distance, right? You're only going to get you won't get any of the blue wavelengths. And if I have any information in the blue, then you're not going to be able to decode the signal. And that's why it won't travel as far. Amplitude modulation is one frequency, but they change the power, the amplitude of the wave, right? So it's the power is spiking up and down. And that's what the signal is embedded in. So that will go farther because it's just one single frequency.
Oh, okay. So he was saying by bringing up AM that it travels farther than FM?
Yeah. But that's just because of the technology they're using. But
right.
It's also not. They're also different. It's also in a different frequency range.
Yeah. So well, he also brought up ham radio, and I think he said if all the power goes down in the world, you still have ham radio. And I think he said because of satellites. I could be wrong.
Okay, so I posted a video in that new releases video just not that long ago. The other day. Hold on. I'll post it. Where is it?
Oh, by the way, my brother-in-law's name is Jack, for you guys to know.
So, at the end of this video, posting a live stream, they have somebody talking on CB radio. They're talking to Brisbane, Australia from South Carolina. That's pretty far, needless to say.
This is a great video right off the bat because it's only 5 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Well, it gives a bunch of examples of like radio, like different technologies where the radio goes like way farther than it's supposed to.
Yeah, so at some point, I think we were talking about radio waves.
The thing is, why do we need satellites if you could do this?
Right. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure he is under the idea that GPS is from satellites, not from the ground. So, yeah, there's a lot. And, you know, he's at the end of the conversation last night, he said, well, I'm really glad I've been able to sort this out. And I start giggling. I said, this is the tip of the iceberg. What are you talking about? I said, he doesn't even know he's falling down the rabbit hole as we speak. But yeah, this morning was a great conversation. I told him, I said, once you see this, you're not going to be able to unsee it. So pretty exciting. And he did ask me the why would they lie. I think I forgot what it wasn't directly. I think he said about gravity. And I told him, you know, what you think. Oh, you know what he said. Okay. There's so much. I should have recorded it this morning. Next time I'll record it. But so he was trying to go from the globe to thinking, he said flat disc flying through space. I said, whoa, wait a minute. And I told him about Flat Earth Society. I said, no real flat earther thinks that. And then it was just after he said, if you take a bucket of water and you fill it half full and you spin it around, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, you got to get in and talk to these guys because essentially in so many words, they said they will set you straight.
Yeah. Jesus, the bucket of water.
And that's what I told him.
Spandex, the spandex one with the bowling balls in it.
Okay, so I told him, I said, you can't use gravity to say mass attracts mass because that's Newtonian gravity superseded by Einsteinian gravity. So yeah, he is swimming in his thoughts, dude. You guys already know how that works. He can't unsee it now. He's ruined.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is get him a link to a curve calculator. So like, otherwise he's just guessing, right? I mean,
well, we did go over that a little bit last night. I used the Flat Earth Insanity one.
Yeah, that's the one I use.
Yeah, that's the one I have on the Black Swan little buplup thingy. So we were using that last night. So I think the conversation was, I forget who was in here talking to him about the lake in Arizona that has...
Was that Lake Mead?
I don't know, but if you go back and when you have time, if you wanted to listen to it, 10:20 p.m. Central Standard Time. But anyway, I think I got myself off, and he wants to talk with everybody tomorrow night at some point. So I don't know if moderators would want to talk with just kind of push him a little bit.
Has he ever been to the Salton Sea?
He has been to the Salt Flats in Utah. He has.
No, the Salton Sea in California.
It's here.
Oh, it's possible. He has a boat.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, because obviously he has a limited amount of options. Like if you live in Arizona, you have a limited amount of options on where you're going to use your boat. It's like,
right. No, he has
I don't think I'd be using my boat in the Salton Sea. It's so caustic, it'll ruin anything metal.
Oh, so people don't use their boat?
No, it's toxic. You don't want to be anywhere.
It's not made for boating. What if you got fiberglass?
No, it used to be. It used to be in the 60s. It was like the place where the elite would go. A couple places like that don't exist anymore. Like it was like a full-on ski beach. Like it must have been beautiful. But then what happened is all the runoff from all of the agriculture going on around, and it's massive, as well as drilling into thermal vents under the Salton Sea. There's a bunch of thermal vents. So it's been polluted to the point where no living thing can live in it. There's no fish in it. Like if you, like I wouldn't even touch my skin with it. Like it's so bad that like the residents, when the wind starts blowing from the east and it's drying up, so the places that used to be the bottom are now above water, and the wind blows and blows that toxic dust into all these communities out there.
Gross.
Yeah, and people get ill. People get cancer, like just all kinds of weird.
Well, the Charles River here in Boston was so dirty. If you went in it, you'd get a rash like instantly.
Yeah, you know,
like you couldn't go in it. It's still depressing. It's a lot better now, but yeah, it's just horrible. Okay, because upstream used to be mills, canning mills for tanning leather. I've seen like you know what tannin is?
Yeah.
So it's that orange shit that goes in leather.
Yeah,
they've actually permanently stained rivers upstream. Like they're permanently stained, dude. The rocks, the ground, the trees, everything is stained.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Tannin
is fine, but like when you until you concentrate it, shitloads of it in one place for like 10 decades.
Right. So the Salton Sea is a good place to do observations across it at certain places. You can. That's where they did the one Salton Sea observation. They had people on the other side, right? So many miles away.
Okay, so my brother-in-law does travel. He goes to the Keys. He goes to California. He has a huge motor coach, a ginormous trailer, and hauls his boat and goes all over the place. So I don't know. Wait till you talk to him, man. It's good. Oh, it's amazing. So
sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, Sonny. My brother-in-law Jack was in here last night, 10:20 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Oh yeah.
He's been here for about close to 2 hours.
Right on.
Yep, pretty exciting.
Yeah, she's
So he's
blessed back
on
to her
with,
family.
so he's on about the flat Earth. He's
well, he's being extremely intellectually honest to say, well, I don't know. I can't argue that because I don't know. So, all I know
He's
is
being a normal person. Jesus,
he's being a normal person. But dude, he brought it up.
What?
He didn't even know what he was saying. It was so for real. And after it was all over with, you guys know me. I'm like, how did that get brought up? What did you say exactly? All I remember was him saying something along the lines of, you want to know about flat something, and then he said oil rigs in California. Like, it's saying in my brain, what?
What? He already knows about the Black Swan then.
And I said, and then I reached for my phone and I started talking about the Black Swan. And then he is convinced, maybe not so much anymore, that when he's on his boat, that the water is physically obstructing his view to the horizon.
He believes that still?
Yes. Well, probably not so much anymore, but he was stuck, and Jedi was in here, and he just kept saying the same thing over and over again. Yeah, so he's desperately to work this out in his brain.
Yeah. So once people figure it out, there's no obstructing water.
40 years of being on a boat throughout his life.
Well, me too. Like me too. That's like me. I sailed almost my whole entire life, and thousands of miles on the ocean I sailed.
So when I was talking about the Black Swan, and he said that the horizon looked like it was beyond the second boat or the oil rig.
Yeah.
And then at some point, his posture changed, and he stiffened, and he put his chin up, and he said, "But I've seen it." And I was like, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh."
Well, he's in the negotiation stage now. Apparently, I don't think, like you said, I don't think people ever are going to forget that conversation when they have it.
Right, exactly. So his ego in that moment was starting to overshadow his rational thought. I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, that's outrageous. That's wild.
So then at that point, I was like deer in headlights. I'm like, oh shit. So then he was getting real technical, and I'm like, it was going over my head. And so I was like, we got to get in Discord. And then that's all she wrote.
So Jenny, did he have his own account when he came in here?
I'm going to get him one. I'm going to set him up with one.
So he was on yours. So you said 10:30 Central Time?
10:20. Yeah, Central Standard Time.
Last night.
Yep.
So
all right.
Indio's
I'm looking for it.
You going to get a clip of that, Indio? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm at least going to listen to it.
The man loves to talk to people. He's talked to people. He said he talked to Joe DiMaggio once. So he's always lived in like the Chicago suburbs. Not
Chicago.
Yep.
Yeah, all my relatives are from Chicago.
Oh, if I could talk to Joe DiMaggio. I got a few questions about Marilyn Monroe, let me tell you.
Right.
Yeah, okay, what kind of questions? I'm a semi-expert.
This is a family stream. I can't.
Okay, never mind. Okay, well, send me a DM. I'll see if I can. I grew up in Los Angeles, so like we have an inside.
I want to know if the curtain matches the drape.
And I can't remember who else it was, or if it was somebody in here that said they met Will Smith.
Well, it doesn't match the drape. The curtain don't match the drape because she was a brunette before she became blonde. So there's the answer to that. Unless they dyed both. It is.
Oh, right.
Show, though.
Oh, that's dangerous, isn't it?
I don't think anybody does that.
I'm sure somebody tried. I mean,
well, yeah, we're probably. There's probably somebody on the earth that has rainbow colored pubes. I wouldn't doubt it.
that's a deal breaker. That's
right. What the?
Some other people were questioning what else is down there as far as Maryland goes. Because
I mean that could have been a question too.
You've seen some photos of her hairy arms that, I mean, I'm like, what?
Yeah. Maybe it was more Norman Jean and not Norma Jean.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it possibly could have been like she was passed around from foster families. And that's how I think a lot of these people operate, the ones that, and the butterfly programming, monarch programming, the MK Ultra.
You know, here's my latest refutation for when they say that they couldn't hide it. They hid FDR's disability from that he was in a wheelchair.
Yeah, that's true.
From the American public for 20 years.
Yeah,
and everybody knew about it. Everybody that saw him in person, they knew about it. But anybody else did not know about it. They hid that completely from the American public. Also, FDR's mother used to dress him as a girl.
What?
Yeah, you never heard that? Yeah.
No.
We need to get a list of these things. Like, okay, so what they lied about. So the Gulf of Tonkin, the FDR thing you just said. Just start making a list. We ought to get a compendium of all of those things that they did lie about. So when they ask why
they hid that for decades, though.
Yeah.
And if the press, if someone in the press, all the press were in on it, the Secret Service would intimidate the press to not publish anything about it. It's so it's like an open. It was a secret. How do you keep a secret that big? But this is a secret that's out in the open. All you have to do if you want to know about it is just go see him in public, right? But he didn't have campaigns. He stopped campaigning publicly. He would do he would do a Joe Biden type campaign. You know what I mean? He'd pop up once every 5 months or something somewhere. Yeah. So that's
Well, why would they lie? Why would they lie, or how could they hide it? That's definitely a question in my brother-in-law's brain.
Well, when you say that, it's you assume that the normal state of human beings is to tell the truth.
Right.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah. I said that
the normal state of human beings is to embellish, lie, make yourself look good. All sorts of things.
I
told him at some point last night that they take advantage of the fact that human beings by nature think that other people think like they do, like they're not going to lie.
Yeah, it's very naive.
Yeah. They take advantage that we trust what we're being told is the truth, because that's what we do when we say things, that we say the truth, not an intentional.
So what goes along with you someone thinking that is that's absolutely batshit crazy. Excuse the phrase, but because a lot of people are batshit crazy. So you thinking that people are generally going to be good, or that they're even going to, like you said, Jenny, they're going to think like you do, or have the same values or standards? No.
I think he's getting a clear picture from watching the news all the time that is not the case. I think that's why this information is coming through.
Well, here's the things that needs to be parsed out beforehand, because, we figured out during conversation pretty early on, but they don't understand the military-industrial complex either then. They have no clue as to how something works when you're in the military and you're building something. They don't understand how closely, those packages where that material came from went with the iron that came out of the ground, all the way from smelting to the finished product that went on a submarine. It was followed. It had a whole package. That package is stamped off at every freaking step of the way. Every change of hands of that material and that paperwork was stamped and verified by more than one person. So they don't have a clue what it's like.
It has more to deal with the people that are in this specific like academic fields, and they're put into like a position that they're, I guess you could say holier than thou. So they would be like a people looking in religion, like they look at a priest or a bishop or something like that of a clergyman who have to be always like doing their best to tell the truth and be honest and all that. So that's why their questions are, why would they lie? Because they look at science as something that's not having to do with feelings and only to do with like what the facts are and the truth. So that's why they raise the question like, well, I don't understand like why all these scientists would lie. Like they don't realize that the people that are colluding together they're all in bed together. They don't.
Yeah.
So to them, they're looking at the question as in like it's really truly like asking you, how do these people who only speak of truth and facts now start to lie? So they don't realize that these guys are all working together. But that's
they kind of see them actually. They're held up on a pedestal, literally, as if they were some religious icon that they're praying to. They have faith in them.
That's what it is, and it's hard to deal with it because like people have always been seeing these guys that way because they're like they've studied many years in these fields, and you're saying now that they're lying. They've been lying this whole time. Like how is it? They're not in the business of lying. They're just discovering new things.
That's what they do.
In their mind, they're trying to reconcile the fact that they've been telling us all these things about science. So what do you mean? All of science is wrong? So they start doing the all or nothing fallacy. They start creating a scenario where these guys are they would have to be lying about everything. So you can't realize the depth of the information.
Yeah, that's why they get emotionally connected to the issue in such a way where they feel like you can hear it in their voice. They feel like you've hurt their feelings because you're going against their priest. They're like, how dare you go against these holier than thou people who couldn't possibly have an agenda other than finding facts.
They're not just holier than thou. They're omniscient. They know everything at the same time.
Yeah.
So here's the funny thing about all that is that most scientists, I would say the vast majority, 99%, have never tested the figure of the earth. They've never done a goddamn thing.
They haven't.
Yeah.
So, like, no, they're not lying. They just believe something. They're telling you what they believe, and that's it. They're telling the truth about that, but they're wrong.
That goes for all the cosmologists, all the astrophysicists of every variety, all the astronomers of every variety.
Yeah.
And then the whole host of other pseudo-ologies that aren't real either, a whole bunch of them.
The astronomer is the worst one when they come in. Well, ask an astronomer about what the shape of the earth is.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could see the earth in a telescope looking at the sky. Like
how far away from Earth? How far away from Earth do we have to look to see Earth? Excuse me, ma'am. I thought
refraction. There's refraction. There's a mirage in the middle of the galaxy. Remember?
Yeah. So we have to look 100 million light years away. That's now what we've come to.
We're gonna go back in time.
Go back in time.
Yeah, craziness.
Good old Huey.
That's pretty good. I can do that shit a cappella. Wow. It's got thousands of songs packed into my brain cells. I'm like, can we take a few hundred songs out? I need some room for some other things.
Yeah, but even if they would know, if people want to know why would they lie, there's plenty of motives to lie. I mean, there's more money in infinite space than flat Earth.
When he when he asked me that question this morning, I told him, I know I raised my eyebrows. I said, I don't mind answering that question, but that's something you're going to have to answer for yourself. I mean, I'm going to send him a video and whatnot to get him started on that thought process, but, you know, you guys know how that works.
That ought to be kind of fun to watch how that progresses. So, yeah. I mean, I flat smacked my brother a few years ago here. I mean, he couldn't get away from it. Like, I had it on all the time, and I was doing like daily coming on and doing like a show, and he's there and heard all that stuff, and he just went back and did the thing that we're not supposed to do. Even after all that, I'm like, whoa.
You shitting me?
No.
Is he regretting it?
I have no idea because I haven't talked to him about it. We don't talk. Like, people in my family, my family's retarded. Like, no one knows how to talk to each other. So they go for years and years without speaking at all.
I know where you're coming from, Sonny. I'm in the same predicament. So
not happy birthday, not Merry Christmas, not Happy New Year, fucking nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
I'll send you a Christmas card.
Welcome to the club.
I don't need any more Christmas cards, thanks. I got a whole box of them. I'm gonna burn them or something. No, I'm only kidding. The ones from my mother, I'm keeping.
Yeah, welcome to the club, man.
Yeah, man, that's all right though. Yeah, I know that a lot of us, it's like that. So I think they keep us around here on the internet because I think they're wondering, what are we going to do if we got rid of all these people? They're the smartest people we have. I mean, like, they must be listening. They must know we have experts in every freaking field here. And here are these numpties coming on the.
You don't have any astronomers.
Well, just the regular status quo numpty coming on daily that literally just doesn't have any kind of logic as far as their statements or their story. There's no connection. There's no correlations. It's like they're talking out of a fairy tale book.
That's all it is.
They must hear that. I mean, there's people that are obviously monitoring us and listening. We know this. So they must hear that too. And they're going, oh my God, things are much worse than we thought. We should have gone to more extreme measures now that we know this. So who knows?
I don't know. Like, I don't think nobody's worried right now. They don't care because the toxin is very strong, and I mean the way the propaganda has been built up through the years is so easily. You can deceive somebody so easily, but to tell them the truth, it's very difficult. Nobody likes that because it reveals their ignorance. It reveals their ignorance. Nobody likes to be in a position where they feel they're ignorant about anything, especially those who have accumulated a lot of information over the years, where they have like a wealth of knowledge, but not of like the truth. Not wisdom. So like the people that like to say, "Hey, fun fact," those kind of people. Oh, they don't like to be wrong at all. So the more educated, the worse it is. You know what I mean with those guys?
Yeah. So this I ran into a lot in the military. Like, I'm a blue collar worker. I was a blue collar worker, right? So I'm an enlisted E5 second class petty officer, and these officers would come up, and I would have to tell them, "Can you back away from my machine, sir?" They don't know anything. They're good about book learning and all that. And they like mostly what they get packed in with is all the rankings and all the specifics about who does what and which flag group does this and like, what the pecking order is. And then the UCMJ, and then basically the policies, rules, regulations that occur on a single at a single duty station, like let's say on board a ship. Like, so they learn all the intricate pecking order and things like that happen on board the ship. So And they may have an expertise in manufacturing or engineering or something like that, but most of them had a lot of book learning and didn't have a lot of common sense. So we would joke about them. We're like, these people couldn't run the ship if it was up to them. We wouldn't make it. We knew this. We talked about it all the time. Same thing. So in the military, you have about 10 to 15% of the population doing 90% of the work. And that's just the way it is everywhere you go, actually.
Yeah, that's the Pareto principle.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of that work, there's 10% of those people doing 90% of that work.
Yeah, that's true.
It totally scales. If you just keep breaking it up, it just keeps like 10. And then you just have one person that's like off the hook. He's doing like the work of like 9 people. There are just people like that, man. Dudes that are just like, I don't need a life. I'll just work all the time. I want to work 150-hour work week, sleep in my car in the parking lot and come back in, rinse off in the bathroom.
Might as well just work your way into oblivion so you don't even think about that. You actually have a possibility of a life. So I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just keep working so I don't think about my own life.
They're eating bologna sandwiches for the most part of their life because they're saving everything in the bank. And then all of a sudden, when they're like 65 years old, retirement, then they start buying all the big stuff. And it's like, well, you're too old to enjoy that shit anyway. So,
those are the people that when they retire, they just like drop dead in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. After they cash in all of the retirement, they're living, the life. They're buying a big, fifth wheel. Next day, they're like, well, what happened to Bob? He's dead.
But the people that work like that, they don't do it because of money. They end up getting money because, you're going to pay somebody that does that. The people that go to work like it's OCD, like an obsessive compulsive disorder. Like if they're out of work, they don't feel right. Like people, like an orthopedic surgeon, for instance. Those dudes work so much. You have to you're always on call. You work already like 100-hour work week, 120-hour work week. You're just at the job all the time. You don't work. You don't have a life outside of that. You have to be just completely obsessive compulsive disorder. I love this. I can't stop doing it. It's not like I want to do it. It's like I can't stop. Like I'm addicted to it, like fucking crack or something. And they take of course, if I'm a corporation, I have something like that. I'll take advantage of their mental disorder, no problem. I'll freaking wring them right out. I used to work with this Mexican guy. He worked 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job.
The hell, bro?
Yo, for real.
I know. I used to work full-time at night at a hospital, and then I went to school full-time in the day. For 3 years, I did that.
But he was straight from Mexico, Apparently he was a demolition derby, car derby, whatever they call it, demolition derby driver in Mexico. And I thought he was just lying until it snowed, and I had to get a ride home with him. And there was cars off to the side of the road. People driven off the road. He's just flying up this hill like it's nothing. He's got bald ass tires. Dude, okay, maybe you were in a demolition derby. Apparently you were doing it in sand, because I don't know how you're driving like this in the snow. It was pretty amazing, actually. It was pretty bad snow where I was, because it was one of those snowstorms. It was like a snowstorm where it snows really hard, really fast. So it was 8 inches of snow in 2 hours, which is a lot of snow. Not time to plow it, not time to do anything. So we're on the highways, driving up a mountain, basically. A large hill on bald ass tires, like a freaking crazy Mexican. But I mean, when he told me, he was he grew up we're talking like, put it this way. He was poor for a Mexican person. Okay? So if you're poor in Mexico, then like, I mean, there's people in Mexico are poorer than the United States, but he was a poor person by Mexico standards. So, when he came to the United States, he was like, I'm never going back there, and like, has 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job. Jen, are you sure about that time? Are you sure it was Central? Aren't you in Arizona?
Well, no, he's not in Arizona right now. He's going to go back, but now he's. Oh,
but isn't Arizona Mountain Time?
It's an hour behind me.
Okay, so
it's 11 minutes after 11. So it's 10 minutes after, or 11 minutes after 10.
Okay. All right.
We're here.
Helio's stream is time-stamped in Central Time. What time Central Time do I need?
10:20.
10:20. All right. So I'm looking at it, but Helio has freaking 24-hour clock. I can't convert it.
So remember the other day I said there was hail? Look at there's snow. There was snow in Anaheim.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Listen to this. I'll read this. It says snow at Disneyland is rare. In 1987, the park closed for only a second time in 24 years due to snow near LA as a storm brought rain and high winds to the park because of its lower elevation, according to the report from the Southern California Public Radio. Today's Disney goers, however, are not greeted with snow or even hail, but grapple, whatever that is. Oh, you can tell hail and grapple apart because you can crush the former in your hand. It requires cold temperatures near the ground because supercooled water droplets attach themselves to snowflakes, creating icy coating. According to San Francisco Chronicle, while snow and grapple require cold temperatures near the ground, hail doesn't. Instead, hail develops when updrafts send ice pellets into cold air aloft.
We call it sleet.
So we had sleet. It says it's not bizarre for Southern California to get really cold storms like this from time to time with low snow levels. I mean, it doesn't occur every time, but it's not unheard of.
So I have a friend in Miami. It snowed twice this year there.
Yeah, I've seen pictures
in Miami, dude, which is like mind blowing.
Hey, so Jenna, your brother sent you those images of the airplane window or stock images of looking out of a plane?
Yeah, and I'm actually looking through my YouTube. I don't know. There's probably a bunch of them where there's it's an airplane flight with the camera in the cockpit, and I've seen videos like that, and there's no curve. So
how does he feel about presenting that? Does he feel like that's what his evidence standard is?
Well, according to what he believes, he sees the sagittal hump in his boat.
On his boat?
Yes.
Yes, the horizon is Earth curve, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay.
We're going to be in here tomorrow night. I don't have to work. So he wants to talk to everybody tomorrow night. I already talked to him this morning about it.
Damn it. I got to be at work. I like somebody that's a member of the family that's a member of the family.
I know. But yeah, I'm thinking around 5, 6 o'clock after he's back from work or whatever.
Okay.
It could be potentially sooner. I don't know. But I'll give you guys a heads up if it's sooner. But if nobody's on, then we can just come back in later or something. I don't know. I'll wing it.
The the program runs deep, so it just
dude. Okay.
Every individual is different, so the measure of like the conversation is gonna be kind of understood once you up and see how far. Because everybody has like their own defense mechanisms when it comes to like talking about this, so you don't know where it's gonna be where it actually pushes them to that cognitive state.
I saw it. I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw his cognitive dissonance starting to emerge. We were talking about the black swan, and at some point in the conversation, his back stiffened up, and his chin went up. His chin went up, and he said that I've seen this for 40 years throughout my life on my boat. I've seen. So I quickly figured out what was going on, and in my head, I was deer in headlights because it's my brother-in-law, right? And I'm like, oh shit. And then he starts trying to describe what he thinks is the sagittal hump of water. And I'm like, this is what we brought him in here. And Jedi was in here, and I forget who else was in here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like how you guys all know we do.
I think I heard him in here talking to them guys, and he was talking about a marina that he was image of that I seen him post up there.
Very end.
Well,
what he wants to do is go on it's not a very large body of water. I think that it would only be like 2 or 3 miles, but he still wants to do it anyway for practice. In fact, he's probably going to be buying a P900 or 1000 in the next day or two. And he says within the week he's going to be back in Arizona, and he's going to get on his boat, and he's going to find out for himself. And he'll be back in the Discord to talk to everybody about it.
Something noteworthy to be mentioned to him is that this is not also a one and done for those who really want to find out. You can do the same test on the same place over multiple times throughout the year. So,
what
you want to do? What you want to do is just have him say, "Okay, is that location that you're going to, the test that you're going to run? Make sure that you run it multiple times on different times of the year, because like with the Skunk Bay time lapse footage, we see that throughout the day. It depends on the temperature, right? It's going to change the way that you see something in the far distance. The distortion is going to increase and decrease, and it's just going to like undulate. So the undulation happens over a period of time slowly. You don't notice it like on a still image. You can't see. If you were to take a snapshot of something, you can't really see the undulation happening in real time. As in, when you start to do things like time lapse footage, you could notice how the air is distorted and it just looks wavy and kind of undulating, and then you're like, well, I wouldn't see this if I took a still, because the still is just going to give me a moment in time, whereas a time lapse footage is going to show me how everything is like moving around with the distortion. And I think that gives him a better understanding of why we can't know that the horizon is a static place that you can be measured to. But that's going to give him that information. And then the other thing that he's going to be able to look at is that something he couldn't see because of the Earth's curvature in the way will be able to be seen. So 2 things, right? And the one is that the horizon cannot be measured by way of using a measurement. So that's only optical. And then the second one is that he's going to be able to find out that the thing that the Earth curvature should be blocking his view is going to be able to be seen by line of sight. So when you start to realize that it's optical and it's not, static in there, like then you're going to realize that if it was Earth curvature in the way, then you couldn't see it. So Earth curvature is something that's obstructing the viewer from seeing something beyond it. So you couldn't see something past that. It's not like the you know, like if you have a mound of dirt and a friend walks over it, you're going to see the person over that mound of dirt, because that's curvature in the way. That's the earth in the way. So you can't see somebody like that. So in that instance, there isn't anything to rescue the idea that if a boat goes over a curvature of the earth, that they're going to see that boat later on, because that's how refraction is, terrestrial refraction. Because then, you know, it's a whole conversation about invoking the R value, which is radius, which is begging the question. So it's a little more like this thing. The reason why people are following it, because they don't understand the depth of like why people have come up with the, because it's not anymore that there's these liars. It's just more that there's these believers. That's what it is. The liars are already are the ones who started the people down this rabbit hole, right? But the believers are the ones who perpetuate it.
I did bring it up to him. I did. It's like, so everybody's not lying.
Yeah,
I just said in so many words that, like, teachers are not liars. They're unknowingly perpetuating a lie.
Exactly. It's just the way it is, man. Like, if we were to mark them as like, I mean, they technically we could say that they are saying the lie, but they're not lying themselves. They're telling a thing that they don't know is a lie, and it's not their fault. But still, the propaganda machine has already like brought them into the arena of like saying these things, and then it gets kind of mixed in with the other true things, right? So, and you know, this is what we're dealing with right now. It's kind of undoing that in this server. And whether or not somebody goes through the 5 stages of grief, which is the first one is denial, and they actually come to terms at the very end with acceptance, we don't know that. Every mind is different in how they handle truth. Some people want to hear truth. Some say they want to hear truth, but they don't really. They just want to see how far they can actually handle the information, and when they're going to call you an idiot or a retard or something. You know, they just everybody says they want truth. They don't really want. Everybody doesn't really want truth. I don't think that's the case. I think they want you to present whatever you have to see if they can actually fit it in their, like, if it's something they could say is possible. But this has more to deal with like a psychological, damage that they've been, like, that's all it is, because it's a part of us, right? Like, growing up, we think that the knowledge of space and planets and just the universe and that, like, it's all a part of like our knowledge base. And when the foundation of that knowledge base gets shook, that's just to say that we don't know anything, then that makes us feel like idiots, and nobody likes to feel that way. So when you start making him feel like he's a dummy, he's gonna lash out, and it's just natural. It's supposed to happen that way. It just then also depends, what your guy's relationship is. He might be like, okay, you're saying some true things. Let me hear more. Or he might say like, no, this is getting pretty dumb. Like you're a conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat wearer. Like, no, this is nuts. I'm gonna let you have your little idea of flat Earth, and I'm gonna continue down my path of where I think I'm looking into the horizon and seeing the Sagittarius.
Yeah. He's in the investigation stage for sure.
And it's a very good place to be, because right now there's room for conversations. Once after he feels he's done what he needs to do, his mind it'll be slammed shut. The door will be closed. And then once he comes back and he's like, you know what? You guys are all freaking crazy. I've seen it. I tested it. I know now. Because he's going to do what people would normally do when they were in this position. They'll go look at anti-flat Earth videos. They'll go look at stuff that's against what we're saying to try to see if they can compare what they think alongside of what others think, and it would be a confirmation bias.
Well, he brought up... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You go on, Jenna.
He brought up he was looking at pictures from Google of the Earth, right? And I wanted to go in with CGI, but what he was doing was he was trying to figure out, well, if it's not a sphere, then what is it? And somehow his subconscious brought up some propaganda previously given to him that he probably dismissed before about the Flat Earth Society, that we're a disc floating through space. I said, no flat earther, real flat earther believes that. Nobody agrees on a map or a model because it cannot be verified. All we have are, are conceptual ideas, and that it can't be a globe, but we're telling us what they're telling us. It can't be a globe, like what they say. So he's so into this. He's into it.
These are the roadblocks, and unfortunately we have to speak about these things, and we don't want to talk about Flat Earth Society. It's just because it's a roadblock. When their mind starts going scatterbrained like everywhere, it searches out for other things, right? Like, so who are you guys? What information do I need to look up? Like, it starts going everywhere, and then you start to like, they go onto the internet and they start to see, okay, this is Flat Earth. Okay, who are they? Flat Earth Society. What do they do? Okay, I know who you guys are. And then you know what I mean? Like, this bomb was planted for this specific reason, to get people who are curious about the subject kind of dissuaded off the real path, which is where we're at. Like, it's not easy to be where you're at right now. Is not an easy journey. You have to go through that, I don't know, cog disc kind of like whammy state that he's going through right now. But if you don't capture, you're like I said before, once he reaches the point where he feels like he's done all the research, quote unquote, necessary, then he's gonna slam that door shut, and you will not get through to him anymore after that. He will make up his mind and say, nope, you guys are all freaking crazy, I'm done. Like, and then you'll lose them for, like, I think forever, because like, what they want is they want to be satisfied either knowing that they're right or they're wrong. They want to be satisfied. So the wrong part is a harder one. You know what I mean? Like, proving that they were wrong is a lot harder than proving that he's proving that he's right. So you do have to. It's really time sensitive, I would say. If you don't catch this in this window right now where he's listening, where he wants to like look into this. That window will shortly close, and then all of a sudden I turned it into a window instead of a door. But
he declared on the live stream that he is going to do an observation for himself, and he wants to come back to our Discord to report his findings. He said that very specifically.
Yeah, that's it's definitely great. It's definitely great, but I think. Like what I mentioned before about, the distortion being an issue, what he's gonna see is that if it doesn't make sense to him in the way that he can actually do something practically, then it'll give him, like I said, confirmation bias on what he thinks he knows. So, what do the most staunch Globers say in here when they look into the horizon? And we all talk about it, right? They claim refraction is the reason why you can't see something behind the curvature, and then sometimes you can't. They'll say refraction is the thing that looms up the image over the curve into your eyeballs. They'll claim that. But this is what he's going to... Okay, yeah, this is the path that he's going to take. It's going to lead him down the same road that these other Globers would be saying, because that's what they will claim. It's all over Wiki, like terrestrial refraction, 7/6R, the radius value is going to be there, like all that stuff. And then he's going to say, well, like a refraction makes us see those things over the sagittal. And so, yeah, I could see why you could see something that's behind the curvature. You know what I mean? That's why I always say that there's little tricks to what keeps people kind of hooked into the lie. And you have to be like kind of already giving him a preemptive like talk about it. You have to tell him like all these things. You are going to see things that supposedly you can't see behind the curvature, and then you're going to have to deal with that. And then he's going to come up with looking at the answer for that, and the answer for the globe side is refraction, terrestrial refraction. And,
so he said that he never gave the matter of perspective very much thought because he didn't say this, but because of his beliefs of that he's on a globe. So I don't think he's really hard-nosed that he's seeing the sagittal hump. I think he's working it out that maybe it's not what he thinks it is. I really do. Because I don't think if he thought this was bullocks, he would not be talking about it. He does not entertain foolishness. He is not that type of man.
That's great. That's great. That part's great. But these this is a very this is the I guess the stage that where we have a foothold. We have a foothold to his mind, like where we're at least being. We have the ability. Most of us in here who are able to carry themselves in a conversation have the ability to fight for his mind, because right now he's letting down his guard for the protection of the globe, and it's either you move in with the correct way to speak. Like I kind of akin it to going in there diffusing a bomb. If you don't do it right, it's gonna go off, and then you're gonna lose the person, possibly forever. Like I don't think that somebody, after they already wrote you off as crazy, that they're gonna come back and listen to you anymore. You know what I mean?
I do, but I don't think it's going to go that way in this case. I mean, I think, it's not something I approached him with. It's something he's asking about. He's asking questions. He wants to find answers. So I couldn't be more excited, that he's going to go out on a boat and he's going to zoom in on that horizon, and he's up for a big surprise.
That's great. I think it's just an opportunity. Like when you get family members in here, like if I was to have my kin in here, or you like Morvis or anybody that we know have their kin in here, like we handle that differently because it's somebody near and dear to you. Those relationships, you want them to be built on trust and truth. Yeah, and so it's especially important. Not to say that anybody else that comes in here is not, but it's just like they affect your daily life because they're around you, and so we would do.
I think the part that's interesting about this is that it's a different situation when, like, if I were to approach him on the topic versus him bringing up the topic and then continuously wanting to be in the topic. He's definitely seeking information.
Oh, you have that discernment because you know him best. So we all we can do is our best and see where that goes, But I feel like when I speak to people, I can assess their mental state from the time that we start talking. I know that if they're going to be dug in their position, or if they're willing to listen, or where they are and what to say, like the measurement of like how much to give. It's a very delicate thing, but then again, it's not at the same time. It just depends. It just depends on the person. You can hear the tone in their voice. You can hear their kind of attitude shift when it starts to shift. Right. Yeah, you know what to do. Like at that moment, you can't keep using the sledgehammer when it's time to use the soft kids glove. Not gonna work. Yeah, it's just that's pretty cool though that your family members actually listen to you, and we don't sometimes often get that chance. Most of us, like Sonny was saying, the family members of a truther are usually distant. You know what I mean? Like It's usually that way. Indio, myself, because most people, they're happy to just grow up with the standard information that everybody gets, from the mainstream. They don't want to look into anything more. They just like the standard information, go to work, come home, and their life is hunky-dory with just whatever they got. It's like these mediocre, basic people are just not people I'd like to say that are my people, you know? I don't know. Basic people don't interest me. They want to talk about normal shit. I can't get along with them. It's cause, man, like that's all their life is. It's just basic shit. Like what team is winning is like, oh, that's so damn boring, man. Like I don't want to talk about that.
The mundane. I know.
Dude, isn't that freaking insanely boring? Eyeballs out, man. Like,
drives me nuts, man.
Your normal life, man. Like let's talk about interesting things. Like like this is utterly like amazingly boring.
That's what happens. That's what happens to me when I spend time and invest my time to go get involved with people, and then I find out I spent all this time and all this energy, and these people are just mundane and they're okay with it. I'm like, exit stage left. Bye bye.
Oh shit! I'm dealing with that, man. It's like I don't want to hear about this. Like you're talking about stuff that nobody gives a two shits about. Like, you know what I mean? Like obviously people made a business of like basic people, like
talking
really like, yeah, I don't know, man. Just stupid things. I want to know how to adapt to this earth and become one with it. Like, how is that possible?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hear about what your favorite sports team is. Like that's bullshit, dude. Like that's who cares? Like, you know what I mean? What's gonna benefit humans living on this earth? Tell me about those things. That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. I've been thinking about those things for years. I mean, I thought about a long time ago when they started saying, "Oh, the ice caps are melting." I'm like, "Well, that's a great resource for fresh water. They should be up there real shortly with tankers." To give everybody on Earth as much water as they need. The problem's solved. No.
They probably got mad at you and were like, dude, were you nuts? You don't care about the ice cap?
Never happened. Yeah, never happened.
You don't care about global warming? It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude. And then you're like, okay, show me the research on global warming. Show me the research on this. And then they point to like some idiotic sources that have no real like studies and anything. It's like, this is so dumb, dude. Like, and then I think that's probably why that the relationships that we have, like in our immediate families and stuff, is because we stand out. And it's whatever. It's like whatever. Like you guys can go down the path you can, and just like, and I listen to their conversation, and so I'm like, I can't believe that humans are like so interested in this like non-interesting things. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, actually, exactly. Like things that have like zero impact on anybody's life and make no difference at all. Like it's just filler material. Like what? Like vacuous is a great word.
Gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook.
Yeah.
Like be honest, and when can you actually sit down and talk about interesting things with people about the earth? And how to become one with it, like there's people don't have those conversations. They rather talk about like money, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, talking about mentioning ridiculous things that nobody wants to talk about. Did you guys know that at McDonald's you can now buy, well, maybe it's over with now, but the Cardi B and Offset McDonald's meal.
Yeah, I've heard of that. It's on social media. They're talking about it.
It's crazy, man. What the fuck?
Now people will be talking about that for hours, believe me.
Good Lord.
They got nothing better. That's what people do that can't think for themselves. They have to fill their mind up because it's just, like I said before, vacuous. They have a vacuum there. They have to fill it up with nonsense because they don't have anything worthwhile. All they have to do is just rely on themselves for a little bit. Maybe start relying on their own senses instead of somebody else's story that they're getting from this black mirror.
They're following people who think of themselves very superficially and have God complexes, and they worship these people as idols, and they're all about like entertainment and the latest fads and stuff like that, and you're just like,
oh yeah, for sure, you hit the nail on the head. Idol worship. Idol worship.
Think about that, how shallow, like you said up here, and like think of how they act. If you go against or say something bad about one of their idols, watch how vicious they become.
Yep.
Like they literally turn into a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Like they turn into a different person. They like are possessed. So like it's like you're actually physically assaulting them when you're talking about one of these people and saying, like, if you said they're full of shit, or if you said these people are just, in the art of nonsense and lies, like, so they would get really angry at you, and that's some kind of obsession, man.
Yeah, this world, the world we live in, what we have to deal with. But I don't know. I thank God that we got people like you guys in here who every day seek passionately after the conversations for having with people to kind of get them to realize what's most important. And there should be a common understanding of how to progress forward with this like reality that we're in, and we're doing it now. So like, I mean, we got people from every country in this chat room.
Hey,
yeah, go on.
Okay, so I'm swimming in all the questions my brother-in-law Jack has asked me. And so part of when he is on his boat, he uses his GPS, which, according to his belief, his understanding, that it's from satellites. So I cannot speak on that topic. I've heard it talked about a lot, but for me to defend it, that's not something I can do. So I don't know, maybe you can school me for a few minutes or something, and maybe I could say one phrase to him to get him going in that direction or something.
Sure. The majority of communications have been happening with a ground-based triangulation, with the idea that that's happening with satellites. The majority. And there is, however, very few satellites that are in this technology that's in the sky at high altitudes on balloons. And balloon technology has been used for many, 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 many years. And so keep this in mind. Don't forget this, Jenna. You can point to the China satellite that just got shot down recently. And it wasn't just a weather balloon. It was an actual, what they would call a spy satellite, a Chinese spy satellite, no less. But you have to let him know, because people would often in the globe Earth circle say that, oh, we don't use balloon satellites. That's just old technology that they probably did a long time ago. The majority of the balloon stuff is weather balloons. And no. What they don't understand is that this is still in circulation today. They use balloon satellite technology. Therefore, if something is above our heads causing these communications to happen, then it can be said that not only ground-based, but also high-altitude technology can float above our heads. But that doesn't result in the information leading to something in the vacuum of space or low Earth orbit.
Right, that's what I was thinking as you're talking. They're only in very low Earth orbit.
Yeah, so
orbit, quote unquote orbit.
It doesn't really like change the fact that they're in the vacuum of space. You know what I mean?
Right. Because Mickey. Okay, so he slightly indicated that he should be 3-pointed, right? And I thought about you. So I wish you could be in here tomorrow night, but there's many conversations to be had. I'll have to set up a time with you and you can go over it with them. Because I mentioned scientism He believes in scientism. He doesn't know it, but he does. So you are like the best person to talk to him. That he holds a religion, right? So yeah. So when's your next day off? Well, he's going back to Arizona soon, but he's gonna have his own account.
When does he have any time during the day to be off? Because I'm off every day. Every day
he's like semi-retired, and so he's just here temporarily to take care of a few things at the company, and then he's going back to Arizona. But he's going to have his own Discord account, hopefully, I would imagine, because he wants to report back to everybody, because he's got a sense that we're not fools on YouTube, right? So I'm thinking, I'll mention to him that, you'd be interested in talking to him, and I'll let him know that this isn't just somebody, I sort of know you, right? So
yeah, well, we've known each other for years already, so
exactly. I told him, I said, our group has been together like 6-7 years. I know for sure 6.
Yeah, for sure.
I told him, I said, there's all kinds of geeks floating around in our Discord. I said, you'll have plenty of people to talk to.
You could call us geeks, because I feel like over the
geeks
years,
are hot, okay.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, sitting down and talking to somebody about like these things, like it's so fascinating to me. Like for me anyway, I take a look at the human psychology part of it. Like that is what's interesting to me. Like it's just like, wow, why do you like to believe this? Like what is your fascination with the whole heliocentric, and I start getting into that. Most of the time it's revealed to me that they like the.
I love talking with my brother-in-law because he does believe in a creator.
Oh, that's great. That's even better.
I know. I don't know if he enjoys reading or not, but I almost feel like he should read King's Dethroned.
That's interesting. Yeah, we might get something from there. For me, I think a live conversation to him it might be more fruitful. I don't know if it will be, but I think it will. My perspective coming from like listening to kind of how he was talking the other day, because I popped in my lunch break and I was listening. Who was it? Sheepdog Legend was in here talking to him, and I was talking about his boat, and like he gave a picture of like a place where he has his boat and stuff. But just hearing him, I'm like, I think he would benefit more from a live conversation versus like maybe watching a video, because he could ask questions. He could be like, I could hear his mind reeling through the information live.
Yeah. I've seen you do that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I think I get more out of that than it just like maybe see. I mean, I'm not saying that the video's not beneficial. I'm just saying you could have him say like, "Whoa, I saw something in the video that I think didn't make any sense to me," and then we could just or just have the conversation about why he thinks the way he does. But people that believe in God more specifically are the ones who hold a stronger belief.
Because he knows that there's tons of really flat places all over the earth. He does know that. He knows it.
Yeah, but okay, so like I don't know what congregation he subscribes to or what religion it is or denomination.
He doesn't really talk religion with me.
Oh,
so okay. I think he kind of just is not really into religion. It's not something the man loves to talk. He will talk like freaking, I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of his name right now, but anyway, he likes to have intellectual conversation. It's always really awesome to talk to my brother-in-law.
Awesome. Sounds like great. Yeah.
I mean, he likes to ask questions. And, he also, like everybody else, likes to go off what they think they know. So, I think he's at the challenging point where he wants to challenge what he thinks he knows. That's my impression.
He better buckle up.
Yeah?
Kansas is going bye-bye.
Yeah! I'm going to tell him you said that!
Yeah.
Kansas is going bye-bye.
I'm telling you, the guys that I was speaking to with the 3 points before, and you guys hear people's minds live when after I talk to them about it, they're like, and I'm like, you see, you don't have an answer for these questions, do you? When you realize that you don't, the thing that you think you know right now, and that you come into this, and I'm like, go ahead and tell me from the place where you're going to give me a citation, you're going to tell me the primary source, you're going to give me a demonstration of this, and then after that, you can satisfy the question that I'm asking you. But if you can't do that, then you really don't know. You just believe all this information. And so,
and I think my brother-in-law is really willing. I've heard him say that I don't know. I cannot argue that because I don't know. He said it 2 times last night.
Well, that's
so he is music to everybody's ears in here.
Indeed.
So he'll have to be in Arizona, and I'll be here. So what does your next Monday look like, Miggy?
Probably, I would say 10:30, 11-ish in the morning, Central Time.
Okay, so that would be like 9:30 for him. And that could happen. I'll have to mention it to him.
Yeah, just tell him I'm good for that time.
Well, he does his own thing and pretty much trying to retire, so his schedule is malleable.
No, I'm saying it would be a great conversation. Definitely.
Either that or it could happen on the weekend in the evening, like after 10, because I want to be there and listen live.
Oh, you're working too, huh? You work
Well, I work 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., unfortunately.
Okay, 2.
And I have off Wednesday and Mondays. Monday and Wednesday I have off.
Okay, so could you be there in the daytime, like in the morning time? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's. I guess we can pencil in that time if it's possible. That way you can just mention it to him and be like, well, if you want to be around and around this time.
Yeah, I will keep you posted.
That'd be great.
Ooh, So you said 10:30. What time zone?
Central.
Okay, same as me. I forgot you're same as me.
Yeah.
I love hearing you talk about identifying scientism. It is the ever. So, yeah, if he wants to talk, depending on how I'll gauge, what about weekends, like late evening? Are you around?
I mostly work evenings, so my shift starts at like 3 o'clock and at PM, and it ends at like 2 a.m. So
got it. Oh, that shoots that out altogether. Okay.
Yeah, mostly every day.
So yeah, Monday at 10:30. 9:30 his time. I don't know. I don't think he'll be here on Monday. I think he'll be back in Arizona. So, yeah, he wants to do his first practice observation. You joined the conversation at the last bit of it. I think the observation would be just under 3 miles, so it's not like that significant, but it just gives him an idea of perspective, and get the ball rolling in his head. And then I would imagine he's already indicated to me that he wants to go elsewhere to do an observation, including a lighthouse, because he has a boat.
Okay.
So and yeah, he wants me to go. So
yeah, you got to set up the known values. So let's say if you
he wants to do the math. He wants to do the math. So I think that's why he's willing or wanting to do the small observation. So yeah, I'm gonna. Oh shoot! I forgot. I gotta be sure to. I sent him a whole bunch of links already, but for him to do the Earth curve calculator, and
yeah, I mean, it's a part of like what he should be able to see according to like the globe values, because
right.
So yeah, that'd be great for him to get all those resources, like the Earth curve calculator, the values of like how big the Earth is? Because does he know all that stuff already, or like you have to show him? Like
no, I think he would have to. You know, he was wanting to do a diagram last night. I posted a picture. If you look my name up and images I posted after 10:20. So yeah, he is really wanting to work this out in his brain. So I would imagine, you know, he's going to be looking at the numbers. I don't know. I mean, is it difficult to do the Earth curve calculator like by hand, not using on a website?
He can do it. It's possible. Just it's really the values. The program was written by I think Mick West.
So yeah, I use the one that Indio always puts out, and the title of it is Flat Earth Insanity. I think
it all equates to the same thing, but whatever you feel comfortable with, or he does it anyway. I should say he's doing it, but you're still going to get the same kind of hidden values, like for the Earth's curvature, like how much you should see, what's not able to be seen, and all that kind of good stuff.
Right. Yeah, we touched on that for a moment, but yeah, I think it's kind of like one of those things he's going to have to, you know, I think he's going to be doing it for himself. He doesn't need me to hold his hand, you know what I mean?
Well, rubber meets the road whenever you go out on a boat, you know, because that's going out into the field should be the place where your mind meets the information head on. Like you're not talking about it no more. You're actually putting this into action. Like you're taking the information and you're going to see if what is supposed to be there is there. But like I said, there's an out to that. The out is he will be able to see it, and then the Glober response would be terrestrial refraction. Right? That the reason why that he can see it still behind the curve is because it's being loomed up over the curve. So that's another, like, you have to have a preemptive conversation about that so that you can see, like, well, okay, if that's possible, then how do they know that the thing beyond the curve is able to be measured statically if it's optically seen?
So right? You mentioned a video earlier that gives example to that.
Rob Skiba did his Chicago skyline. Remember the Rob Skiba video that he's...
Oh, yeah. I tried to look for that last night, and I couldn't find it.
Rest in peace.
I was so frazzled that we were talking about it and everything. But, yeah, that would be something that he would be willing to do. I mean, the man's got a huge trailer for his boat. He takes it wherever he wants. So he could go on Lake Michigan for sure,
and he can see that from the place where you can see the skyline, and then follow it all where it is. He'll find out himself that it's the Chicago skyline. It's not like something he's seen up over the curve, and then it's like, you know, as he draws closer, he's going over the hump of the Earth. You know, that's not.
I think he knows that he needs to have the right atmospheric conditions to have the most optimal, you know, observation.
Correct.
So I think he was saying it's going to be cool in Arizona when he gets back.
That's great. Yeah. Definitely. Well, we're excited to hear.
Me too.
Yeah, hopefully.
I'm kind of flabbergasted it happened because I did not bring it up. All he did, figuratively speaking, he peeked that door open and I just flung it open for him.
Karate kicked it open. Yeah.
Dude, yes. You may have heard me say this already once, but I truly believe that his true self was asking that question. And I don't remember he in the way that he brought it up. And it's just like, it's almost like I witnessed his time to start really knowing things. It was really kind of awesome. That's the best way I can describe it.
Everybody has that. And that's why I always say, like, when we have these conversations, it's best not to push. Like,
I was very aware of that. He was pushing me a little bit, And I didn't know how to gently nudge him back. And that's why I brought him in here, because I felt like he was going to shut me down and I had to come in here.
And what I was saying was in general. So like in general, like if you're talking to people, and they're like, no, I don't want to like talk about this right now. It's best not to like push the agenda.
Exactly.
So just let it, whenever it's gonna happen, it'll happen in its due time.
Right.
It's supposed to. And then
exactly.
When it does,
I never talk about it in front of my sister and my brother-in-law. Up until today, I would refer to my brother-in-law as a normie. I'm like, oh, my normie brother-in-law is home. I gotta go, you guys. I'll talk to you later. So they don't know at what lengths I was going into this. I mean, they probably thought I was watching stupid people on YouTube and believing it.
Of course.
I would bet you any money, because he thought that we thought we were a disc flying through space.
Yeah.
Frisbee. Throwing a ball versus throwing a frisbee. That's what he gave me an example of earlier when he was here this morning. I'm like, wait a minute. I said, no real flat earther believes it's a disc flying through space. And I told him, I said, that's the Flat Earth Society. What's the technical term we call Flat Earth Society? I couldn't think of it earlier. I'm so ashamed. When I hear it, I'll know it. What do we call them?
Oh, controlled opposition?
Controlled opposition. Yes, okay. So yeah, but I did convey that without saying that term. So I told him, I said it was put out there to make it look ridiculous, and then people dismiss it and they don't look into it.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. And he was looking me straight in my eyes and totally drinking that shit in. He knows. He knows.
Sounds like he's ready. So we got Jedi in there. We've been talking with Jenna, but she's got a family member that is ripe for the conversation. So we're getting ready for that, or everybody in here should, because this is
most definitely. What was the last thing you said?
I know. I said this is a concerted effort on our part, on our server's part. We have family member of a family member coming in.
Right.
Lucky enough to Jack last night, buddy. It was a good conversation.
So yeah, I would be amazed if he. I'll say I will be utterly amazed when he goes on some sort of observation involving a lighthouse. That'll be awesome. But he might not have to go that far if he wants to go to Lake Michigan.
Excellent.
And my brother-in-law just doesn't say empty things and not do them. He's not that type of man.
He's a go-getter. That's good.
Right. So when he says something, he doesn't, take himself lightly.
Yeah, no, neither do we. So that's good.
I have plenty of individuals that are all talk and no action, and that's definitely not what's going on.
And what's up, you guys? We're in here talking with Jenna. Well, what say you, Flat Lloyd, right? We got Rion in here. Ether's in here.
QE is posting in the voice text, but not in here.
No, I think it's a great awakening story. Like you were saying, Jenny, mentioning like everybody kind of has that like moment they remember the first conversation, that you really realize flat Earth, or even began to just kind of have that moment. I don't even know what you would call it, but
an awakening.
Definitely glad to hear that it's with a family member too. Because everybody likes those success stories, and especially when they hit home, and it can be that kind of topic for sure.
Well, I learned, like everyone else, early on, when you come about this information, you're all green and you want to tell everybody, and then you mess something up and you figure out that not everybody's willing to accept information. And so you wait until someone comes to you, and that's what happened. He came to me. And I think he was saying direct things, but I don't think he really, in that moment, realized exactly the impact of what he was saying. So he was talking about, you want to talk about flat Earth, and I don't even remember exactly. Oh my God, I wish I did. But he said, in the same sentence, flat Earth and oil rigs in California. I'm like, what? And I should have had him repeat it. I just went right in. I just got my phone and started talking about the oil rigs and Black Swan as best I could.
Did you just say Black Swan without saying Black Swan?
I mean, I asked him where he thought the horizon was, and he said it was beyond the farthest oil rig. So
there you go.
But he is a question type person. Would you say so, Jedi?
What was your question, Jen? Sorry?
I said, don't you think my brother-in-law Jack is a question type person?
Yes. I think he's still got a long way to go, but he's definitely on the right path for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we got Mott that just joined our group right now. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Mott. See. All right, Mott, you're unmuted. You have the ability to speak, and you're now away.
See you later.
Bye, Mott.
We'll be here.
We ain't going nowhere. I mean, guys just come in here and leave. Just come on in here and ask your question. Don't be shy. Step right up. Don't be shy. Only a nickel here. They get all intimidated and whatnot. I'm like this generation, though, man. It's like they're just voyeurs, you know. They don't come in and be like, hey, you know, I have a question about that. Nobody's got any more gumption. Nobody wants to belly up to the bar. Nobody wants to ask anything. It's just like simply look from afar. Or they'll come in here and be like, well, I'm just in here to hear what you guys have to say. Oh, what I got to say is, Jedi, how's your day? I'm not going to talk about the shape of the earth with people that already know it. Like, why? However, it's interesting about your guys' understanding of it. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're all right, mate. I wasn't saying anything in particular.
The idea they come in here, you know, just sitting here, and then we're like, hey, by the way, welcome to the server. You know, what brought you here? Oh, I don't know. I just clicked the link. My friend gave me a link. Okay. Well, why were you curious to come in here? I don't know. I'm just here to hear what you guys have to say. I'm like, oh my God, bro. Seriously, just like, all you got to do is freaking hell, man. Just say it. Like, spit it out. I'm here because I'm curious about the shape of the earth. Like, you guys are talking about it being flat, and like, why can't I never hear people usually saying that? They're always layers of like trying to figure out why they're here, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I think they're trying to break it down for themselves. Like, why am I here? You know, they can't maybe ask that question to themselves yet.
It's just, well, the reason, you know, like being curious and asking questions, you have to actually coax it out of somebody, you know? It doesn't, I'm thinking in today's modern age, like that's what has to happen. It's like, okay, but they're very sensitive, so be aware. Like, you have to, you know, pussyfoot around and just kind of like make sure that you're not saying anything offensive. Make sure that everything's good. And once everybody's comfortable, when you're in a circle, then you can pass the feather and say, okay, it's your turn to speak. You know, it's like, this is bullshit, man. Like, come on here and say what's up. You know, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? You're like, come on, guys. Like, God. What happened to society that we can't even have like just like, hey, how you doing? I'm doing fine. How you doing? You know, like it's not. You can't even do that anymore. It's always like, is the person really comfortable enough to say that they're okay and talking? Like, oh my God, bro. That's what the society has turned into, man. It's all topsy turvy. Time before, it didn't used to be that way, right? Confidence was a great thing. It was to exude, you know? When you go into like a meeting with somebody, shake their hand, say, how you doing? My name is such and such, like there's nothing like that today. And that is strange, I think. That we're not teaching society how to like have communication skills, to speak to others. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because that seems to me it's kind of like odd in a way, but it's like, why do all the nations of the world seem to react this way? Who knows? I mean, every now and again you get your person who's very brash and bold, but you don't often get that. You get the person who's in here just like, kind of barely chiming in like a little mouse. I just, want to know if you guys, what do you, is it okay to, like, oh, shoot. That's true, isn't it? Like, you don't get people that are like, hey, how's it going? Like, my name is such and such. I'm curious about the shape of the earth. What are you guys talking about? And then we'll respond in like kind, like, well, hey, welcome to the server. But we don't get that. I feel like that's probably what's lacking also is that because they've been whipped like a dog, like into submission where they're just cowering in the corners looking at their oppressor. Like, I can't even say, what if I say, and they look at me like, just speak, like you have to learn. Once you start doing that, I think that assertiveness starts to teach you that you can be somebody who has a voice, like you don't have to feel like you're cowering for every little thing, your opinions are your opinions anyway. So I feel like this what I'm saying shouldn't have to be said. It's just this day and age, man. I tell you what, it wasn't that way back in the 80s, man. I tell you that much. Confidence was something that was learned by your peers. Your parents were talking about it, like, and just how to be, Now you have to create a safe space for them to talk. It's trash, man. I swear.
Because that's like my students too. I think it might be a generational thing. I mean, they're afraid to like raise their hand. I'm like, raise your hand if you like the color blue. And everybody's like, just like, oh my gosh, guys. Like, wait until I ask you a real question. I actually brought it up to my students today about like food. How many of you guys eat bread? And they're just scared to answer that question. I'm like, oh my gosh.
If I tell him that I eat bread, will he look at me like I'm crazy? If I tell him that I eat bread, will he judge me 9 ways of Sunday? Like,
are my grades gonna get lower because I don't like bread?
What if everybody in here doesn't like bread and I'm the only one? Oh, like, you freaking overanalyzing. Swear, dude. You know what it is, though? I think it's because the social media has done that to people. We're so worried about what others think about us that if we say something wrong and not politically correct, we're going to get shot down. We're going to get put on the spot and in the hot seat. And that's what everybody's afraid of. Is like, can I say this? Like right here with these people?
Exactly.
That's what it is. Everybody's so concerned about everybody else's thoughts. They don't have thoughts of their own. Oh, what do you guys think? I'm just here to hear what you guys think.
Well,
you guys think that's okay? Okay, I agree with it. Since everybody here thinks this way, then yeah, it's safe to say I can think this too.
But I'm always trying to build their confidence anyway. Like, come on, make a stand. If you're gonna make a mistake, make a big one. Who cares? Like,
and the moment they stand up, you're like, "Oh, you're wrong. You should do that just to play around." No, I'm just kidding. You should be like, "Nah, I'm just fooling."
I try to be as honest as possible, but
it's the TikTok generation, bro. Everybody's just so concerned about like what others see them as.
Oh yeah,
it reduces.
30-second attention span is just daunting. You have to talk so fast and so lively with infection that they get inspired, and it's just like, why do I have to work this hard? Like, you guys can get inspired.
Like, you have to be very animated.
Anything,
You have to be very animated just so they can learn the lesson. It's like, and then they're interested, right? Because it's like you have to be more popular than the next guy actually doing the same thing you're doing, just so that you can grab their attention span. Because their attention spans reduced to only those who are the most charismatic, the most outspoken, and then you'll grab their attention once you're like, "Hey class, today we're gonna learn some art. Now check this out," and sing it in like a friggin' musical or something like this, just so they can be like, "Oh, teachers really got something good for us." It's like, yeah, but why do I have to do that? Art should be something you aspire to like want to know, and not for me to like make you feel inspired about it. Like, but I don't know, man. Just like in here with the conversation, it's the same. Like we have to get people kind of like in the same mind frame of like, okay, we're not gonna kill you once you come in here, but at the same time, you have to stand up for what you say. So it's not none of this. Well, this is what the Earth is, and Earth is a globe, and such. And they're like, well, how do you know that? Well, I don't know. The scientist knows. Like, oh, shoot.
Well, then, even when you get them to admit, well, that's what I was told. I go, right, that's what I was told too. But does that make it true? And they're like, they just air 404,
Yeah.
Especially a professor asking you this, like, well, have you ever done some critical thinking? They're just crickets. But what's really great is when you actually have these light bulb moments with your students or anybody that you're talking to, that they're like, wow, that I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together. Whether it's I'm teaching architecture, society, whatever. And, it's always kind of great to, throw some of these things in, because I've been recently sort of doing the 99% reality test with everybody, and it's incredible the results I get, But what's great is there's always one at least that's 100% sure that he's in the classroom talking to me right now.
But the majority isn't, right?
No, it's not, and they realize it too. And I go, why is that? And I go, this is the difference between objective and subjective reality. Trust me, you're in here, right?
Yeah, you're here right now.
We can all pinch each other right now. Let's do it. Like,
it's gonna hurt, but I'm just telling you, you're here. Because I think modern philosophy is teaching people to think that they can't ever understand their reality in the fullest sense, that it is reality. They're taught to believe that there could be something else happening that they're not aware of. And because of that, gives them the unassurance of saying that they know their own reality. That's the psychological part about it all. That's the how you defeat the sense of knowing is by saying that you put them in a state of not knowing, and then supply them with information from these quote unquote experts who give them a paradigm that they can't refute because there's no way to disprove a negative. So if you can't disprove a negative, then then Narnia exists, doesn't it? Because you can't provide evidence of the case that it doesn't exist. Then I can say whatever I want.
Right.
So that's where the globe lives, in that state. You can't get on a rocket, so tough luck. Now you're just gonna have to accept the religion of the globe.
Right. Which makes me think that's why they're taking this route, like with Dude Perfect and Jeff Bezos guy and Virgin Galactic or whatever that's called. They're trying to make it seem like the common man can go to space too. If you're just popular enough, you can go.
You can be somebody who's selected, Richard Branson. But all of it.
That's who it is. Yeah.
And these guys have made the idea that space is no longer a place for just people who have to be conditioned to go there. It's just like any Tom, Dick, and Harry can take a ride to go into the vacuum of space, and then come back with a story. Right? What was the story? Is the Earth flat? No, it's not flat. We can confirm it's round.
Definitely not flat.
Freaking stupid guy. Why was that even a thing, man? Like, why was that even talked about? Like,
right.
Is the Earth flat?
Thing
oh, no, it's not flat.
An
round.
Anti-flat Earth piece.
That's the thing, though. When he said those words, when he was asked the question, "Is the Earth flat?" No, it's not flat. We can confirm it's round. So he's basically given his, words salad, saying that he can confirm it's round. So what does that do? We're putting our trust in Dude Perfect, Cody, right? Cody was the guy behind the channel. And so we can put our trust into Cody because he's given us this like confirmation to say that he's seen it. He can confirm it's round. Okay, that's good enough for me. Cody confirmed it's round, y'all. That's it. Based upon Cody, because he was a regular guy doing trick shots. This isn't NASA. He's not affiliated. Don't worry.
Right.
You know?
He's not a Mason.
He's not a Mason. You guys talk about Masons, Illuminatis, and this guy ain't none of that. So now what, guys? What are your conspiracy theorists got up your sleeve this time? This is a regular dude going to space. And that's how that's why this whole thing is playing out the way it is. It's damage control. It's getting people to realize, like, hey, you know what? We were sending astronauts, but that's not good enough. Let's send some regular people up there. Now, the regular people, you can't mark them as like these Masons, these Illuminatis, or whatever. And that's all it is. That's it. It's regular people. Now your common Joe is even more convinced than ever before. So now he's armed with like, okay, on top of other space agencies and in multiple companies who have no connections to these space agencies, there's regular private companies want to go to space. And now you have regular people going to space. So now you're telling me space is fake? Come on. How is that possible? We got just everyone's going there. You guys will see.
Right.
I was looking at last night. There's an app on my phone that gives you the location of like where people are in your, like, you want to find like your family or whatever, like where they are. And there's like these high aerial photographs of like where you live. And I was like wondering, where does Google get their images from? And there's this thing called GeoEye and Digital Earth or something. There's two photo like base that they're getting there. Google updates their images every 4 to like 10 months. In between 4 to 10 months. But they're not, Google itself doesn't have any satellites. They're getting their images from these other satellites that are always taking pictures every 7 to 9 hours. Did you guys know that? But they're not putting them, like Google doesn't request, they only pay for certain images that they need. Like they'll only, you know what I mean? Like they're not doing the updates like the way those satellites are.
I didn't realize it was that frequent.
Yeah, every 7 to 9 hours. There's an updated photo of like where you live. But they're not published, in a place where you'd have to purchase them. Or be a certain government agency. That's
right.
So they have information of your location at all times, every time, no matter what. There isn't any place in that country, in the world, you can go where there isn't an eye watching you from above. No place. So there you have it, my friends. Where are you going to escape this reality in which they can't see you? No place. Not a single one. They know every single place. They have all the information they can. So, but on top of that, they have images like every 7 to 9 hours of like every place in the world. Ta-da! High aerial photographs. How you like that? Pretty cool, huh? I was looking at my the Google. Oh, it was a Google image, but the app actually shows you from like a street view, and I could see my house and some of the stuff that I had around it. And I was looking at, because I had a vehicle not too long ago, but it was months ago. And it was indeed about 4 to 10 months where I had that car. And it was parked in my driveway, and I was looking at my yard and stuff, and it was like, yeah, definitely the image was about 4 to 10 months. So the Google Earth images are coming straight from these aerial satellites.
Oh, definitely.
But I didn't know that this is how how it was being done.
Well, my thoughts too were it's really on high density areas as well. Like they're not taking the pictures so frequently, I think, in the middle of kind of nowhere, Texas. But and the reason I think that is because, like, in the Google Earth Pro, at least, however, there could be more, right? They're just not buying those because they're out in the middle of nowhere. It's not as updated, right? So
yeah, you can tell because as you go from one place to the other, the light changes, the land changes. It's not like a big change.
Oh yeah,
in the photography, in the photo,
you can even like see the squares. Honestly, most of the time. Like
yeah. So you know that they don't need the information. It's not like as needed. Like, why would you need something out in the middle of in the boonies somewhere? You know, like, you wouldn't need to know that information. Like, it doesn't need to be as updated as somewhere it's densely populated, where we'd know where people want to know information about.
But they definitely have the technology because, you know, when I was taking road trips and whatnot, kind of just in the middle of West Texas, you know, going towards, I think, New Mexico, and then I experienced it in Arizona, where there was a little sign saying you're being patrolled, you're being speed patrolled by a drone, right? That you could basically get pulled over or get a ticket because there's actually drones watching this highway. And after further looking into it, like, yeah, it was a system of this thing just stayed on this road for months, just tracking cars, you know.
Yep. There's always eyes in the sky that people don't realize. There's eyes in the skies, my friends.
I've got some imagery for you, Mayhem.
Oh, cool.
Send over what I got so far. It's just kind of rough sketches, but definitely something we can maybe meet and talk about after sort of kind of reviewing it.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to. And I was looking at starting a store, and it's really easy to start one up.
Oh yeah, you can even
along
get,
with
like, all the images sort of produced and not make a single thing until somebody orders it.
Until somebody
it's just like, you know, say prints on a shirt at Redbubble, and they'll actually send it. You know, you effectively don't even have to do anything, you know.
And I was looking for some really good names in drop shipping and some worldwide shipping companies.
Oh, no.
And then there was two companies that came to mind with like the investigation into it, like, and so their delivery service was something in the range of like 6 to like 15 days, which is really good worldwide. I mean,
oh yeah, it's fantastic.
And making an Etsy online, you know, kind of like the whole store of like what we're going to be looking into is like for specific clothing, you know, they have drop shipping available, and so we don't even have to handle product, not like all of it's handled in the back end. So
right,
it just has to be something people want to purchase. So we have to make it, you know, the style and stuff. But what we're doing, I think, is a little bit different because it's more of a unique. It's not as like, you know what I mean? Like, so. Yeah, just shoot it to my DMs, Chris.
Just drag and drop. All right. Oh, I didn't get
What's up, Timbo? I gotta start doing some stuff around the house. Procrastinating. I always do in the mornings.
Same.
Yeah, I just like coming on here. It's very interesting. Having conversations with people. If you guys are listening on YouTube right now and you want to have a conversation with us in here, just click the link in the description. It'll give you the Discord link. You can come in here. Or if you want to come in here and say, well, I just want to hear what you guys have to say, then you can come in here too. It's okay. Timbo will create a safe space for you here. The muscular kangaroo. The freaking Timbo and his muscular kangaroo avatar. Pretty jacked. I might be back later, guys. But yeah, just send me those things if you whenever you get a chance, Chris.
Yeah, I went ahead and just sent them. They might be still sending. But yeah, I'll probably fade to the background and wait for some globies.
I'm loving it, man.
Nice. Yeah, it's just kind of like spitballing ideas kind of thing. Like, see what sticks, see what kind of direction, then really start talking logistics. I like to dream first, then hit them with the pragmatics.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I am.
Makes good architecture that way too.
Yeah,
good products. People love them. That's in the McDonald's commercial. Actually, this has been in part brought to you by Spacies. Great food in space.
They haven't seen much of CB lately.
Yeah, miss that guy. I see him a little bit in the nighttime though. Him and India were actually speaking, I think, yesterday. Just kind of like a nice, deep conversation. It was good. But yeah, I miss the classy class clown CB. Especially when there's a staunch Globy in here. He's just on point timing. Everything is just.
Indeed. Anyways, I gotta do some stuff, but I'll be around.
All right.
Catch you later.
I hope whoever did say that wave mixer, the ba-da-ba-ba-ba, the cheesiest line ever. They had to have been paid well for like 7 notes. Maybe 5 notes. It's not even that many. Yeah, it's a particularly gloomy day here where I am on the flat and stationary realm. But it's a good one. Nonetheless. Couldn't sleep last night. Interesting dreams. Couldn't really say. The whole thing goes in a blink of an eye. And some people never even realize that it's flat and stationary. They don't even realize that it's horizontal. They've seen levels and they've said level, but they think a curve. This has been the Jazz Minute for Flat Earth. If I had some bongos, I would definitely play. But it's not a joke here. It really isn't. Just sort of monologuing, soliloquy, if you will. Especially if you're out there listening on the YouTube or even listening to this recording, possibly in the future. Look into it. It's all you have to do. In fact, sometimes it's easier to say, well, go ahead and try and debunk it. We'll help you with it. Everything that you can look at, everything you can demonstrate. Because you shouldn't take our word for it either. No one's word for it. You should demonstrate it for yourself. For sure. Hey, thanks, Timbo. I actually did get a new mic, so I've just been trying to lay it down low, like the great Dave Hinkle. However, I'll never be able to get it just that low. But it really is a wonderful mind shock, a wonderful destination of truth. because it does, like a tree, split into multiple facets and multiple fractals that can go on almost endlessly, just growing. Whether you're questioning your food, you're questioning the school maybe that your child goes to, or even your own life in the past, which I wouldn't recommend because there's nothing but fear in the past and anxiety in the future. Just live in the present and enjoy it. Hard to enjoy it, though, if it's been set up for you as a lie, as a stage. Stages are flat, though, so think about that. It is kind of funny, all these things that we say, oh yeah, he's on the face of the earth, or the four corners of the world. They say that even sort of in the globe paradigm, and they've never really even thought about it. I find it sometimes hilarious. But I've definitely changed my vocabulary. I say this earth. I never say planet in my classrooms. And what's funny, I've never had a student come up yet and be like, I've noticed you've never said planet. You know? But I hope that the subconscious is picking up these kinds of things. And I don't do it to, of course, be manipulative, but of course, just actually truthful, especially to my students, because it's that great responsibility. Which is why I get a little particular about Matthew. Because if there's anybody who knows that he's in these types of communities, how could they not ask him questions? Of course, that's why us educators, I would imagine, keep it pretty private. But in his case, he's kind of gotten fame, if you will, from his professorship, which is all great. You know, no judgment to that. But right you are, Timbo. Present is the only time there is, and the only time we can make a change. Yeah, I had actually a high school assembly guy who came in one time. I was in like this, this architecture program. We were learning CAD, but it was still great. He came in and he used to tell us, like, imagine a scenario where you have exactly, and I forget the number he actually said. It was like $25,560 every single day. And you got this every single day. But at the end of the day, you had to get rid of every single penny, right? And he'd ask us, okay, well, what are you going to spend it on? Right, sort of thing. And everybody was like, oh, I'd buy this. I'd buy a bunch of lottery tickets. I'd buy my friends a car every day, all this stuff. And, the moral of the story was you get this amount of seconds every single day. What are you going to spend it on, right? Is it really a waste of time if it was time well spent? And I would say no, right? Of course, everybody's been stuck in traffic at some point, and you're just like, I have so many better things to do with my time, and especially as we get older, I imagine, or at least from what I've been told, it starts to be troublesome. However, I've heard also brilliant stories, especially here, of in older men sort of realizing this fact about our Earth being flat and stationary, and of course, questioning everything else in their lives has led to this vitality in a lot of us, right? This just incredible energy and health. Even Jenny, we had just a couple hours ago, she was explaining, in the most energetic way, in the most loving Jenny way that we've come to know and love, was talking about how she had this moment with, a family member waking up to the flat earth, and it is high energy. It's controversial, of course, to what we're all brought up with too. So we're here for it all. The ins and the outs, the ups and the downs, not the inners and the outers, right? We only know so much about the inside earth, right? In fact, we can speculate on a lot of things, and we often do here, and they're not really speculation, but it's actually based on factoids, if you will. For instance, when we talk about the weather with Mimas, distant cultures with Sunny, these could literally be classrooms, where these recordings nonstop just sort of play in a digital environment so that people can actually view it later. I don't know. I'm always thinking architecture, so this is kind of one of the ideas I wanted to share and maybe a project for the future. But I would love to take the best of the best conversations, especially of this Discord. Not that I listen to any other, so it's pretty passionate to me for sure. But to create a digital space, a museum, if you will, that one day when supposedly VR is everywhere, that there's at least one flat earth place, a museum, a dedicated place where you can find all the facts and it's artistically demonstrated beautifully. In a VR world, you could actually demonstrate, I think, graphically some information that you couldn't do so easily in reality. But I don't know, that's kind of like preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. It's kind of situation. Like, how can I combat it before it even happens? Would you even want to? But I don't know. This chat GBT stuff lately, it's been kind of crazy, especially among my students trying to use it. It really has become a quote unquote thing. Interesting times. Just how willingly I think sometimes the public is to technology, right? It's one of the first things they saw as a little kid. Some of these generations, they had an iPad. They came out with one of the womb. Their parents were just kind of, here's the iPad, you know what to do. Right? Unfortunately, because now they're so attuned to the new and the now that they don't even appreciate it. It lives for about 15 to 30 seconds in a TikTok like headspace, and they just accept the new thing, regardless of how cool or in fact useful. Because don't get me wrong, I think ChatGPT has a lot of potential for good too if used sort of in the right way. But can you imagine an entire government based on an AI system? I know, sounds really controversial, but it's already being discussed, among at least the architecture spheres, if you will, the circles, where they're talking smart cities. There's these cities completely abandoned, designed in the middle of nowhere as a prototype in the States and really across the earth. I've heard of multiple places where they're just testing cars, driverless vehicles, city systems, building systems, windows that shade themselves and know when to do so, how long they last. And it's pretty boring work, I think, if you're not an architect or designer or construction type, but it is terribly interesting in terms of technology. But is it for the best? I don't think so. Because anything that's not natural, not human, doesn't seem to be for the best. Anything that seems to be against the creator doesn't seem to be the best. And unfortunately, I think a lot of us have lived this lie for so long. And some people are, of course, still living this lie of a globe spinning in the vacuum of nowhere. That they really believe that they're nowhere. And it's sad. Because how can you make good decisions when your foundation is not even there? It's awful. I know it's awful because I lived it myself too. Wholeheartedly believing that one day I would be an astronaut. And I don't regret any of it. In fact, it was kind of all, I used to get mad about it, especially, just being juvenile. But it's like, it was all supposed to happen exactly the way it did. And it's like, so thankful that it did, right? I've met all you guys and able to even have a soliloquy like this. But But yeah, it matters. Start asking questions and realize the Earth is clearly not what you've been told. That it measures flat, it's not moving, and we're contained.
Hello. Is it nap time? I just wanted to get this gas station to get a Dr. Pepper, and this dude ahead of me bought $100 worth of little quick pick lotto tickets.
Mr. Leslie, it is of paramount importance that the occupant of cell D2 does not escape. Increase the security contingent to 3 full-time guards until further notice.
Yes, Commander. I'll see to it personally, sir.
Excellent. Carry on.
I think that the new Orion Syndicate should never become involved in armed conflicts, sir.
What if the situation is a dire emergency? Like if a group of people are in immediate danger of being taken over by the dictator?
It doesn't matter. The Syndicate has reformed their old ways and shouldn't get involved. There's no reason.
Of course there are reasons. Aside from being conquered by a dictator, there's famine or medical emergencies during wars. You have to agree that trade organizations will always need to get involved in wars to ensure freedom and combat famine and medical emergencies.
I don't agree. They never should. Never, sir.
You're wrong. How will the Syndicate deal with those situations without becoming involved with war?
I don't have to explain. I'm entitled to my opinion. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, sir.
Yes, of course. But what about...
You have your viewpoint, and I have mine.
Well, I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, you are resting on your right to an opinion instead of putting forth an argument for your contention.
But I don't have to explain my opinion.
Yes, you do, if you expect to engage in reasonable discourse about a particular controversy. I'm entitled to my opinion is a logical fallacy in which a person discredits any opposition by claiming that they are entitled to their own opinion. This logical fallacy is often presented as, let's agree to disagree. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because you have an opposing viewpoint. The I am entitled to my opinion fallacy is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as, I'm entitled to my opinion, or let's agree to disagree. It's only logical.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Chocolate Saiyan, Adam Meakin, Eli, Neil, Arwin, 10th Man, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good evening, everyone.
Yo.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good to have you. Do a quick shout out to all of you supporting my GoFundMe campaign so far. So quick shout out to James Doherty, Michael Siklovotsky, an anonymous contributor, Matt, and Rebecca Flowers for all supporting my campaign. Please support the campaign. Hopefully someone from the moderating team will stick a link to it in the Discord chat. I've just got some 10 or 15-year-old amps that have gone bang, and hopefully I'm looking to replace them with something a bit more modest, and I'd hope to get your help to do so. With that, I'm going to ask a couple of housekeeping questions, then we're going to get back into what we were covering in the pre-show, which is a chap whose link I will share once we get going. But in the meantime, is there any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No.
What about?
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Or any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Evidence of a harder inner ball.
Yeah, it started spinning backwards the other.
According to Michio Kaku, I mean, it's true because they made it up themselves.
Yeah, so when I say evidence, I mean there's a new fairy tale.
Certainly something we've covered in past shows, but other than Michio Kaku's claim that it's now solid and rotating the opposite direction, is there any evidence beyond his fantasy story? No? Okay, well, let's move on. So this is a video by, what's the guy's name? Let's just have a look. Matthew Weathers is the name of the channel. So obviously, in the spirit of YouTubing, I'm going to share his video because I would hope that should he respond to me directly, as opposed to the people he's taking clips from, he'd do the same for me and share my link and explain that, you know, when, or you should, the audience that is, explain to him when you get there. Nathan Oakley 1980 and all the panel members who responded to your video recently sent me, love your work, left you a like, all that sort of stuff. So I've shared Matthew's link in the live stream chat. So yeah, just go along, let him know that I sent you, and how lovely his work is and how wonderful it is to be there, as I'm sure he would do for me. Anyway, we're going to cover the rest of his video. So we've already covered his preamble, which is to say, up until this point, he's laid down our claims, if you will. That's flat earthers, in some instances stereotyped, some instances not. In some instances, you've got him putting words in the mouths of people who aren't saying things he's saying with his conclusions that we've ascribed to him. But we're up to the point where he's basically laid out axial rotation, black swan, and gas pressure without a container as, quote, flat earth arguments, when they're not, they're globe debunkings. Nevertheless, we're going to carry on, and you can share with me in my outrage. Anybody else got anything to add before I start?
I'll just add that this is the video that D-Rose brought up the other day. So that's why I seeked it out and found it. So that's why we're here.
Right near the horizon, especially directly over water. Remember, we're talking about very slight differences here. If light bends over a curve even just 0.01 degrees per...
If light bends over a curve, what, like, as in atmospheric sphere-shaped air refraction, where it's definitely bending at a rate of the radius? That's sort of if it's bending around a curve. Now, that's a begging the question fallacy. Yeah, your whole basis of this claim to try and refute the black swan is based on atmosphere, that's sphere-shaped air, and the light traversing that assumption of sphere-shaped air at a rate of the radius of Earth. That's what your assumptions are.
Mile, a curved surface can look perfectly flat. In the black...
So it's an excuse for how flat it's going to look. Meanwhile, you've got physical geometry that claims there should be a hill blocking these two oil rigs. It's just that simple. Hills don't physically move behind the things they block. That doesn't happen. If you're in the audience listening to this bullshitter tell you that it's making it look flat, really? So if you've got a hill between you and something that's behind it, is there ever a case that you've come out one day, looked at the hill, and looked at the thing that's formerly behind it in front of the hill? Does that ever happen to anybody ever? Because that's essentially what it's claiming. The hill that was Earth curve that should be blocking its view, based on my maths that says it's going to get in the way, is just being bent to the point where it's behind the thing that it was supposed to block. Refraction does that, does it? No, refraction doesn't do that, and 7/6 of a radius value, that's your sphere-shaped air refraction that you begged the question of, doesn't do that either.
Black swan argument.
Last time I checked, light doesn't bend. Seems a very strange claim that he's going to use his scientific knowledge, and the first thing he's claiming is that light bends. He may try and do it, as we've discussed before, with Snell's law, incidence angles, to create turns, but in all instances, the light's still travelling in a straight path. It's then subject to an angular change. What it doesn't do is travel a curve. Yet that seems to be the premise of his claim, to explain why we're seeing this ball, but it looks flat, because light now curves.
Yeah, because he begged the question of sphere-shaped air earlier on. He just said, well, light in the atmosphere. Whoa. Light in the sphere-shaped air? We don't have sphere-shaped air. It's stupid. It's an oxymoron.
The best thing for anybody that might be new or like normies listening to this is to try to understand that, like Nathan just pointed out, right? He's got claims. The globe has claims, right? He's claiming that it's curved, but listen to him tell you how it looks flat. Same thing with rotation. The globe has a claim of axial rotation, but in this video, he will tell you how that claim is not substantiated in any way because you can't see it, can't feel it, can't measure it, right? That this is what they do. They come up with excuses as to why their claims cannot be validated.
Fail.
Authors are saying that since light doesn't bend enough.
Go on.
No, I just wanted to add, it's the same thing. I mean, same thing I had Dave McKeegan on in his comment section. He basically just exposed himself. I had him at the horizon. I mean, they have claims, but then they just make excuses why you can't see the horizon specifically. So he flip-flopped from it being geometric to non-geometric. So, yeah, they expose themselves.
Exactly. And that's the trick. That's the okie doke they use. Oh, you're silly because you don't believe my claim of curve. But yeah, let me tell you all about how you can't see or measure that curve. Right? It might have worked in 2015, but it's 2023. They need to get their shit together. Sorry, go ahead.
Enough, it's impossible on a globe. But globers are saying that if light bends even just that 0.01 degree.
If we beg the question that light bends in sphere-shaped air, so he's immediately disclaimed the begging the question fallacy that globers use. So if we assume that light's bending at the rate of the radius, yeah, that's a shit sandwich of begging the question fallacies. Earth's a sphere with a radius and light bends at the rate of it? No, my friend. Sphere-shaped air. Go on.
Oh, this is going to be a feast of fallacies. Let me tell you. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
No, he just keeps saying it like it's a fact that light bends. And it's the whole premise of what's going to render his ball to look flat. This false claim that light bends.
Light doesn't bend. What's he talking about?
Don't know.
Degrees per mile, that would explain the picture. And anyway, it seems to me that flat Earth...
Why are we seeing the side of our own head again? What gives? Why are we seeing the side of our own head? The world doesn't present itself to me like this, my friend. However, what this does give you as a globe-believing muppet is the ability to ignore perspective. Because a 6-foot man and a 100-foot building remain that size at all distances. Yeah, like in your original diagram where you've got an absolutely massive building behind a 7,000-mile long distance with a 50-mile high wall of earth curve hill in the way between them in Muppet Vision. Yeah, in your maths, it would still just be a 100-foot building and it'd still just be a 6-foot man, even though you've got a 100-foot eyeball. Yeah? So the perspective's removed from Muppet Vision. That's why you keep flipping between the world view that we actually see. That doesn't include the side of my own smegging head, I'll add. And this view that you've hijacked perspective with. So what gives? Did you not notice that this isn't how we see the world while you start making your apologetics when you beg the question that there is sphere-shaped air and there is light traversing the sphere-shaped air at a rate of the radius because it's atmospheric refraction? Doesn't sound like you know what you're talking about, mate. It sounds like you've been hoodwinked like all the other Muppets we deal with on a daily basis because you're just begging the question alongside them. Yeah, you're not doing anything. Shout out to Original D-Rose. Thank you, Nathan Oakley FED, for doing this video exposing Matthew. Ain't learned a darn thing because he's had a liar. Because he's a liar. I don't know about that. I mean, I can't describe him being a liar. It's just a delusional idiot as far as I can see so far, D-Rose, but I really appreciate all the support so far. You've been very, very supportive financially. So thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate it. Okie dokie. Right, where's my button? That one.
Earthers would need light to be bending to explain sunsets over the ocean. Andrew Young at San Diego State has a page with more details, and he says if conditions...
Oh, he says in the first part of this document that there's a tangent point at G. You scroll past it real fast. But the basis of this mathematics requires that you have a tangent point geometric horizon. That's what the maths is based on. Let's see what his next shot diagram shows.
Are exactly right.
Oh, check it out. You scroll past that one pretty quick too. The next one shows that we've got two horizons. You notice how I know Andrew Thomas Young's bullshit with it just flashing by in an instant. You don't keep it on screen for very long, I see. Very interesting. This diagram, ladies and gentlemen, quite specifically shows not one, but two horizons. G, the one that was in the diagram previously, that the R value he's bending light at a rate of the radius in atmospheric refraction is based on and needs to be measured. And also H, the second horizon that we all see. The non-geometric one with a bent line to it that eradicates his geometric necessity for a tangent point. Notice how I've ripped this a new one just with it flashing by.
It's possible to see things along a curved surface up...
Is it? Along a curved surface that we're assuming? How have we proved that we've got a curved surface to begin with when Andrew Thomas Young said it's possible to see things looking flat on a curved surface? Yeah, he does tell us how flat we can see things, doesn't he? Doesn't mean that your mathematics based on sphere-shaped air and atmospheric refraction with an R in it needs to have a tangent point to get R. You dumbo. Quick shout out to Godzilla37 who says, you know you're on a spinning ball because of how flat and motionless it is. You know Santa's real because of all the presents under the tree in the morning. Right on, thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, was it chocolate? Trying to get worded?
Yeah, one of the last times I encountered this guy on 24/7, he brought up Andrew Thomas Young. And I had to ask him, did you also realize that Andrew Thomas Young said he did all his refraction calculations on a flat plane? And he didn't get that. He didn't realize that his man that he basically said, oh yeah, this guy proves that we live on a ball, said he did all his refraction calculations on a flat plane. So where did he get this flat plane from? If we live on a ball? He wasn't aware of that at the time. I don't know if he's aware of it now, but yeah, he needed to be reminded of that.
Oh, well, we're addressing him directly right now. So, Clown Show, who assumes sphere-shaped air, atmosphere, begging the question, R values to bend light at the rate of a radius value. Matthew, Weathers, we're telling you, and you have been told by Chocolate, the guy who just explained that he'd already told this to you, that you're Andrew Thomas Young begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, and geometry destroying bent tangent point, donkey dick horizon, second horizon that we don't see, has been utilising flat plane measurements for the actual refraction research he did. None of this took place on a sphere when he did the actual practical demonstrations that he claims to have done. They all took place on a flat Earth. He disclaimed that. Yeah, so where are
Can I ask you a question?
You could after I was done ranting him, but go ahead.
When was the video? When was this video? How long ago?
$1 year ago.
Yeah, he should know that by now. Continue.
Just a quick question. On the screen there, he seems to be making a claim of, there you go, a curved surface up to 750 kilometers away. Saying you can see things. I don't know if you can just read before you restart, just go back a few seconds just so I can hear that.
To explain sunsets over the ocean. Andrew Young at San Diego State has a page with more details, and he says if conditions are exactly right, it's possible to see things along a curved surface up to 750 kilometers away.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So just put that in context. That's 466 miles, which would mean if you're looking at something 466 miles away, you're dealing with 27 miles of curvature. Not feet anymore, 27 miles of drop.
If we beg the question of a sphere-shaped air and atmospheric refraction, we can see hundreds of miles away on a sphere. Sorry.
Hundreds of miles away and tens of miles down.
I see. And how much of Andrew Thomas Young's detailed papers in an orthographic representation of a world where you have the side of your own head in the mathematics that you're calculating for things that you see when you haven't got this side of your own head in view, how much of the Rayleigh criterion, angular resolution limit, diffraction, did he actually take into account, I wonder, with his geometry that he broke when he bent the tangent line? Just so you know, tangent lines in geometry don't bend. You know, you need them to be straight. And if the line to the horizon, that's your Earth curve tangent point for your maths, is bent, then you don't have any geometry anymore. So all of your claim that it's a bent line to the horizon, as per Andrew Thomas Young, means that you can no longer measure a physical geometric limitation to give you Earth curved mathematics. Where'd you get R from if you've got a bent line to the horizon? I ask you, Matthew. And I tell you, you don't. If all lines to the horizon are bent, then you've never, ever, ever got the capability or possibility of measuring the geometry of Earth with a radius of 3959. Therefore, the very means of begging the question of sphere-shaped air, which has an R in it, is no longer capable of being measured to give you 7/6R terrestrial refraction, Matthew. I mean, maybe you haven't been paying close enough attention. Shout out to Effie Patriot. He says, Flat Earth has successfully made controlled opposition out of globers. Their arguments provide great lead-ins to educate the masses. Yeah, and the amount of love I've got for changing the way this show's formatted and just dealing with the odd fundy that comes in, because they're so outraged at us pulling apart something like this, that's been, you know, well received. People are more than happy to sit and listen to us do this and pull apart their rhetoric while they're not here. And by the way, you're still welcome to step in at any moment you like, you know, with or without Fight the Flat Earth there as a babysitter. The door's always open. You know, you can come in en masse if you want to, like at the beginning of the shows, like back in the early days of Flat Earth debate when you all rolled in en masse. You can still do that if you want to. Like I say, or with Fight the Flat Earth as your babysitter.
Next, flat earthers say we don't feel rotation, and they're correct. But that's
why? Why wouldn't we feel it, Adam? Do you want to roll the maths past him? Because we would feel it if it was true.
Sorry, I just clicked just on the phone there, mate. Sorry.
The guys just said we wouldn't feel it. Yeah, there'd be a calculable force. Adam calculated it.
Oh, that, yeah. There would certainly at different latitudes, that force would also apply differently in respect to the rotating surface you're on and what latitude you're at. So it's only at the equator you would weigh less, while this force that they define happens, which would oppose their supposed gravity force. But if you come to somewhere like England, instead of being able to jump up higher, you'd be able to jump at 45 degrees higher. That would be the angle of the force applied to you. But those forces within their own Newtonian mechanics should exist if the Earth is a rotating sphere.
It seems we know your metric better than you do, Matthew.
We also have a vestibular system that allows us to feel things like that, like motion, acceleration.
Yeah, well, that's why we know it's real, because we don't feel it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have ways of detecting motion. That's your body, your inner ear is very well tuned to do that. We're not feeling it because it's not happening. You know, shouldn't you be showing us how the two reference frames and Coriolis deflection as Earth turns underneath as a second reference frame? That's the globe claim. Why are you telling us that we just wouldn't feel it when Adam's just giving you the calculations for how we'd calculate it based on your claim that it's there? So that's not correct. But the actual globe claim is a Coriolis deflection. 15 degrees an hour is the claim. Why aren't you starting with that, given that you're starting by claiming these are flat Earth proofs or something, which they're not?
And notice how he smoked it out real quick, right? He said, flat earthers claim that we won't feel the rotation, which we don't. The disclaimer right away, which we don't. Okay. So now you're going to prove how there's movement that we don't feel, and it just happens because we don't feel it. Okay. Thanks, Matthew.
Did he say that flat earthers claim we won't feel it?
He's done it the whole video.
Huh?
Every time there's a globe claim that we take apart.
Feast of fallacy, this whole video. Sorry.
Every time he
presents... claim it, though.
Time's job. Every time he presents a claim that is actually a globe claim that we've taken apart, he claims it like it's a flat earther's claim. He's like as dumb as Simon Dan. What's he going to say next? You and your reference frames are ruined.
That's because Earth is rotating so slowly.
1,000 miles an hour in velocity at the Earth's claimed to be equator. Think that's slow? You're going to give it as in revolutions per minute so that it seems slow when the rim velocity is how fast it's going. 1,000 miles an hour is not slow.
At a rate of 0.000696 RPM. Yes, that translates to more than 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
Sorry, that's faster than anybody can go in any vehicle on Earth currently. What are you talking about? Who's going 1,000 miles an hour? But you say it's slow, faster than any human's gone. What the hell is he babbling about?
That's exactly what he said. It's slow, but it's going 1,000 miles per hour. Thanks, Matthew.
Yo, dickhead! Do you think 1,000 miles an hour is slow? I'll stick you in a catapult and fire you at 1,000 miles an hour, and I'll just justify it by saying it's very slow.
Equator, but remember, we humans cannot sense speed.
Sorry, us humans can't sense speed? Are you absolutely insane? Yeah, I can detect speed. Chocolate just explained the I can't say it with a cold. Vestibular system. Yeah, we can.
We can only feel acceleration and rotation.
That's what rotation would give you.
And the other rotations around the sun and around the galactic core?
That you've assumed. Why have you demonstrated these to be true? Have you demonstrated that orbital motions assumed by Kepler are true? No, my friend. Kepler developed these orbital motions to appease the church. They're not real just because you've said them, when they were just invented by a man who was trying to appease the church in terms of when Easter came.
He's a bad man. Look at that now. I was going to let the first one, when he said he's claiming RPMs of speed to make these small numbers. His galactic center one, that's not a speed. It has no speed. It's just an angular rate, which doesn't apply to anything to give a speed because you've not got a size. So you've not got anything for it to play out in. Hence why tiny little RPM for the Earth, which translates to 1,000 miles an hour. I'd like to see if he does the conversion for his 0.0000 for his galactic center, because that's going to be one hell of a speed, isn't it? As small as the angle is.
Yeah, but also he claims that we say we'll feel no movement. All ballers, that's all they say, is that we wouldn't feel movement.
No, we don't say anything. And if somebody asked me if I was feeling anything when I was sat still, I go no. Right? But that doesn't make it a positive claim by me that we don't feel anything. I don't need to prove that, do I? Especially given that you're saying we don't feel anything as well. I mean, it's wrong. We'd be able to measure it. Part of the globe claim is how we'd measure it with two reference frames. It's called Coriolis deflection. So, no, you're just wrong, but you're an idiot because you're claiming it like we have a claim of non-motion. That's not even a positive claim. It's not even positive. He's just an idiot.
Pendulums.
Say again, Duncan?
Pendulums, Nathan. Pendulums.
What about them?
They of course measure the spin. You know, anybody can see if you hang a ball from a ceiling and you swing it around, it'll swing around forever. Everybody knows that.
That's not a pendulum. Pendulum's inherent property is that it goes back and forth. So if you're going to say pendulums, okay, what I understand a pendulum does is it swings back and forth. That's its only motion. Okay, so how does that prove Earth spinning? You explain to me.
Well, because if it moves indefinitely, that means Earth's spinning.
If it moves indefinitely.
When did pendulums move indefinitely?
What about all
Yeah,
the boxing
so because
heavyweights that
because
are all
it
at the
constantly
gym?
moves it.
Shut up.
Sorry, I was just saying because it moves constantly and never stops moving, that means Earth is spinning.
We don't
I think,
experience
right?
that.
I mean, is that how it goes? Or
No.
It's not how pendulums work, no.
oh, okay, then
The
I'm
spring
wrong.
is
I'm sorry
subject to
to interrupt.
decay. Yeah.
I think he's being facetious.
And
But the
Yeah,
beautiful part
totally.
is,
Sorry, I
wait.
missed the joke.
I've got a
Nah,
cold. I'm not on it. Sorry, dude.
I realised
Nah,
you were
I got you,
joking.
bro.
I
But
was
the
talking
best part of
first.
this, right, is that we are in complete agreement that neither of us, globe side or flat earth side, feel the movement. But one of us is going to come up with a reason as to why we don't feel that, instead of just saying, well, we don't feel it because we're not moving. Which one of us is that going to be? Oh, that's going to be Matthew. Go ahead, Matthew.
Quick shout out to Uncle Ben. Just gives me money. Thank you very much for the support, Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Really a bit more around it.
Are even less of a factor. Do you think a tiny ant standing on the hour hand of a clock would notice it moving? That hour hand is rotating at twice the rate compared to the daily rotation of the Earth.
Oh, really? You think that the outside edge of a clock goes at 2,000 miles per hour? Wow, you really are stupid. You see, when you talk about edge velocity, that's the speed that the ant would be going on the outside edge of the hand. What you've done is you've convoluted the RPM with the rim velocity. Now, the outside edge of a clock hand, just because you can describe it with a very low RPM and say it's faster than the RPM of Earth, doesn't alter the fact that on the outside edge of Earth, you'd be travelling at 1,000 miles an hour, and that is definitely not the speed that an ant would be travelling on the outside edge of a hand. You're just a con man. Like a shyster, a liar, a scumbag? No, it's a little magic trick that you've just had with your audience, because you've just told them that an ant on the outside edge of a hand is going slower than 1,000 miles an hour, and 1,000 miles an hour is actually very slow. That makes you stupid, like dumb, an idiot. No, the outside edge of a clock hand isn't going faster than 1,000 miles an hour, and definitely isn't twice the rim velocity that we don't feel.
Finally, what about air pressure? Again,
A pressure, that would be the force exerted on the walls of the container. End citation, NASA. What about the force exerted on the walls of a container?
and flat earthers are correct about pressure requiring a container, but
That's the end of the argument. We're right about it needing a container. That's the end. Bye-bye, Globe Earth. You don't have a container.
only on
No,
small
you
scales.
Oh, whoa, whoa. He said only on large scales. Sorry, what the hell are you babbling about? You think that laws of nature only apply on the large scale?
Nathan, can I just go back to the previous one? So that claim where he's tried to have the clock, the ant on the
Is
clock,
rotating at twice
on
the
the hour
rate
hand.
compared to the daily rotation of the Earth.
He's just tried to do that comparison there. So we've got the 1,000 miles at the equator that he's trying to compare it to. And he showed that the angular change is smaller for the ant. But if we were to convert those figures into miles per hour, then you've got 1,000 miles per hour, but the ant is going at 0.0004971 miles per hour. So maybe at 0.00005 miles per hour, the ant wouldn't notice it. It's exceptionally slow, isn't it? Exceptionally as a speed.
Yeah, but that's a convolution in mathematics to deceive the audience, making this guy just a fraud, a liar, a scumbag, a wanker, A guy that's more than happy to lie to his audience with maths and make the clock hands seem like they're going slower than 1,000 miles an hour because he's described that as slow. Oh, really? No, you're just a scumbag liar because that's not slower.
Yeah, that's the indictment. He's not put the speed on screen, he's put the angular change to imply that one's slower than the other. But when you do the maths, it does demonstrate his falsehood. He's trying to hoodwink you.
Yeah,
trying to make out one showing you one's slower than the other when it's the complete reverse by showing an expression as RPM to make his point. That's I would consider a straight lie.
Yeah, it's just fraud, just scummy fraud, shyster behaviour from a scammer. Just a scammer lying to his audience with numbers, trying to convince them that clock hands move slower than 1,000 miles an hour. No, just a scummy, fraudulent liar. That's what you are, Matthew. Yeah? By the way, make sure you go to Matthew's channel, like I would expect in return when he covers this video, if he covers it, or if anybody who we cover covers us in response. I'd hope that he would share my link, and with the same encouragement that I've given my audience, let Matthew know. Tell him Nathan Oakley 1980 and crew responded to your wonderful video. Yeah, the one where you're a shyster, fraudster, scammer, liar with your numbers about angular velocity versus rim velocity. I mean, that just seems like a scummy, underhanded, scammy tactic. You know, from your typical bull-believing wanker who will lie to your face. Like this man, the liar known as Matthew Weathers. That's you, my friend, you wrinkly old scumbag.
Finally, what
Just
about air
another
pressure?
old okey doke.
Say again, Chocolate.
Sorry, I was just gonna say it's just another. I hear that, and I just hear the just another old okey doke, right? Same way they do with, let's say, I don't know, Coriolis, where they convolute the non-inertial reference frame, meaning the ground, with the projectile. Well, this one, what do? They convolute the angular velocity with tangential speed. Just say, oh yeah, look, it's slower. It's literally the same thing. It's ridiculous.
With the gas pressure, Nathan, did he say it only works on, it only needs to contain them on large scales? Did I hear that correct?
Only on small scales. This is on large
small
scales. He's about to say it now.
Again, flat earthers are correct about pressure requiring container, but
there's no but. It's a law of nature. Yeah, your model violates this law of nature. So, but only on small scales. Therefore, the massive scale of Earth with the massive amount of gas and the massive amount of volume for the natural law that is entropy to take place. That's dispersion, and has been taking place up until the Kármán line, according to your own descriptions of a sphere Earth in a vacuum. They stop taking place because it's suddenly too big. You think entropy stops at a big scale, do you, clown? No, definitely not.
Is that not what refracted curvature's been using as a tongue-in-cheek response? That's a large distance problem. And is that not what he's just saying?
Yeah, the problem with this large distance, small scale, / on the large scale, it doesn't work. Really? Well, you see, the convoluted gaggle screw of bending pseudo-Riemannian force space-time to create gravity wells to contain gas pressure in non-containment requires an R value that's measured at the small scale. Yeah, I kept that little jape tool the last time John used that and then pulled it out of my ass, seemingly. I did disclaim that I had been thinking about it for a while. But yeah, you can easily overcome that by pointing out that their large scale comes from a small scale. And it needs R.
Shout out to Travis. He used to call that the great scale negator. There it is.
Well, maybe the gravity well has an R value too.
They all have an R value. It's all based on R.
small scales. On large scales, the weight of the air causes...
Sorry, gas go down, go boom, boom, weight of air. Sorry, how many gases are produced in the sky and are falling down, go boom, boom like rain? None of them. All of the gases, Matthew, are created at ground level. And you know what they do to make their way to the top of mountains? They disperse. It's called entropy. It disperses from where it's produced at ground level to high in the sky. Now, in order for that to be taking place in the first place, you absolutely, fundamentally require the antecedent consequence relationship that is gas pressure and containment. Because it's going to come from the ground and at a high velocity go up. You're saying gas has weight. That's a downward vector, my friend. Now, gas expands in all directions. How do you weigh a gas? Oh, is that one of those, oh, it's a small scale, so I'll put it in a container? But when it's at the scale of Earth and the gas isn't falling, is this a nitrogen factory or an oxygen factory? What's being produced here to have it fall down, Matthew? You think gas fall down, go boom boom, you stupid idiot? No, some crazy clown doesn't understand gas behaviour or any of the gas cycles, because none of them are coming from the sky, my friend.
This is atmospheric pressure with...
Atmo what now? Atmospheric pressure? So what, the pressure exerted on the outside edge of the sphere-shaped air? Because that's how it works at a big scale, is it? No! You see, in order for the gas to have reached the outside edge of the sphere, it had to follow entropic law and disperse upwards. It wasn't falling down to create atmosphere when you begged the question. What's that you were saying about this only works at a small scale? Oh, really? Well, atmosphere's based on a small-scale value measured at the horizon that's geometric called R. The one that you bent earlier, so you can't measure that R anymore at the small scale to give you the large scale. Yeah? That just got fucked by the cat look on your face is what you'd have if you were here too, Matthew.
No container required. You can verify this by measuring pressure gradients.
Really? Pressure being the force gas exerts on the walls of the container, and a delta of the pressure on the walls of the container in a gradiated form. Oh, really? You see, a gradient is a delta of something that you would need in the first place to achieve gas pressure, Matthew. AKA containment, like you agreed with us on? Yeah, you're going to need that first before you can achieve a delta of gas pressure. First, the gas has to press on something. Then it can form the dynamic systems that we all experience. But not if there's a sky vacuum, because the very first gas pressure would have never developed. The gas would have left the ground, expanded into the area of volume, and that's all it had ever done. It wouldn't come back down to Earth because it's put on weight, because at the large scale it eats cakes and falls down, go boom boom, from the nitrogen and oxygen factories in the sky that we don't have. Gas is expanding upwards, you utter clown. It's called dispersion. It's a law of nature, the one you conceded. You haven't demonstrated in any way this large-scale violation of natural law. You've just assumed it by the small-scale R value you use for your atmosphere. Clown.
At sea level,
Nathan.
pressure...
Yeah.
Isn't it a concession when they say it forms a gradient? Ain't they conceding to containment?
Yeah, you need containment first. If you say gas pressure gradient, then you need a container to achieve gas pressure to then have it gradiated. Without the container, to quote conspiracy cats, there is no pressure.
So you're not going to use that gradient as proof that at far end, when we look up, that it shows that it dissipates to a vacuum. That's not going to be what he was saying there. You can show it goes off to space because we've got the gradient.
Yeah, upwards. He also said, wait, gas go down, go boom boom. So what's going up? Dissipating. When it goes down, go boom boom. The guy's an idiot.
is 101,325 pascals.
That's a measure of pressure, right? You're going to need to be pressing on something. You're going to need a container for that measurement.
But if you go up just 8.5 meters, about 3 stories high, it decreases to 101,223 pascals.
Yeah, do you know why? Because there's nothing here producing any gas. It's an empty space for gas to disperse into. Whereas down here, there's all sorts of stuff creating gas, cyclically. So where do you think the higher concentration of gas is going to be? Meanwhile, if this area was the fledgling Earth in your bullshit sphere belief, then the very, very, very first gas particle that came out of the ground whoosh, would disappear into space. Because all that was around it was space. Nothing for it to bounce off of, just an empty volume for it to expand into at whatever vector it's travelling, in whatever direction, at whatever speed it's going, until it collides with something. So, based on that, you'd never achieve a measurement of gas pascals in the first place. Because no gas would ever return back down unless it collided with a container and came back down for you to measure its pressure. The differential is achieved in the cyclical nature that must be contained because you have a high concentration at ground level than you do in the sky where no gas is being made. That's also in line with entropic law. The gas that was created here has made its way up here. There's less of it because it ain't being produced there anymore.
Nathan, can I make a point?
Yeah.
Because you always say gas gets created at ground level, and in general, that is what happens, right? There's chemical interactions creating gases, evaporation, all that. But there's another factor too that, in my opinion, is much more prevalent in playing a role in the gradation within the realm, and that is the heat, right? At ground, it's more hot than way up there in the building. It doesn't really matter where you are in the world. It's always going to be a lot cooler up there than down here. And I think that's the heat that actually is contributing to heightening that pressure at the ground level so dramatically in comparison to up there. So it's not just being created, it's also being heated up right there and basically causing to be more pressure. Not just the creation of it.
That's a change in pressure of 102
Relative
pascals with
to,
no container in between.
Kinetic energy. So you're correct. Obviously, the heat will just energize more, making the molecules move faster. It's like one of the questions I asked about AI. You know, the effect. If I just quickly get it, the AI was claiming that it's gravity and factors such as temperature, pressure, and atmospheric composition, as well as the influence of solar radiation, which is what you're saying. And they are all factors that affect the pressure. But that comes with the premise that the pressure requires containment, which is what the AI wouldn't touch. But yeah, Olin.
Right, exactly. Because heat also creates gas. It does actually transform material into gases and cause plants to be able to transform the gases, etc. But it's also just acute creating pressure right there.
It's like a thermal spoon. It's stirring it, isn't it, with heat. So
okay, I'm just going to stop you guys. I appreciate you explaining this. Sorry, what's the flat Earth claim you're making in regards to this exactly?
Oh, it's nothing to do with the nature of the air.
Dielectric acceleration, Nathan.
Or do I make that claim?
The one he stated at the beginning, that gas pressure requires a container, and flat earthers were right about that.
No, that's not a claim. That's an antecedent consequent relationship. He conceded because it's not up for contention. It's not agree disagree. It's a fact. That's not a claim. What claim do we make as flat earthers in regards to? I'll just give you a hint. The claim that the sky is a vacuum. What claim do we make in regards to what the sky is?
Well, there's a containment.
I just said that's an antecedent consequent relationship. That's not up for debate. You show me an example of gas pressure not needing containment and I'll accept it and reject the natural law and make sure it's written out of history because it's not a law anymore.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. We basically claim that natural law has to be applied.
That's not something that I claim. It's a fact. Laws of nature just describe how we observe nature behaving. It's not, it applies but only on a certain scale. This clown seems to think that laws of nature apply at certain scales. No. If they didn't apply in any circumstances ever, they wouldn't be laws! You stupid idiot!
Well,
this is the frustrating thing though, isn't it?
Yeah, the ballers just don't think it's that serious, really. I mean, they'll be okay with some of them saying, oh, second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth, or their globe model, which they really mean. And they're okay with it. So they just don't have that weight on natural laws as much, I guess, as we do.
See, natural laws should be, we're having a debate on the nature of Earth, okay, and that's what we should be debating. But the place we should be able to agree and work from are things like natural laws. And I think in any other form of discussion, these sorts of people would stick with natural laws. It's only when it relates to the Earth they're happy to abandon natural laws because it destroys the model, doesn't it?
They suddenly don't apply. Suddenly the scale of Earth doesn't have the natural laws of nature that apply to everything always. As descriptions of how we observe the world, they don't apply to how we observe the world. It's not how we or Matthew observes the world, though. It's how NASA tells him they observe the world. He's not going out to the sky vacuum observing gas pressure without a containment. He's a muppet who's been told it by NASA. Based on photos from an area that can't possibly comport with the law of nature, they say they are violating. Therefore, what? The law of nature doesn't apply because of the scale? Yeah, it still very much applies. It's a law of nature, you utter idiot.
Yeah, but they say we don't know what's going on up there. If we haven't been up there, they don't know. Things could be different up there, you know?
Then it's not a law of nature.
That's a fallacy.
Yep.
Can't remember the name of it. Appeal to the future fallacy. We might find out differently. Law of nature doesn't apply. We might find out it's wrong. Show it wrong. Otherwise, shut up.
Queen. Well, the same thing happens much higher. At an altitude of 50 kilometers, the pressure is only 100 pascals.
So the force exerted on the walls of the container. Yeah, but you've also asserted that gas is being created at the sky level and falling to ground level. Go down, go boom, boom, wait. Well, that's not in line with gas behaviour. So you're still appealing to this gas pressure gradient, a delta of the antecedent requirement for gas pressure, beyond the begging the question fallacy that the law of nature doesn't apply at this scale. How did you in any way demonstrate that?
Going from there to a hard vacuum is also a change.
A hard vacuum? That's not possible. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. All of the gas would expand into the area of volume available to it. That's the law of nature. You're not violating the law just by saying it.
Sorry.
Go on.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd done it. Another unit switcheroo here. So if you look, 100 pascals, yeah, that's still 0.75 torr. It's huge, huge still compared to where he's going to take it to. 10 to the minus, is it 17 torr?
He's got 10 to the minus 11, but yeah.
So is he going to explain this now?
Wait till you hear how he concludes this. He's gonna pull I think it was like an old Sly Sparkane jump off. Watch, it's gonna be hilarious.
I'm gonna bite my hand. Right.
Just the law of nature is high pressure goes to low pressure, hot goes to cold. These are things that occur always. If you have a tire that is 1 psi higher than the surrounding air pressure, and you open the valve on the tyre, the higher pressure leaks into the surrounding pressure. That's entropy. That's dispersion. If this is a higher pressure than this, then this will disperse into it. Now that means, in very literal terms, that if the sky was a vacuum, 10 to the minus 11 pascals, then the gas we breathe at a higher pressure would disperse into the area of volume. That's gas behaviour. This doesn't in any way justify why it wouldn't do that. High pressure gas moves to low pressure. That's what it does.
In 100 pascals. So if you don't need a container between 0 and 10 meters...
Sorry, if we don't need a container between the two levels? No, we need a container full stop. This is a demonstration of the dynamic gas pressure differential, but that requires gas to have pressure for it to be in a differential. It's not that you need a container every 10 meters. Yeah? But for your light refracting through sphere-shaped air, you would need some form of change in medium every 10 meters to bend the light. But in this instance, no, you can have dispersion. Yeah? The gas at high pressure at lower down, dispersing, spreading out, into the availability of volume requires an availability of volume, a container. This doesn't eradicate that. This is a delta X argument. First, you've got to have containment to have pressure in the first place.
Why do you need one between 50 kilometers and higher?
You don't. Gas is dispersing, getting thinner. There's less and less gas because it's at its highest concentration where it's created. And when a gas molecule is created, it's going to bounce around for a certain amount of time in amongst the high amount of gas that's already there. But over time, It disperses. It's a law of nature. That's why there's gas up here. But for there to be any pressure at all whatsoever, you first need containment.
And it's really cold up there too. So
By the
whatever gas
thermosphere.
is going to end up there, it's going to be very thin compared to down here where it's much warmer.
In the thermosphere, it's colder than the thermosphere.
Yeah,
Isn't that some old and
it
busted
is
nonsense?
cold.
That,
It's less cold than what supposedly surrounds it, but it's still much colder than down here.
Not
Don't worry about that. Look at the switcheroo he's trying to put in now. He's trying to imply that these the equivalent of containment in these graduated areas, with the line of, well, if we didn't have containment between 50 and 100, then why do we need it as we reach the Kármán line? I assume is where he's going to go. The gas will still stay there. Naughty, dirty.
Isn't that an old
thinks you can
busted
stack them.
nonsense that somebody told us a while ago? Then somebody come and ask, why is there no containment between the gas pressure here and the gas pressure on top of Mount Everest or some nonsense like that?
Yeah, just a clown show argument based on a demonstration of a total lack of acumen when it comes to gas behaviour.
He thinks he can stack gases like you can
Let's just dumb it
stack
down for this
different types
idiot,
of
Arwin. So, do
different
you
types of-
believe that when you fart and it disperses throughout the area of volume amongst you and your family, that there needed to be a container between you and them for the period of time that it was around you? Do you think that needed containment for it to disperse and then
Well,
for
I
it to be
don't.
less smelly as it spread out throughout your house? No, that's just
Well, I don't
dispersion.
think so.
Shut up, Owen.
I'm sorry you're asking.
I'm telling the guy that that's dispersion. Dispersion through already existing gas pressure. And to achieve that, you need containment.
Right, I agree, but they do have a tendency, the ballers, to think of, well, as long as it's not all mixed in, they are like separated layers, and then they can think of them like they would with fluids and liquids, like a fat layer versus a water layer. They keep separate. It doesn't happen with gases, but in their mind, they can make it do that, so they can think of it as a fluid, and that's how that misassumption comes up. That layering somehow with gases separates it as a container element, which it doesn't at all.
He's already said gas has got weight. So in his mind, the stuff up here is falling down on the stuff down here. That's what he's already said. Just an idiot.
It's the same pressure differential. I like to use this analogy. How do you make grapes into grape juice? Well, you have to squeeze them. You put them into a container and squeeze. So you may think that a container is necessary for making grape juice. That's usually true, but there is another way. You could make a big pile of grapes on the ground, and as the pile grows bigger and bigger, eventually it will weigh so much that the grapes on the bottom will be squeezed, and you'll get grape juice without using a container.
And grapes are like gas. Do grapes move at high velocity in all vectors? Anyone?
No, that's what I was about to say. That's just not analogous. You are actually using the grapes to make a container. They're not bouncing off each other, the grapes, are they? You've made something solid.
The grapes are a solid.
Yeah. But the grapes are applying weight to the lower grapes. That's not what gas behavior. That's not analogous to gas behavior.
Okay. So by equivalent, do grapes go down, go boom, boom, boom in air?
Yes.
Do air molecules go down, go boom, boom in air?
No.
No. So it's yet another case of the fraud, shyster, scammer, liar, scumbag, Matthew Weathers, describing gas behaviour with grapes? Are you
Grapes
insane?
are
Do you need
bouncy
locking up in an asylum? Do you think grapes behave the same as gases? No, you're just a shyster. You're just lying to your audience. You're a scumbag. Give him 500,000 views. Give him 500,000 subscribers. This shyster scumbag liar making preferred content on the platform. This scumbag. This fraud. YouTube will promote this scum. Go on, whoever that was.
That was me. I told you he was a liar. That's why I said it on your super chat. He's a liar. Period, point blank. Not deluded. He's an intentional, habitual liar.
Yeah. We're calling you out as a fraud, a scammer, a scumbag, Matthew Weathers. And obviously, should you respond to me, I absolutely expect, like anybody else would do in the spirit of good YouTubing, that you share my show with your fans. Tell them. Go and say hi to Nathan. Subscribe today to Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. And I'm posting your link so that my friends in the chat can go and say hi to you. Let you know that we've responded to your video. You know, where you talk about how gas behaves like grapes because you're a fraud. No, my friend. They're not in the slightest bit analogous. Gas moves at high velocities. It's created at ground level and makes its way up. Your grapes don't do that. Yeah?
It's somewhat similar with atmosphere.
Really? Similar to grape behaviour? What, sphere-shaped oxymoron air already arbitrarily taking the shape of a sphere without containment is analogous to grapes? No, you're just a lying fraud scumbag. Shout out to Ills G, who says, don't forget to share the show. Indeed you do.
Now, the one underneath's better from you. Grape expectations. Don't worry, we're already crushing this video, mate.
That's a good one.
We could still squeeze a bit more out of it, so let's carry on.
The weight of the air causes...
Stop whining and get on with the video.
Yeah. Do you think that he is a liar or he's just retarded?
He's just told you that atmosphere is comparable to grapes.
Exactly.
Liar, QE. I've gone through...
You think he's a liar?
Two times where he's used inappropriate units to totally deceive. We went through it. He used revolutions per minute and compared an ant on the hour hand because it had a higher RPM rate than the Earth to claim that you're moving slower on the Earth. That's slower.
And you think that's lying?
Yes, because
well, it is.
He used RPM as his units to state it, which showed that what his claim was that you're going faster on the clock. The ant's going faster on the clock. When I then converted that to miles per hour, you've got 1,000 miles per hour for the person supposedly on the ball Earth at the equator. And this ant was supposedly going faster because it's got a higher RPM rate. Yeah, he's going at 0.00005 miles per hour. That's a straight out lie to report it with RPM and make the opposite claim.
And not stupidity.
No, it's straight lying.
It's intellectual dishonesty.
I would beg the difference.
I would call it intellectual dishonesty. But intellectual dishonesty is dishonesty.
Hence, he's not retarded because that's the empathetic.
He's not the only one that's
ad home.
Who is talking behind me?
D Rose is the one who introduced the video and suggested we cover it. He just wants to pipe up and offer his opinion. Go ahead, D Rose.
I'm sorry, QE. I'm just letting you know do retards lie? I mean, I don't think he's retarded. I think he's a liar. Retard is more.
Oh, then you don't know him.
Sympathetic. Okay,
no,
now
he's retarded.
He looks like a bobble. He looks like Mr. Rogers' bobblehead. That's all I know.
No, I don't really care what he looks like. He's retarded. Well, any moron can conflate angular velocity versus tangential speed. That doesn't make him a liar. It makes him a doofus. And when you compare grapes to Atmo or to gas behavior, is that retarded or is he a liar?
I'd call it intellectual dishonesty. It's a false comparison.
A bit of both.
I'd say it's lying because it's clearly not the same thing.
No. It's done to deceive. He's not. You've got to be pretty clever to try and deceive people. If you're just dumb, yeah, come in here and repeat stuff. That's one thing. He's using made-up analogies. He's gone and got numbers, used terms like speed, and he's done it to deceive, to misrepresent the actual truth of the facts, and he's purported them the opposite way around. That takes effort to put all of that in a way that allows you to make the opposite to what the facts show.
Well, you can still have effort and be a dumbass.
Okay, we could go around in circles all day. I say he's a liar.
Hey, and
D Rose says he's a liar. We're not in a consensus. It doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
But can we say this for a fact? He thinks his audience is retarded, because I would be insulted if I was a subscriber. I would unsubscribe for him after making that point, among many other points he tried to make.
But I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that my audience go and wish him well, give him a like, and say Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And obviously, I would hope that he returned the favour. That's why I'm putting his link in the chat now. I'm not suggesting anybody go to him and call him a retard in his channel. Don't do that. That's not nice. We can do it here with examples of retarded behaviour. That's different.
Go ahead, Ted.
I think we ought to be very grateful that he did this video.
It's grateful. Great one. Well, I've dealt with this retard personally for about 3 years. Anyone on the panel dealt with him?
I've never dealt with him,
Negative.
though.
You have every right, QE. He's a numpty diphead.
I've dealt with him.
Okay, any more? We'll carry on.
Yeah, we got a
Pressure
saying
at
in
the
Dutch.
bottom. So, a container is not the necessary antecedent for pressure. Gas
Because?
does not expand in all directions exactly equally.
Sorry, it doesn't expand in all directions equally. You said it went down. You said it had weight. You've only ascribed a downward vector to it. You've got it falling from the sky from the nitrogen and oxygen factories. But now you're saying gas doesn't disperse equally in all directions equally? Oh, really? Well, no, not if you're introducing it into an existing gas pressure. No, it's going to bounce off all the other gas that's there as it disperses in line with entropic law. But it's definitely expanding in all directions as opposed to being ascribed a downward vector. That's weight, as you did earlier. Again, I would call deception. He said weight. That's a downward vector. Now he's saying all directions. That seems very dishonest to me.
He said that no one made the claim. This is a straw man. No one made the claim that expands in all directions exactly equally. No one made that claim. It just expands in all directions.
Yeah, but he did make the claim that it went down with weight.
It can't expand equally in all directions because in one direction, down, there's this thing called the ground.
Yeah, but unlike the grapes, when it hits it, it's going to bounce off with elastic collisions and go straight back up again.
My point there being is that's what's affecting the dispersion pattern, not different gas behavior. There's the ground in the way.
There's a slight bias in the downward direction due to the weight of the air.
So gas comes out of the ground and biases downwards. Is that what you're saying? So according to all of these, they're going down, are they? All of these come out of the ground and go down with a bias down. Are you utterly insane? Yeah, literally none of them are going down. They're all coming out of the ground and going up. In fact, they can't go down. As Adam just pointed out, called it, by the way, Adam. Well done. They can't go down. How can they have a downward bias? Do they come out of the ground and then hover there for a bit because of the bias? No, they're going up. Look up at a cloud, you moron. See, that's biased downwards when the gas went up to make it. No, the gas went up. And when it got there, it started going under a phase change to turn back into water. But the gas didn't fall down or have a downward bias on its way up. It was going up. Is this going nuts?
And that's enough to create atmospheric pressure without...
Sorry, it's enough for the gas going down to create atmospheric pressure. That's the force exerted on the walls of a container. Your description of gas that's going up actually going down is just idiotic. That's not a demonstration of gas pressure not needing containment. It's just you being an idiot.
It's a container.
Is it? No, it isn't. I could just say no, because you've not provided any evidence, and the evidence you have provided is that it expands in all directions. When it's coming out of the ground, it ain't going down, biased downwards with weight. Idiot.
Furthermore, calling atmospheric pressure a violation of...
Calling Atmo what now? You beg the question of sphere-shaped Atmo, and you're telling us what it's not violating?
The second law of thermodynamics is...
Yeah, it absolutely does. Atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, is the assertion that air arbitrarily takes the shape of a sphere. The second law of thermodynamics describes how gas fills space. Dispersion. It doesn't describe how it arbitrarily takes a sphere shape. So yeah, absolutely, atmosphere oxymoron defies the second law of thermodynamics.
It's just a misunderstanding of that.
Oh, really? Like, I just explained how it wasn't a misunderstanding, and you're just going to tell us with a hand wave that we don't understand, basically. That's what this is. They don't understand. Now, I've just detailed what it is. The second law of thermodynamics would describe the dispersion of gas into volume. That's what it would describe. It doesn't describe air in a sphere because you begged the question that gas go down, go boom, boom, when it's created at ground level and goes up. That's not an explanation, dickhead.
That law. I want you to know something about the form of these arguments. You'll see that they generally...
They're not FE arguments, that they're rebuttals to your stupid sphere-tard claims?
say something like this. If the Earth really were a globe, this...
So, let me get it straight. A common form of FE arguments, if the Earth were a globe... Are you utterly retarded? If you're going to list flat Earth arguments starting with if Earth were a globe, you're demented. Like you seriously have crap for brains. No, a flat Earth argument would start by describing how we use a flat Earth. We wouldn't start a flat Earth argument by postulating it's a fucking globe. Just absolutely outrageous. Why are you detailing the start of a flat Earth argument with if Earth were a globe? That's clearly a debunking, you stupid clown.
Because he's a liar.
Yeah.
No, he's a retard. He's a retard.
No, he's a liar. A common form of flat Earth arguments. You show me any flat earther, he's gone away and he's lied. He's lied about how we present our arguments. He's a liar. He's a dumb liar. But he's a liar.
We're not going to get to the bottom of this easily. So I suggest we have a vote in the chat. If you are of the opinion that this total scumbag fraud with his misrepresentations and mathematical deception is a scumbag fraud liar, then type 1 in the chat. If, on the other hand, you just think he's completely retarded, stupid, doesn't understand a single word that's coming out of his own mouth as he deceives you with his maths, then type 2.
Nathan, if you remember, he set us up for this because he started out so good. He said we weren't like the Flat Earth Society, that we were a sincere group, or whatever his words were. To this, I think he set us up.
Oh, input 1.5, probably the most accurate answer, even though it wasn't an option.
This is what should happen, and it doesn't. So most of their evidence is negative evidence.
So negative evidence? You mean globe debunkings? You mean contradicting the positive assertion you make for a globe? Oh my God. Guy. Unreal.
Negative evidence.
Negative
so basically
evidence.
what he's saying is that our evidence is not positive.
No, it's just not
That's what he's saying.
Positive claim. It's yours. Clearly, you've not recognised where we take apart your positive claim and you've called it a negative claim. No, that's a debunking, you stupid idiot.
Yeah, 'cause if they had positivity for their claim, in other words, evidence or proof, you couldn't say that our evidence is negative evidence because what he's saying that we're saying doesn't exist is his claim.
Yeah, he's an absolute clown. He's listing flat Earth arguments and then he's starting it. If Earth were a sphere, the water... Now, this is your positive claim shit for brains. This is your claim of how Earth would be a sphere. Unless you're strawmanning us with a rebuttal we don't make. Because this is obviously addressing your positive claim. The Earth is a sphere? That's your claim? Did you not realise it was a claim you were making? Are you so retarded that you actually believe there was an automatically acceptable assumption, therefore not an assumption anymore, when you postulate your positive claim of if Earth were a sphere? That's your claim, Dumbo, not ours, you stupid idiot.
About how water should flow on the globe.
11-9 for liar to Dumbo.
Yeah, the consensus would suggest that you're just a liar. Most people view you as a liar. Let's just get that clear. Yeah. The majority of people think you're a liar, Matthew, based on what you've done here. I would agree. I just see you as a scumbag, fraud, shyster liar who's out to deceive 500,000 people with his views. That's what you're here to do, deceive. Because you're scum. And I'm not afraid to say it, based on what you've done here.
I've just one comment that I thought was the best summary of that poll. Chronicles of the Unconvinced. 1 and 2. He is lying to himself, which makes him a dumbass. I think spot on.
Yeah, Arwen had the same sentiment, I assume, when he put 1.5.
Well, he's probably lying, but he might not be consciously knowing that he is lying. He's just being fanatical. It's typical anti-flat Earth disease. right? Anti-flat earthers a lot of the time don't feel of themselves as liars. They just feel like they're doing anything they can for the mission. They don't really look at it as lying, right?
That's
so
not a
you
liar.
might have a bit of that.
That's not a liar. That's intention to deceive. So you can't be unknowingly lying. The paradox.
Yeah, it's willful deception. You've got to be consciously doing it with the intent to deceive.
Right. So that makes it kind of in between, right? It's more like a cognitive dissonance state that's causing it.
Yeah.
Making them lie, but they probably don't fully realize it. Or sometimes they might, but it's just like, it's not working. I have to push it a little further into indecency. But that's not like their default.
You
Anyway.
can't do that without being purposely intending to deceive. You can't do that maths, right? Like that without the intent to deceive.
Hey, everyone, I think I'm missing one big point here. He may not be a liar out in his own life to the people around him, but lying to us or being deceptive to us is okay in their heads because we're lower than them in their minds.
Exactly.
Because they look down on us so much and they hate us so much, but because of this intellectual high ground they like to take, they think that lying to us is okay because the world doesn't care about us. You can say anything about the flat earthers, and there's going to be no repercussions from official sources. So lying to us is okay. That's what's going on in his head.
Santa Claus syndrome. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay to mug us off because it's for our own good.
Or how day and night should work, or how clouds should work in the atmosphere.
But he's under the apprehension that all of our claims are based on how sphere-shaped air works or how water would flow on a globe. Those are our claims, are they? You stupid idiot. Yeah, you don't even know how to identify your opponent's claims.
The scientific response is generally...
Scientific response? It's like science doesn't have lips to respond. That's a reification fallacy, you dumbo. You think science has got lips to make responses to people's claims? It's a method, you idiot.
No, that's not what should happen.
Sorry, you think science is represented by your typical glober? Is that what you're postulating here? Oh, wow. Brian, again, that's the second time it's happened. You've completely called it. So his arrogance, he is under the impression that your typical globe response is that of science. The scientific response is generally no, no, no. That would not and should not happen, typical globe response. That's not what should happen. So that's scientific, is it? My God! You're stealing the valor for science for every globe-believing idiot? Oh my God, the audacity. This isn't science. This isn't a typical science response. A typical globe response to hand-wave anything we've said is typical.
You're either misunderstanding...
Yeah, that's typical. You don't understand. Yeah, that's a typical hand wave. Yeah, that's what we do get. You don't understand, because that's a wonderful rebuttal.
What we're saying, or you have the science wrong.
Right, what science would that be? Did he present any science? Was there any claims of science? Was anything establishing cause and effect reasoning through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis to form theory? Or did we have none of that? But suddenly we're talking about science. Why? Charlatan globe believing fraud. Because a claim of science that has not adhered to the scientific method is pseudoscience. So simply stealing valor from a method that doesn't have lips to offer your general Joe Blog Glober's opinion like it's science. The audacity.
Another kind of argument is to say something like all oceans are flat. Or
so all oceans being flat would be absurd given that oceans have got currents and waves and all those things. So here we go. We're going to rattle off a few straw man arguments for flat Earth. Flat Earth, flat water. Now, water at rest finds and maintains level. It's used as a tool for building. It's called a water level. So, yeah, flat water, that seems like an oversimplification of the fact that water's used as a tool to level things.
Or water always seeks its level. It turns out that both sides agree with those statements.
Well, that's the end of your argument then, isn't it? If water finds and maintains level, then it's not finding and maintaining a curve.
But mean different things by them because they have different definitions of the word flat. And
do we? Sorry, we agree with people on definitions based on the Socratic method. That is to say that we would get you to define what you think level means in this circumstance, given that it's you that's got it on screen. Yeah? Like if it's your claim for how water behaves on a globe, we'd expect you to justify that claim, as opposed to tell me that it's my flat earth obligation and duty to offer up my flat earth argument for how water behaves on a fucking sphere.
And the word level.
A sea and an ocean, right? Everywhere you go, we see and observe flat level water. If 70% of the surface of the earth is flat, it cannot be a ball, right?
Flat earthers mean the surfaces of oceans follow a perfectly straight line. That's just the common sense idea of flat and level. Globe.
So it's used as a principle for navigation when you establish horizontal for your baseline. Were you unaware when you made this video? I'm pretty sure that a year ago we were well into the celestial argument in terms of how you establish a flat baseline across the water with the horizon. That's establishing a flat earth, my friend. It's simultaneously the way all of the maps and models, including the globe, were developed by way of those elevation angle measurements being used with Polaris to give you latitude lines. So when you say globers, say, I think you're wrong in terms of your defining of these people. They're also flat earthers because the globe's a flat earth model. It utilises flat earth elevation angle measurements. Were you unaware of this, Matthew? Maybe when you respond, you'll be nice and honest with your audience in explaining to them how we get the globe model with the Haversine conversion after flat earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. You'll detail that, won't you, Matthew? You know, you'll overcome us calling you a charlatan and a fraud and a liar by explaining where your globe came from. That'll be a flat earth, my friend.
Globers say that the word flat and level technically means something more nuanced.
Oh, do they? What, when you're talking about it being curved?
Like following gravitationally equipotential lines.
Sorry, where is it defined as that? The Glober says that it's following gravitational equipotential surface curving around the Earth. So we're begging the question that Earth curves, and then we're begging the question that, quote, sea level is curving. So fuckwit, you think level means curving? No, that's a contradiction in terms. Level does not mean curving. So when you talk about something being sea level, it doesn't mean sea curve. Otherwise they'd call it sea curve. So when you fail to go through the Socratic method and you fail to actually define this with a definition on screen, claim that your average scientist, that's Glober, defines flat sea level as curved, that's an oxymoron contradiction in terms as opposed to you defining what the fucking word level means.
Which curves slightly, so a flat...
Does it? Level curves slightly? No, it doesn't. It's the antithesis of level. Go on.
This is Eli's housekeeping question. To attack that 2015 argument. He's used gravitational equipotential, but the first bit of Eli's question, when we were chewing through it, was equidistance. This is the same thing wrapped up with Einstein in gravitation as well, isn't it? But as you've pointed out, its fundamental thing is to make level curved, and to give an explanation as to why suddenly now level is curved, and the only reason is because it doesn't comport with the model again. So we've got to have an excuse as to why the word level means curved now.
Because of gravitational.
We change the definition.
It's changing the definition without citation. Because according to this, it's based on the fourth dimensional space-time bending. That's gravitational. So based on a pseudo-Riemannian geometry of a dimension that we don't experience and doesn't exist, invented by Einstein, level's curved.
When again, he started off with Globers and flat earthers agree based on the standard definition of what flat and level means. This guy's a trickster, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah, what a shyster. Used car salesman scumbag.
Ocean, or a level plane, actually curves slightly.
Plane? Curves slightly? You think a plane is curving? Shyster, scumbag, fraud, liar, deceiver. No, it doesn't. Plane does not mean curved.
Slightly with the shape of the
Earth. Only, I was going to say, the only thing, the one thing that he's forgetting is that the majority of the world don't view level as a curve. They view it as a horizontal. They don't view any curve to it whatsoever. that's completely non-intuitive.
No, it's a law of identity violation.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that if he's pumping this out to the general public, it'll only be fundies that'll join in on it, not actual real
I'm just
normal
going to do
people.
this now, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, he's saying level means curved. All right, how the fuck do you get this line in your model? This is Andrew Thomas Young's diagram. It's got a level line at the top. Yeah? The straight line tangent is also straight and level. So if you're going to assert that level means curved, how the hell do you ascribe level in your geometry? It's required. It's defined. It's there in Andrew Thomas Young diagram that you presented earlier. Here it is. Is this curving or is this a level line? So that the geometry works, because you're going to have to define the terms that are actually used in the geometry. One of them is level. But is this a curved line, you stupid shit for brains moron? Deceitful car dealer? No, my friend. To have your geometry, you must define level as level. Yeah, it's not slightly curving. Do you see a curve in this dotted line, shit for brains? No. Your geometry also requires level be level. So no. You redefining level based on gravitational, nonsense equidistance? No, that's still defiant of your geometry in the first instance because it also requires level be level. Yeah? Level suddenly doesn't curve when you apply your geometry. So no, that would also screw your geometry completely because one of the fundamental principles no longer applies to it, does it? If this line's curving. What an idiot. Way to destroy your own geometry, by the way. Suddenly planes, that's tangent planes used in globe geometry, and levels, like the one in Andrew Thomas Young's diagram here, they don't exist anymore, they're all curving! Right, you stupid clown? No, my friend, go and learn geometry! Go and learn what level means! Don't listen to the globers, in quotes, because they're as thick as you are. It's the blind leading the blind when you start telling us how planes bend. Because they're absolutely fundamental to your geometric assertion of an earth curve edge getting in the way at a geometric tangent point that you also bent, you stupid dick.
In other words, when we say flat, we don't mean that it follows a perfectly straight line.
So when you say flat, you mean the antithesis of flat. You fundamentally defy the definition of it, because in your world, your geometry, with its necessity for this to be defined as level, doesn't apply anymore. So how the hell are you going to do this geometry that Andrew Thomas Young was referencing earlier then, my friend? Because it defines the geometry with levels being level. He's not bending level, so why are you? I mean, he's bending the tangent and giving you two horizons, but he still draws in a straight line from O to G. Now, why would that be level? Surely that would be curved also. Just slightly. No, it isn't. It fundamentally defies your geometric principles. You stupid idiot.
But see, if this guy was talking at any other point, and we were talking about a bit of DIY, the term level we would have Socratic agreement on. It's only in the topic, in terms of the nature of the surface, that suddenly the word level, flat, stops actually meaning what it does, even to this guy in every other walk of life that he has. Wherever else he'd use it, it's only here, because of his model, that he has to say that level isn't flat. Yeah,
but it is model, and his geometry requires it be so. Here's it on screen. I kept it up for just this very purpose. So while he flashed past Andrew Thomas Young's diagram pretty quick, I have them every day rolling by. So I can point out when lying scumbags start telling you that this dotted line used in the geometry that he also referenced, this is actually curved. Right, mate? No, mate, that fundamentally defies your geometric principles that are being used. So definitely not.
This is where I'd probably not call him a liar. I would suggest here he's not aware of the Orwellian paradox. Probably doesn't recognise this point. He's just by Andrew Thomas Young.
Just dumb. Dumb.
Yeah,
doesn't understand that when you bend lines, you no longer have tangents, and when you decide that planes are curving, your geometry no longer applies and can't be used. You're just thick. Yeah, we deal with stupid idiots like you all the time, Matthew. People who don't understand geometric principles and tell us that planes curve, even though he's referenced them earlier from Andrew Thomas Young very quickly. They didn't stay on screen for very long, did they? Now we keep them here for a prolonged period so we can embarrass lying shits like you. And point out that when you tell us that planes bend, no they don't in your geometry, my friend. And asserting that they do to get around this tricky little problem that you've got isn't going to change a fundamental geometric principle that you've also referenced. Dumb, thick, stupid.
Don't change the screen. His refracted favourite lines here, look, is doing it all below level. You read the bottom bit, look. So stellarium shows geometric alt as coordinates with respect to the geometric horizon and apparent alt as coordinates with respect to the apparent horizon, in brackets, which is at a negative altitude in the geometric alt as system. Then it's below water level.
Yeah, his geometric horizon that requires a tangent point for it to work, not a bent line to the horizon, is below surface level. At level, you understand how he's describing it? Below surface level, not below a curve, you complete clown, Matthew. Maybe you should have read what you put up on screen from Andrew Thomas Young rather than just saying that people could go and look at him. Yeah, because you didn't, did you, Dumbo? Otherwise, you'd understand how he defined level. But you didn't, because you didn't even read the thing you put on screen, did you, Matthew?
Yeah, look, if you read it, look. So stellarium shows the geometric alt as coordinates. That's a flat plane.
What an embarrassment, Matthew. You should have read what you put up on screen, because someone like us will sit and scrutinise it. I know you thought in your edit you could scroll past it real quick. You know, that's just telling. That tells me that you haven't read it. When you roll on past it without referring to it as a really strong piece of evidence. That tells me you didn't even read it. You pathetic idiot. Now, we've read it, and we understand that level's a necessity in it. So you're a stupid idiot when you start defying it based on what science says. I mean, globers. That's retards like you, my friend. What they say. Boop.
Slightly different definition. On small scales, you don't really need to distinguish between the definitions. It only
Do we not? So people don't build buildings on small scales and use levels. Okay.
It makes a difference when you're talking about...
Oh, it doesn't make a difference. But no, buildings would fall down if they didn't level them, you stupid clown.
Large
objects. Oh, definitions change by scale now. Wow, this guy is amazing.
The guy doesn't understand the
literally what he
Socratic method.
just said.
Oh, chocolate, my bad.
Nah, that's what he said. The definite. Matter of fact, play that again. The last like 10, 15 seconds, please.
Follows a perfectly straight line. We're using a slightly different definition. On small scales, you don't really need to distinguish between the definitions. It only makes a difference when you're talking about large objects. Maybe
It only makes a difference when I beg the question of Earth. Until then, we're all in agreement. Level means level. So what about this scale? What about the scale of this diagram? It looks to me like we've pretty much got half of the scaled value for Earth in this diagram. Is that a small scale? Does level stop being level at this scale? No, definitely not. What a load of old nonsense. Again, if this dick, the one telling you, the audience, what's what, had actually read the material that he put up on screen, he'd realise what an absolute cluster screw this statement is. Oh, you're just thick, mate. And being ripped a new one by me and everyone on this panel.
maybe bigger than a couple hundred meters. So when a flat earther says, how can...
Bigger than a couple of 100 meters, what, like this? I'm going to guess that's about 10,000 miles. Bigger than a couple of 100 meters. Level, still definitely level in this geometry, you stupid idiot. The scale didn't change how level was in Andrew Thomas Young's diagram. Are you mentally retarded? Did you not read his stuff? Did it suddenly change what level meant in Andrew Thomas Young's geometry at this scale? That's a very large section of Earth. No, my friend, definitely not. You're just stupid.
Can the Earth be a globe if 70% of the Earth is water and water is flat? I would say, I agree, it can't.
Well, then why the hell are you making this video?
Using your definition of flat.
Oh, I see. Using your definition, the definition of what flat means, and Andrew Thomas Young's. Check this out. At this scale, it's still flat. You total clown.
So, based on the scales not changing what flat means, I'm going to go with flat Earth, based on what you've just said. Go on, whoever that was.
Sorry, I thought you were finished saying what you're saying. No, he's after just conceding that, for if anyone's interested, that he's okay with with your definition, my definition, his definition, Adam's definition of the word flat or any other word. He's okay. That's what he's just conceded to.
And so you have to actually defend it. Then we have to now change the definition. Or if the scale happens to change, then we have to change the definition again. Tactics.
Equivocation, basically. This word that we're using will have a new meaning now. That's what he's saying.
Did you state his pedigree information, by the way?
Did he give his pedigree information?
No. Did he or did you?
For Andrew Thomas Young. He brought it up.
No. No. His pedigree. Matthew's pedigree.
No. I haven't. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea.
He's a university mathematics professor.
Sack him. Sack him. Just sack him. If he's a professor of mathematics and he's convoluted the difference between angular velocity and rim velocity, then he's a scumbag liar. How can you possibly say he's not a liar if he's a mathematician? He knew the trick he was doing then. Scumbag. Sack him.
You can still be a mathematician and screw up angular velocity and tangential speed.
You still want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just thick when he's teaching people about maths. If that's the case, sack him, because he's too stupid to be teaching people this stuff if he doesn't realise how wrong that was, to equivocate between the velocity of your... it's not equivocation. To juxtapose the speed of an ant on the outside arm of a clock versus the rim velocity of Earth spinning is an assumption. That to me is nothing short of so idiotic. Why is he teaching anybody? If that's what you're going to defend him as, then yeah, definitely sack him immediately. He's too thick to be teaching people.
Yep.
Being a perfectly straight line. But that's not what we're saying when we
saying, where's the definition then?
Say the globe is 70% flat water. We mean flat as in flat means smoothly curving around the globe.
What means curving?
Okay. So if flat means smoothly curving around a globe, what's this line in Andrew Thomas Young's diagram? What's that? Is that a flat line?
Uh-oh.
What's that? At this scale, Andrew Thomas Young's geometry still requires flat to be flat. It's part of the geometry. Are you stupid? It seems you are. We're all of agreement that you shouldn't have a job teaching people because of how thick you are. We're going to give up on a liar and just go with stupid, sack him.
Now, you can't prove things with definitions like this one way or the other.
You don't prove things with definitions, you define things with definitions. You can prove cause and effect with science, something you don't understand, being a mathematician, but using the words of science to steal valor for globers.
But it's helpful to be clear about what definition you're using when you're using...
Why? It's helpful to be clear so that you can say it doesn't apply here. Right, that we're going to use a different definition at a different scale, even though Andrew Thomas Young doesn't. You know, he's still got level surfaces, he's still got level, he's still got flat, you know, to use the geometry. But you're going to change the definition when you say that flat means curving around a sphere. Why would you do that? Is it because of your fundamentalist sphere Earth religious belief? Yeah, definitely.
He's literally snatching his own wig off right now. Like, he's literally been, the whole video, he's been changing definitions to prove his point. But yeah, we'll say we don't need to use definition to prove something.
Using words like flat or level. Another word flat earthers sometimes use differently is the word believe. If you ask them, do you believe the earth is flat?
No. I would say no. We'll see what his straw man answer is.
Hold up.
No, it's not belief when you're navigating and building on it flat. That's measurably and navigatably flat.
You can't go to an indictment like that. Another word that flat earthers use incorrectly, having just had the previous example of the word flat. It's not us that seems to have an issue with using the word incorrectly, but it's straight to an indictment as if the point he just made was really a pertinent point and that we're stupid for thinking the word flat means flat.
Which he agreed with until the context of the globe came into the frame.
Yeah, what he's asking you to do as an audience member is accept that flat means flat until we say it's not flat because it's bending around a sphere. Isn't that obvious?
Can't you understand the redefining of this word? But meanwhile, flat earthers, they don't understand the meaning of words.
Well, but the next word we're going to look at is, well, it's dead science, isn't it? Believe. I'm not sure that what relevance this is going to have, but we'll see, I suppose. But believe.
Quick shout out to Elvis Kaforovic, who says there is no beliefs on a flat earth. Yeah, it's not agree, disagree. The genre has gone beyond that now. It might have been at the start because of our own lack of, or our own ignorance, but now it's not an agree, disagree subject. Earth is measured and navigated flat. The models that assert that it isn't were derived from flat Earth angle measurements. So it's the end of the road. It doesn't make any difference what this lying clown tells his audience. You know, Matthew Weathers might tell you that you need to redefine what level is, while contradicting Andrew Thomas Young's use of it in his geometry, because at a scale that he believes Earth's a sphere, suddenly what level isn't level anymore. Okay, well that's his stupid belief, but that doesn't change the way and how it works. The world works by taking elevation angle measurements to develop the mapping to then convert to a sphere by way of the Haversine formula. Well, that doesn't mean we're on a sphere. It means you've measured Earth flat to suggest you're on a sphere.
Many of them will say, no, I don't believe, I know.
No, I said we measured it flat and navigated it flat.
We don't need to believe things. This is not a religion. As soon as you say belief, that is an immediate connotation to religion. There is no belief here. Gravity does not exist. Period.
There's a bigger cult called scientism. They say scientists believe. Because you might as well be saying the pastor believes or the Pope believes. And then you must believe, because belief is usually tied to a religion or some kind of cult-like dogmatic thinking.
As if the word believe implies some kind of misplaced faith in something with no evidence. That can happen. However, most philosophers would say that...
God.
Wouldn't that be the perfect time for him to actually define the word belief? Right now, that would be a perfect time, Matthew. What does believe mean?
Sounds like it's an agree or disagree proposition.
if you know something, you also believe it. To believe something just means that you think it's true. So I find their use of that word just bizarre. Some flat earthers will also define science.
He said that's bizarre. This clown doesn't know the definitions of simple, fundamental friggin' words, man.
For real.
He believed that knowing is a belief, is basically what he just said.
Science in such a way to include only experimental science, not observational sciences like
observational science.
Sorry, while I'm suffering a coughing fit, can you just explain why you've laughed at observational sciences, please?
Well, the observational science doesn't exist. That's as simple as that. Observational science, you got a composition fallacy, number one. Number two, observation is part of the scientific method. So pulling it out just as inherent on its own, that's composition fallacy. Simple.
That's
well, the opposite being a question, what would be non-observational science?
When you're sleeping?
Yeah. Science I do with my eyes closed.
Every time you blink, science, baby.
like astronomy, marine biology, or paleontology.
None of those are science. Just pseudoscience.
I'm sorry.
Guys, so this is the game.
So he's confused the word study with science there, right? Observational studies with science. Just confuse that.
Yeah, it's a composition fallacy. QE just said that.
Only experimental science, not observational sciences like astronomy, marine biology, or paleontology.
And the scientific method.
Come on.
Can I say something? Sorry. If you stop at observation, then you never get to the science. If you stop at I observe a phenomenon, and they just turn around and walk off. You don't learn that. It's like that thing exists. That's all you know. You don't know why what causes it.
Yeah, I think you're missing the slight detail. There's got to be some aspect of repeatability, Brian. I think someone said it earlier. If you blink and then open your eyes again, that's repeating it. So that makes it science.
But you know what's funny though with this? He answered one of our housekeeping questions. What's the question? Is there any viable hypothesis for astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics? Well, he's basically putting those things in a category of what? Observational science. Which means you're not doing anything. You're not manipulating anything. So he basically answered our housekeeping question. Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah, we have a little look at it. We call that science, but basically we have a little look at it. We call it observational science.
I think he thinks that knowing the breeding patterns of a blue tit is science.
Did you observe it?
Would you ask him, or someone ask him, if he knows the difference between a study and the scientific method?
The independent variable is the cause, has to be able to manipulate the effect. That's what you observe.
According to this, astronomy isn't even a science because the research...
That's correct. Science is not.
Correct.
That's correct.
Researcher isn't manipulating an independent variable.
That's correct. It doesn't have a hypothesis, and the scientific method requires a hypothesis. The scientific method is hypothesis-based. That's the essence of science. If it doesn't have that, then it's not science.
But again, didn't he just agree to that? Didn't he just call it observational?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
That
No,
causes some effect.
what he did was, because John caught it and corrected him. Yeah. He said observational science, which was a misnomer. Yeah. What he actually meant was observational studies, which is what I was on about blue tit breeding patterns and stuff, and how Refracted described it. It's a very different thing, but he's putting astronomy, observational studies into the bracket of science. Pseudoscience.
I think QE called it a clerical error. He's made a clerical error. His categorization.
No, it's a composition fallacy.
Well, if he doesn't know the difference between a study and science, not to say that it's not a fallacy the way he presented it, but it just complete ignorance on his part, isn't it?
I'd agree. I don't think that's deception there. I think that is ignorance there. He actually thinks that's science. Look at his
inquiring INFJ. If you want to go up to VC check-in 1, I'll see you up there, and then you can get voice verified.
To happen. I would say if your definition of science doesn't include astronomy, that's more of a problem with your...
If your definition of science... I couldn't give a crap what anybody's definition of science. It's just what is the definition of science and the scientific method. The scientific method involves hypothesis construction. It doesn't involve just having a look at stuff.
Your definition, not with astronomy. Another tactic I've seen is an argument from incredulity. Do you really think X, Y, and Z happen? Well, just because something seems amazing doesn't mean that it's automatically false.
No, but if you're the claimant, you have to prove that it's true.
Imagine there were radio wave deniers who said something like this. Do you actually think there are invisible radio waves coming from your phone, that your voice can be converted into mathematical constructs of ones and zeros, and that you can carry on a conversation with someone hundreds of miles away? You've never even seen radio waves. You've never measured them. Do you actually believe in them?
Right, is anybody here denying radio waves?
What is going on here?
I don't know, it's just strawmanning us. Does anybody here deny radio waves?
That's what I mean. And even if I did, you could then demonstrate it to me, couldn't you? It could be demonstrated to me.
Inquiring INFJ. If you want to go up to VC check-in 1,
similar to some arguments
meet me
used
up
by flat earthers.
there.
Things that are hard.
Feel similar. Oh, right. So I can just dig up a few false comparisons to how globers behave with a nonsensical argument and just claim it feels a lot like how you are a fraud?
Hard to understand aren't automatically false. It's okay to believe.
Just for the sake of it, just imagine I'd now detail how pyramid scheme works. And then say, that feels a lot like this scummy fraud. Reasonable? Just because based on how you feel that argument about how radio waves works, that feels a lot
forget
like
about it. I thought you were new.
You made up. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, when I see pyramid schemes and scammers, the ones that go to jail, it feels a lot like this guy. Just feels like this lying scumbag fraudster.
Even some things you can't directly
Nathan?
experience yourself.
Yes.
Michio Kaku's waiting in Master Deep to respond to the observational science. If you could play that clip.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's
the guesswork.
Classic.
Like radio waves, if you have sufficient reason and evidence for believing they exist. What about evidence for the spinning globe theory? Now, this video has mostly taken a look at evidence for flat Earth with some common responses, and I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, but flat earthers generally do have responses for most of these kinds.
Flat earthers generally. So you're literally going to phrase it as a stereotyping fallacy then? Generally? I mean, generally, I find that globers are fraudsters. Just generally. You know, like you. But in general, they're fraudsters and liars. Just generally. You know, it's not a baseless generalisation and stereotyping fallacy. I'm just going to say that generally you're all scummers and fraudsters. Yeah, it's just generally how it is. Right, Chocolate?
Yeah. And then when we move on to the part of the globe proofs, I'm not going to get too much into detail about this.
Kinds of evidence. Here's a quick sample. Here's a picture from outer space.
No. See, that's a painting. That's definitely not from Narnia, because the sky would be a vacuum and this gas wouldn't be developing.
That would be affirming the consequent, Matthew.
Yeah, if Earth's a sphere. It isn't. This isn't a picture from space. We debunk space. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas that you're seeing, the high pressure gas, you know, this tiny, tiny, thin layer of high pressure gas, would expand at high velocity into all of the availability of volume around it. Because there's no containment. I know that you like to redefine what containment is, but that doesn't change the laws of nature. There are no exceptions to them. They don't change with scale. They wouldn't be laws anymore if they did.
Giving evidence for the Earth being...
Hang on. It's not high pressure gas to Matthew. It's grapes.
Is this grapes? This is like grapes, right? On the outside edge of the sphere. It's not high pressure gas expanding in high velocities in all directions, all vectors away from the ground where it was created. Because it's got a downward bias. When it comes out from the ground and goes up, it's going down. Right?
Being a globe. Well, that's CGI. Okay, fine.
Sorry, no. It is unequivocally fake. Because if this was a high pressure gas in a vacuum, it would fill the space. Yeah, this wouldn't develop gas pressure. Yeah, ball isn't a container. You can't develop high pressure gas next to a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Putting on your corked hat and claiming that flat earthers say this is CGI, when no, we say it violates the second law of thermodynamics, and all you did was say that it doesn't apply at a big scale. What, in the same way that level doesn't apply at a big scale, like it's used in your geometry? No, you're just a bullshitter.
Fine, here's a picture from 1972 before CGI existed.
I didn't say CGI, I said painting. You know, based on Andrew Collins doing super realistic pictures of Earth from space as paintings. You know, we've got footage of him doing that, like creating the same thing as this. So that's my evidence that you can definitely create this as a painting. One of the astronauts who's claimed to have gone to the moon, one of the liars, is shown doing it. Meanwhile, to actually take it as a photograph, as you're claiming, would involve a violation of natural law that doesn't change with scale because it wouldn't be a law anymore.
They faked it some other way. Okay, well, here's eyewitness testimony from the Apollo astronauts. Apollo was...
one of them was a hyper-realistic globe artist. He liked painting globes. So not CGI, painting. Like, by one of these guys.
The Greek god. Those astronauts are lying. See, they look kind of...
Let's clarify that. I'll say that without hesitation. These astronauts are liars. There is no two ways about that. They did not travel with their convoluted gaggle screw of lies about whether or not they can see solar corona and stars in the sky, whether or it's pitch black or bright. All of their convoluted lies, if they aren't already obvious. And if the fact that these men have just apparently achieved the most greatest achievement in mankind's history look like someone's just taken a dump in their cornflakes in this interview, yeah? One of them's a hyper-realistic globe painter, and all the rest of them claim to have travelled through gas pressure past the Kármán line, where gas starts going down into an area of volume that gas isn't filling. They are liars. There's no two ways about it. It's one of the few people in this argument I can say, without doubt. There's no debate like with you. Like, some of us might think you're a liar, other of us might just think you're a scumbag thicko. Whereas we say without doubt these are liars, and we can prove it.
tired and don't look nearly as happy as I think they should be. I don't know how you could tell. Also, here are some parents that don't look sufficient.
Oh, really? Well, Richard D. Hall employed behaviour analysts to assess that video. And based on their validity, the behaviour analysts came to the conclusion that they were all liars. So while I haven't, you can seek out Richard D. Hall's analyst going through it. And he was somebody that was highly acclaimed, employed by the police as a behaviour analyst. He did his behavioural analysis on them and came to the conclusion that they were liars. That's a fact. That's what he came to a conclusion of. Now, I'm no behaviour analyst, but the police trust him and pay him, and he said that they were liars. So what do you want? Yeah, it might look like you can't prove anything based on what they're looking like at the interview, but I can prove that the space that they travelled into would violate the natural law that is entropy. Because if they are managing to traverse the gas pressure we're all experiencing, then they're going beyond gas expansion, beyond entropy. That's just absurd. They're liars. There's no two ways about it.
Sufficiently sad about what...
God.
It's not only second law of thermodynamics. I mean, you're talking Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, the second law of thermodynamics, and Brownian motion. Or all, you either got that choice, or they're all false, or they're lying. Choose wisely. Thanks.
Stop, we're not going there. GPS works in the middle of the ocean.
Based on a flat Earth, Cartesian grid system. GPS, the ground positioning system, might have had an insertion of the word globe, but that doesn't alter the Cartesian nature of the flat grid system that it's based upon.
No, it doesn't.
I don't even know what difference that point makes, because you can go over a bridge every day, no matter what time of day it is, and lose service. What difference is it?
Sorry, I want to insist that I get a response out of Matthew, because in this video, before it was given, I detailed how GPS is based on a Cartesian grid system. What he strawmanned the response from a flat earther with his own voice and his own ugly face was as follows.
I don't know how you could tell. Also, here are some parents that don't look sufficiently sad about what happened. Stop, we're not going there. GPS works in the middle of the ocean. No, it doesn't.
So when you brought up GPS, I point out how it only works on a flat earth with a Cartesian grid system. Your strawman response was to say that a flat earther would say, no, it doesn't work in the ocean. Number one, no, we didn't say it didn't work in the ocean. Number two, we said, not only does it work, it requires a flat earth to work. So maybe you will respond to that? Like, not the strawman guy in a corked hat that's you. Yeah, because that's not a flat earther or what a flat earther said. I just demonstrated that. What I said was, your GPS system requires a flat earth Cartesian grid system to work.
Yes, it really does.
Yeah, use a flat earth Cartesian grid system.
Well, even if it does, the signal comes from balloons or ocean buoys.
I didn't even mention any of the balloons. Now, it's interesting that you're talking about balloons 12 months ago. How ironic that we'd be covering this a year later when the US government seems fit to tell the public about the balloons they're shooting down. But what, 12 months ago,
Apparently flat earthers were stupid for saying that these things were on balloons. I wonder how this wanker feels now. So are we still the stupid flat earthers based on the headlines of the balloons with satellites on them that are currently being shot down? Obviously, it's just these stupid flat earthers' ideas about balloons and cell towers for the Cartesian grid system that we are actually respond to a claim of GPS with. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this didn't age well for him. Now that we're in a balloon crisis, apparently.
It's just stupid flat earth rhetoric. Not that we turned out to be right, and you turned out to be a straw man using clown who would be literally pissed in the face by his own government when they show him shooting down balloons. So yeah, they are definitely using balloon satellites. You know why? Because space is fake. If they really had orbital motion and sky vacuums, they'd have no need for balloons. Because they'd have lots of satellites like they say are in space. But yet we say they're all on balloons. Yeah, they are. As is showing on the news right now. They are real, aren't they? Maybe you could show us some non-CGI satellites in the sky vacuum? Yeah, you see how you get on with that, my friend.
He's on screen. He's ridiculing it, but he's put pictures real pictures of the things that he's ridiculing, from balloons and ocean buoys. But they are actually pictures of things doing that function, the GPS function. He's citing, so he's kind of disproving himself. I'm a little aghast as to why you'd make I know it's biting him on the bum now, but then actually bother to show a real world picture of both of those things doing that function. Very odd.
Or cell towers. Gravity naturally forms things into spheres.
What, fourth dimensional pseudo-Ramonian space-time bending forms things into spheres? No! You see, these guys on Highwire claim to be orbiting in a sky vacuum are also in the second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum that you haven't in any way demonstrated by simply claiming that the natural laws, the laws of nature that apply always to nature, don't apply at the scale that these guys are in. No, but we can definitely show that they're producing this stuff on the ground with CGI backdrops and green screens and blue screens. But they're definitely not proving that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation when we can show that they're on Highwire using CGI. That's a fact. We can show it. It's shown regularly by many flat earthers and even non-flat earthers, people who still believe they're in a sphere but just don't believe the lies of NASA when they show green screen and blue screen effects, when they claim to be in an orbital motion in a place that doesn't exist. That's a sky vacuum that would leave us all dead because gas filled space.
Another false demonstration on screen. Even if we pretended he was in the ISS in space, that would be 8.6 gravity pulling it down. Even the ISS admits it's in free fall. So what you're seeing here is not an effect of gravity, it's an effect of surface tension of the water. So why he's citing that? Is it because it's made a sphere and his CGI image? But again, it's not a demonstration of gravity, that, even in his world.
If the Earth were flat, gravity would draw everything toward the center.
If the Earth were flat, gravity would draw everything towards the centre is a nonsensical assertion about a fourth dimensional space-time bending in an Einsteinian pseudo-geometry. This isn't gravity. What's being shown on screen has nothing to do with it. It's CGI. That's provable. We can show how it is CGI.
Gravity is
fake. Been watching Vsauce.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a Vsauce claim.
Yeah.
Then why do things fall?
Sorry, why do things fall? Like gas? Like gas falls? Like gas go down, go boom, boom? Produced in the sky and falls down? Like rain? You think gas does that? Oh, right. When did you last fart? Did it fall to the ground? Did you sweep your fart up? You stupid idiot. The gas doesn't go down. Why do things fall like gas? Like helium balloons? Like the clouds? They're falling, are they? No, gases are going up. You know, you presented some stupid argument about them having a downward bias. Oh, man, look at those clouds with their downward bias. The gas that created them was actually falling down, go boom, boom. Yeah, things don't fall. Some things go up, you stupid idiot.
Density and buoyancy.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Nathan, yeah, it's 120 people watching. Can we do a continued live stream?
We are doing a continued live stream. We've been live for 2 hours.
Wait, what?
We are doing a live stream that's extended. We've been live for 2 hours.
You're aware of yourself.
Whoa, dude! I just been through some time warping here.
Doesn't time fly when you're having fun?
I guess so. I have been having fun a lot. Yeah. Carry on.
Oh, thank you, Owen.
24-hour sun is visible in December in Antarctica, which doesn't seem to fit your model.
Is it? Not according to Robert Shortman, who spent 18 months down there. Feel free to check out my most popular video with an interview with him describing the contrary to that. No, my friend. How long have you spent down in Antarctica?
Down there.
It's begging the question, fellas.
We don't have a model. Okay, but what about the 24-hour sun?
No, our revised argument, maybe you'd like to address this with an update. No, we don't have a model. No, that much is still true, but the models that do exist were all developed from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. So you're going to need a flat Earth to develop a haversine-based globe model, or any other.
That's a lie. It doesn't happen. But here are some videos showing it. Those.
No, definitely not. Fake. Proven multiple times. So just going to the old and dusty that's already been debunked? No.
Can I ask a question quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did the globe exist before the Haversine formula?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. The Haversine was a mathematical competition done after the concept of the ball.
Well, it would have to be because of the R value, but yeah, it makes a bit of sense, yeah. But it could be simultaneous. Anyway, don't mind me. Just postulate.
Or maybe run in reverse. What about the constant angular size of the sun during the...
A constant, not actual size of the sun? That's angular size. Why is it that suddenly when we're talking about the sun, we're referring to what angular size things are? Yet in your begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator claims earlier, you had the same feet and inches value ascribed to a target. Now we're suddenly concerned about angular sizes of things? Why weren't you concerned about that when you were talking about targets going behind an Earth curve edge that we debunked with the Black Swan? Now we're talking about angular sizes. Right, what's angular size? That would be apparent size, not actual size. Sorry, do we make a claim about the distance to the not actual size of the sun as it moves from its not actual position? Or do you have a very firm, based on us moving around the sun, it's the name of your model and globe belief, heliocentric? That's us moving around the sun. This is your positive claim again, Dumbo. Just used as an aspect of perspective that's ignored from your globe maths when it comes to Earth curve.
The sunset. If the sun were moving...
Sunset? No, that would mean it... Sorry. Earlier you told us that all the light was bending. Now you've got it setting what going behind a physical geometric sphere edge horizon called Earth curve. Is that how the sun goes? Oh, right. So what happened to the we'll never see the geometric limitation hill in the way because of refraction, it always looks flat. But now Earth has got the sun going behind an edge that's a hill that's blocking the sun, is it? That seems like a bit of a contradiction. Seems so quick that you're relinquishing your debunking claim to be debunking of the Black Swan and now immediately reverting to suns going behind Earth curve hills. Wow, how thick are you? Didn't you realise that you're now reverting back to the sun going behind a physical geometric Earth curve edge?
Moving away from us over a flat plane shouldn't...
Why are these boats all different sizes? Why aren't we seeing the side of our own head? Why isn't this representative of Muppet Vision Earth curve maths? You know, the boat, building, or plane, or sun would remain the same physical feet and inches size in Earth curve mathematics when you see the side of your own head. Yet you've got them depicted here as getting smaller. I mean, that's definitely not akin to Earth curve maths. I mean, this looks more like reality. Earth curve maths have things that stay the same size. Feet and inches doesn't change in Earth curve maths. Why would you draw this?
Maybe he thinks perspective is part of his globe maps.
Thick. It's not. Covered that earlier. Definitely not. Why are you showing a perspective view when your Earth curve maths doesn't account for this? Your Earth curve maths calls this effect Earth curve.
Didn't it get smaller? It does.
Sorry, why would the not actual size of the sun not change in not actual size, and you're going to show that it does actually change in not actual size? I mean, contrary to the other globe fundamentalists that say it doesn't, you're saying it does, but who cares? You're the only one with a size claim.
Let's get smaller. Here, look at this video. No, that's just glare. You need to...
Like glare, we're not making a claim about what the sun does. You are. You claim it's 93 million miles away based on an R value at the short scale. You know, the one that you said would change as you increased and suddenly level stops being level, even though it's very much still level in all of your geometry. Yeah? We're not making a claim about the sun.
Let's see if he has a claim that it goes beyond the hill. That we won't see because of how flat it is, according to refraction, when you destroy your own geometry and bend tangent lines.
To use a solar filter, I've never seen it getting smaller when setting. Well, if it doesn't get smaller, that's because the atmosphere is too dry.
Atmo what now? Atmo what now? Atmosphere. So sphere-shaped air, 7/6 of the radius of an Earth that you can't measure. No, that's got nothing to do with how dry the air is, and everything to do with an R value. Atmosphere is sphere-shaped air, oxymoron, that leads you to assert that light traverses it at a rate of the radius. Nothing to do with how dry things are. Stupid idiot. Learn your own rhetoric.
Too wet, or because of atmospheric lensing that keeps it the same.
Atmospheric lensing? No, 7/6R isn't lensing anything. It's bending a light that doesn't exist other than inside view. You don't see rays of light inside view, but you can bend them at a rate of R in a mathematics that ignores perspective.
Size. And anyway, stop looking up at the sky.
So quit asking us how the sky works. When the floor is flat, you can test it.
And on it goes. I find each of these responses insufficient.
Do you? All right, well, try this on for size. Earth is measured flat. The maps and models, including your globe, claim from elevation angle measurements to Polaris that necessitated a flat Earth to measure them. Deal with that. See how you get on.
Therefore, I say it's most rational to believe that the Earth...
Rational? No, we're an evidence-based show here. We don't base our conclusions on your rationality. Yeah, logic, science, things like that.
Is indeed rotating and that it's roughly spherical in shape. Finally,
so because you don't feel it, because of your lies about how ants don't feel themselves moving on the outside edges of clock hands when the rim velocity of Earth is 1,000 miles an hour, you deceitful shit. But you're just going to state your claim without evidence as a conclusion. So the entire video is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy with a strawman claim that we start talking about how globes work when we make our claims. What a one-track minded idiot. You think that everybody making any claim ever is talking about globes, don't you, dickhead?
Finally, I'll leave you with this quote, speculating about the motivation of those of us who oppose flat Earth beliefs.
You know what fascinates me is this whole community of people.
Couldn't give a crap about this. I don't know about you guys. Don't care about this random flat earthers' thoughts about why they think that we've been deceived. We have. Earth's measured flat. The models all came from flat Earth elevation angles. Doesn't matter what this guy divines in terms of his thoughts of the motivation of people's deception. We've been deceived and we can prove it. So who cares?
Building your online business?
That's it. That's the full entirety.
Rest in peace.
Great job, Matthew. Way to snatch your own wig off, you dumbass cracker.
And obviously, like I've said several times, please let Matthew know. Because he's so keen to strawman us with what his hat-wearing counterpart that he thinks is a flat earther says. Yeah, now you've had some real flat earthers actually directly address you, Matthew, and your nonsense. So let's see how you get on with that. I've put his link in the live stream chat. Please go to his video and let him know Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
He might be visiting your chat. By the way, he was in Discord in your chat on Thursday. By the way,
in live stream.
Just to let you know.
You mean in the YouTube live stream or in the Discord server?
Discord server.
Oh well, maybe we'll have a conversation with him. Oh, he knows his way in then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
Oh, he'd be more than welcome. We don't bite.
I do.
You want to say something? I'll go after you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, he'll definitely know because I asked him for his channel link last week or 2 weeks ago to share. So I guess I'm glad D Rose was up on it. So I'll be letting him know. I'll probably even be playing this in 24/7 at some point.
What I was going to say is, what I was going to say is, the public, he thinks that he's doing something against us, to hurt us. But there's so many of these exact same videos, these character assassination strawman videos coming out, that the public eventually, and I'm sure you probably are at this stage, a lot of them going, how come the same exact video was from, like, how come this group were told about these flat earthers? How can they all be that stupid? as stupid as all these videos. Everybody who jumps on the topic, Dave McKeegan, Professor Dave, Simon Dan, this Matthew Laurens, Matthew whatever, Weathers. How can so it's like years and years of the same video just being made by different people, where there's all these BS corrections going on in the video and claims of science, and trying to make us look like we're stupid or we just don't understand. Eventually, and I would say it's starting now. It's going to start hurting them, because people are going to go. I want to find out if these people are that stupid, because how could you get corrected that many times and still exist? So I reckon it will draw people to want to know, as opposed to people going, stupid flat earthers, like they might have done 3 or 4 years, 5, 6, 7 years ago. No, not so much. I think the world are going to want to know. And it's the fault, and the reason they want to know is because of people like Matthew Weathers. That's what I reckon is going to go on. They were going to hurt themselves, not us.
Well, all they got to do is wait for these guys to actually substantiate their claims, as opposed to saying the claim and then giving us reasons as to why the claim can't be validated or substantiated in any way. That's all I hear. That's all I've been hearing for 7 years. And now I hear it clearly when they do it. It's just tactics now. That's all they got. Yeah, it's curved, but here's why you don't see it. Yeah, it's rotating, but here's why you don't feel it. Can't measure it. All day. That's all they got.
Yeah, well, I reckon, Chocolate, that what's going to happen is someone like Professor Dave or whoever, one of these more well-known people, are going to publicly get embarrassed by a child. There's going to be some child out there who they're going to have to entertain, and they can't just attack. They'll be on some live show or some situation. They won't be able to just attack and cause stupid like they would be able to do with us and get away with it with a moderator. It's a child, so they have to give the child a certain amount of leeway and a certain amount of kindness. And what will happen is him or whoever will try to correct the child on something, and the child could be only like 10 years of age. Some 10-year-old girl just completely annihilates him on the point. And he just ends up looking like a fool. I reckon that's what's coming. That's like the kind of justice that God beats out. What you're not expecting. Something like that. He won't be expecting something like Professor Dave or whoever. They won't be expecting it. And it'll become an absolute laughing stock. Because that's how God works. It's like you won't see it coming. It'll just happen.
Perfect. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jeepers panels for making today's pre and live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Hello everybody, John the Morgile here, checking in for a new Flat Earth video for you. I hope you do enjoy it. In so many videos, this channel has strived to present the overwhelming body of empirical evidence for the flat and motionless Earth. Today instead, we're going to focus more on a couple of the extended implications of this great ball Earth deception and some of the potential hidden motives behind the lie. People, or rather multi-generational secretive societies, do not create grandiose fictions and push them to the masses as scientific fact, beginning during the formative years of our children, for no reason. These elitist oligarchs of the hidden hand do not just lie for no reason, and of course it's becoming more and more apparent that part of their multi-generational cover-up involves hiding the fact that an ancient, technologically advanced, worldwide culture indeed existed and thrived throughout the known plane. Another huge cover-up, I believe, were the cultural movements of the prophets, as well as the original Christian movement, which was snuffed out, banned, and erased from history by the very Roman Catholic Church, the so-called vicars of Christianity, and the original Christians were ultimately labeled in history with the weaponized term Gnostics, and of course labeled as heretics by the Church, while in fact they appeared to be the ones who walked with the apostles and actually knew Yeshua personally. Then of course we have the big great deception regarding the spinning ball earth, which certainly appears to have been perpetuated by the same think tanks and secret societies who are responsible for spinning the ridiculous narrative involved with our stolen history, this pre-ancient civilization that was evidently all but wiped out of the history books too.
Anyone there?
Fuck yeah.
What's up, bro?
What do you think of that takedown of Matthew Learns?
Yeah.
Easy
I
takedown.
mean, yeah. And disappointing to see like how he acts in here with us.
And then on his videos, he's totally different.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, it's their belief too. It's like, no, it's not a fucking belief, man.
Yeah, how many times have you had that conversation with Matthew about belief?
Yeah, and he openly admits it. It's just a belief. It's just a belief. It's just a belief. And then he wants to call it to us like it's a belief. Like, dude, it's not a belief. How do you believe something when you know it?
It's like me saying I'm 5'11" and then saying I believe I'm 5'11".
After you've measured yourself.
I know I'm 5'11" because I took my measure tape and I actually measured it. It says 5'11" on my measure tape, bro.
Right. Well, like Carl Jung. You ever heard Carl Jung talk about his experience with God?
No.
So he does a little interview. I can find one for you. It's like 5 or 9 minutes long, something like that. And in the interview, they ask him, you know, what his life was like growing up in the church and if he believes in God. And he's like, well, when I was a kid, I believed, and then I got older and I still believed, and then I had questions. And then, you know, like, what did he say? He said something. I can't remember what he said, but he goes on to say, the interviewer goes, well, do you believe in God now that all the things that you know about, like, in the world? He's like, that's difficult to answer. And the guy's like, well, what do you mean? And Carl Jung goes, well, when you believe something, you don't have to know it. It's just blind faith. But once you know it, you no longer have to believe because you know. So I don't believe in God. I know there's a God. And so it was a great
between belief
versus knowing. So it was a great explanation on like the difference between belief, blindly taking somebody else's word for it, not knowing if it's true or not. You're just hoping it's true, versus actually knowing it, and then you don't have to believe it anymore because you know
it. Were you listening earlier about his? Did you hear his?
You cut out.
Did you hear his deception? Can you hear me now?
So I didn't hear the beginning of it. Yeah, I didn't hear the beginning of it. I caught probably the last 10 or 15 minutes, 10, 12 minutes of that takedown.
So he said the speed of the Earth rotation is 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and then he said, but that's slow. And then he said, it's like an ant being on the edge of a clock hand, but that's going twice as fast as the Earth because it does 2 revolutions per 24 hours.
Right.
So he equated the speed of the Earth at the equator to rotations per 24 hours. Tricky fucking shyster.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking absurd, man. Like, oh yeah, it's just an hour hand. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, you look at the distance of how far. So let's even a big clock. Let's call it all the way around is a foot.
Right.
So he's moving. That ant is moving 2 feet per 24 hours. Instead of well, that's one. Well, no, because it goes around 2 revolutions, so 2 feet per 24 hours. And he's equating that to 1,000. What is it exactly? 1,000. What do they say it is exactly? 1,030 or something like that? 1,040?
Can you scale down a speed? Like if somebody says you're going 60 miles per hour, is there a way to scale a speed down? That's ridiculous.
No, because speed is distance traveled per time.
Right.
So you can't scale it down. He's scaling it down to revolutions.
Right.
But if you're changing the distance of the revolution or the size of what is going around, you can't. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And he knows that. He's being dishonest.
Yeah. Now you can, somebody brought up the other day, and I heard it, and it's my new favorite concept. Thought science. I think it was Indio that brought it up. Like a thought experiment.
Yeah.
Awesome. You had a thought experiment. Now fucking go do it in the real world. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Can you do that thought experiment in a real world? Depends what it is. Yeah.
Right. But no, yeah, that was that's extreme, man. To go out there and boldly say that a clock face is the equivalent of the circumference of the equator. That's pretty bold. Now, granted, I'm sure you could probably put an ant on a merry-go-round and spin that bitch at 200 or 300 miles an hour, and the ant will probably stay on there for a little while. Ants have a low center of gravity, and then
they got sticky feet too. So. They got anti-revolutionary feet.
I know. Wow, that's pretty bold.
Yeah, that was. I listened to the whole thing. It was good. I've been meaning to listen to that for a while.
Take down.
But, yeah, they made some really good points. He threw out a lot of straw mans and things like that. And the things that he said were really bad because when he's in here, he doesn't say that stuff.
Right. It's almost like he's selling a pitch. You know what I mean? I respect the business design of the architectural design of the video, right? The business design of it. But
because it's based on a lie.
That's bullshit. Yeah, exactly. No, I respect the format that he was using for it. I don't respect what it was used for. It's just money.
If he used what we talk about in here as put forward that and then put forward his rebuttal,
right?
Then it would be an honest video. But that just shows that all that time he spent in here, he hasn't worked out. Well, he's worked out that he has to throw out straw mans to beat the arguments.
Oh yeah, no, and he strawmanned the whole direct measurement thing. Like immediately, like he dropped it down. He's like, "Well, you can go to the sky. You don't have to go down to the Earth level to measure the Earth. You can look at the sky and do the same thing." No,
Yeah,
that's
so
a
his
strawman.
direct measurement is an indirect measurement measured by star rotes. You know, like what the fuck?
But like I was saying, when I said that I respected his design of the video, the way he formatted it, just because he's an instructor, so he understands how to make the layout and everything like that. It's like money. I don't know if you always hear the term "money is the root of all evil." Money is not the root of all evil. Love of money is the root of all evil. Money is not bad. It's what you do with money that makes it good or bad. So his format was not bad. It's what he did with the format that was absolute bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. But I know I've never trusted him or anything like that. I know a few of you guys like him. I think he's a scumbag, but to tell you the truth, he's a polite scumbag. So I don't like people like that.
I have a different approach. I respect people who have information for the information that they provide. I dismiss bullshit and I take in the information that's knowledgeable and good. And I'll give you an example. I had, as a child growing up, I had a stepfather that was abusive. He used to beat the shit out of me and my mom, but he taught me how to do a lot of things. He taught me how to ride a bike, taught me how to ride a dirt bike, taught me some mechanical skills. There's things that I still learn from the motherfucker, even though he was a motherfucker. So I don't discount the things that I learned in the process. So like when everybody jumps on him, that's fine. I'll let people
I've come across these people in life, and
right. I don't know that.
I've learned to not trust people on face value. I need to see their actions before I can listen to their words. And he reminds me of some of these people. He comes in here, he pretends to be this person, pretends to be intellectually honest, and then goes away and backstabs what he's learned, the loose terms. Yeah, so that's someone who is two-faced.
He does the Pavlov dog trick. He tells us what we want to hear so he can continue to listen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He gets a certain response from us by giving us... Do what?
He's polite in here so he doesn't get kicked out.
Right.
And then he goes away and makes these videos or his audience for either monetary purposes or to protect his educational purposes. So, yeah. That's it.
It's that old saying, publish or perish, you know what I mean? And he's publishing using YouTube. But
YouTube will promote this video too. This dishonest video, they'll promote it.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on your aspect. Like you're more seasoned in your life and your lifestyle. I'm personally still learning things in my life, so I'm going to take advantage of every opportunity, even if it's like being around a motherfucker when he has something that I can gain from it.
Yeah.
You don't need that. You are set in your life. You're good. I personally have other
running a business. I've come across these people, and mainly by my early 30s, that's almost more than 15 years now is when I learnt about these types of people. So yeah, got a lot of experience in the building industry with these types of people. So it's only through experience that I've learnt.
Right. And like
dealing with thousands of people over time,
I always told myself if I ever hated my job, it was time to change careers, right? And that's kind of how it was I see that kind of how it is with you. Like you probably were like that too, kind of like how I am. with Matthew, you're kind of like that with other people in your life. And then when you finally figured out all the bullshit that you needed to figure out, there was no more room for that bullshit in your life because you'd experienced it. Generally, for the most part, all of it.
Yeah, well, I get bullshit from people. I cut them off. I have no problem doing that anymore. It's boom. All right, no more. That's it. You fucked me over. See you later.
Yep.
Bang.
Oh, completely understood.
Yeah. I've got to mute for a second. Do you want me to put I've got to go into the basement. Do you want me to put that recording back on?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. I'm just cleaning right now.
Unless anyone else wants to pipe up a conversation. There's a few people in here now, so.
Yeah, I don't mind communicating, but if I'm the only one talking, then we can go back to the bot.
Anyone else want to jump in? Or we'll turn the bot back on. Anyone? First chance, second chance, third chance. All right. Bot it is.
Good to talk to you, Timbo.
You too, man. I'll jump back in an hour or so.
All right.
Their architecture and engineering accomplishments can be found all over the world in places so diverse and in the most remote regions, and yet their architectural traces are relabeled in the official and patently absurd historical narratives as some ridiculous excuse or another, like, an insane asylum, a post office, a church, or a museum. I mean, if you look at the post offices that are built in modern times, they just build them as cheap and generic and, as small as possible. Certainly not these skyscrapers and Gothic cathedrals that end up being like post
Your
offices.
mic's still open, Timbo.
Look at the video I posted a while back about the magnificent and luxurious insane asylums of the 1800s for just a few examples of how the historical narrative claims that the people who allegedly lived in tiny log cabins and drove horses to work where they didn't have power tools and in many cases available supply lines or the local capacity to produce the raw materials needed to build these gargantuan multi-hundred room Gothic castles, which would be called nut houses all over the United States. Really in areas with very low populations, with no real need for such grandiose facilities. And these historical sources make claims like the gold rush syndrome was causing people to go crazy at astronomical rates compared to the general population. We find examples of the hidden hands signature all over the place in academia, especially in the institutions of so-called higher education, where, just like Freemasons, the chat'll go up in degrees in order to prove to the world they have been properly chiseled into something just wise enough to go through the motions of serving the masters of the status quo, and just daft enough not to realize the inconsistencies, contradictions, and even lies in the narratives involved with not only our stolen history, the theoretical sciences, which are full of absolute lies and nonsense, like astrophysics and evolution, just to mention a couple. The poisoning of our water supply with the neurotoxin sodium fluoride, a la the Freemasonic aluminum manufacturers of America's prostitutes, known as the American Dental Association, whose lie was as ridiculous as, if you brush your teeth with the neurotoxin fluoride, your teeth will definitely probably get whiter. And so, like 100 years later, we're all still bathing our babies in the neurotoxin, cooking our food in the neurotoxin, making our Kool-Aid laced with the neurotoxin, taking showers in it, washing our hands with it, and of course, brushing our teeth in it, along with the toothpaste that's almost certainly filled with the neurotoxin sodium fluoride. Of course, marijuana was labeled as a Schedule I narcotic on the federal and state level unanimously of all 50 states for decades and decades. Schedule 1 narcotic means that it has a very high propensity for addiction, which is a huge lie about pot, as well as no possibility for medicinal use, another absolute fiction about Mary Jane. By the very same vein of evil and controlling archonic entities who brought us their draconian civilization using the oldest trick in the book. They come in the guise of well-educated, rich, benevolent, magnanimous, Ivy League philanthropists carrying the torch of science, but only in terms of their self-aggrandizing verbiage or like an outward appearance alone. Inwardly, the real reason that marijuana was made illegal is because doing so increased the demand for synthetic products like nylon, brought to us by the robber barons at DuPont, and although during the times of George Washington, the 8th President of the United States, not the first, it was mandatory for landowners to grow pot due to the many, many versatile practical uses of the hemp plant in the sense of like fuel, soap, rope, wax, etc., and on, as well as the well-known medicinal qualities, which pot couldn't even be studied for medicinal qualities for decades and decades because of these laws. Isn't it ironic, though, that the neurotoxin sodium fluoride could become, well, mandatory and ubiquitous in our water supplies, while at the very same time people were going to jail for possessing or attempting to distribute pot, a green plant that grows out of the ground and gives seed from its own kind, a gift from the Creator, for which we have receptors naturally in our body. You see, that's how this elitist criminal network operates, though. They don't necessarily disobey the laws. They merely create the laws in order to operate within the legal framework, technically speaking. So it's legal to poison the entire population with a neurotoxin in their water supply, but it's illegal to grow or possess a plant that was put here on the world by the Most High Creator of all things, naturally, producing seed from its own kind, containing chemicals which our bodies have receptors for, creating analgesic effects, feelings of euphoria, and well-being, promoting sleep and appetite, healing in general. Sodium fluoride is a cumulative poisoning, so, like, in small doses, there's no real negative effect. Certainly don't want to take high doses of fluoride because it'll kill you dead, but the body doesn't easily process it out as it does with so many other toxins. Sodium fluoride is a developmental neurotoxin, so it's most effective, for lack of a better word, on children, especially when given cumulatively over time, causing long-term, potentially even germline protruding mutations, in my opinion, and it also impacts the pineal gland, which is our primary connection to the Creator, behaving as sort of a biological antenna, for lack of a better term. Sodium fluoride poisoning of our water supply is a huge, astronomical problem which is practically unavoidable in America. If you have well water, you're very well off, as they say, but if you're connected to like 90% of the municipal water supply, which is more than half the United States citizens are, then you and your family have been exposed to this toxic attack on our people for sure. And let's not forget about alcohol, which is perfectly legal, and I literally drink a cold beer as I type and read this, certainly has a high propensity for being addictive, and while it does provide temporary analgesic effects or feelings of euphoria, there are certainly no potential medical benefits to drinking alcohol, sans perhaps the highly recommended single glass of red wine twice a week or whatever the doctors say. So it's further ironic that the same government that allows the legal sale of alcohol, which indeed meets the criteria for a Schedule 1 narcotic, bans the sale of pod and whole cloth, fabricates the case for marijuana's Schedule 1 narcotic label for many, many decades, using the all too familiar tricks and guises involved with scientism and mass mind controlling people into poisoning their own water supplies with the developmental neurotoxin called sodium fluoride, which is highly toxic but perfectly legal, not to mention a big break in a profit margin for the aluminum manufacturers of America, who were the very ones who initiated the Ivy Leaguers into the ADA, or the American Dental Association. So what the hell does all this have to do with the flat earth, you might ask? Well, I believe that the ball Earth deception is primarily to keep our focus off of escaping the grasp of this control grid we call planet Earth, or more like planet Earth, right? Since the flat Earth revelation or apocalypse, yes, apocalypse literally means unveiling, this simple and long overdue revelation about our world and therefore our very selves and our roots in this strange place instantly nullifies the entire infinite space hypothesis. Therefore, the world entities want us to picture a disk flying around in space when someone mentions flat Earth. This is a deep-rooted bit of predictive programming which absolutely necessitates the concept of infinite space for the very foundations of its doctrines, dogmas, and even the basic tenets. Of course, we absolutely should not, in my opinion, picture the flat Earth as a disk flying around in space. That's not what's going on here. The Earth isn't a ball, true, but that instantly nullifies all concepts of infinite space in one fell swoop. The infinite space/heliocentric hypothesis fundamentally hinges upon the Earth being a spinning ball, suspended in space, whirling around the universe in like 5 directions at once at astronomical, incomprehensible speeds. Since we, as a culture, are only just figuring this out for the first time in several generations, our cultural attention has been hijacked away from pioneering and exploration and refocused towards the unattainable stars. It is madness, according to the mainstream belief system, to go venturing beyond the Antarctic for potential other civilizations, but it appears that very well may be a wise endeavor. Far wiser than the endeavors of the likes of NASA, no doubt. One thing about this conglomerate of fuckheads responsible for spinning such yarns of deception as described a moment ago is that, while they are indeed crafty, cunning, ruthless, and in many ways genius, and familiar with methods to control large groups of people, they are at the same time, well, quite sloppy. Maybe sloppy isn't the right word, as anyone who's told a fib knows that if someone starts questioning the logistics of the fib you might have told, it becomes more and more difficult to align your lie to reality, as other adjacent or peripheral facts simply do not line up to a fiction. So in that respect, they're not necessarily sloppy per se. The simple fact that they've been lying their asses off about everything cannot stand in the light of free-thinking people applying rational discernment and skepticism towards their ivory towers of perpetual correctness. Let's face it, once you actually begin to scrutinize their claims, and really empires of science, history, medicine, etc., their entire system is like a house of cards, quite the flimsy facade indeed. Once one is caught in a lie, they can possibly tell 1 or 2 more lies to cover for the initial fib if someone comes around asking, but if the people on the other end of the bullshit stick actually take a whiff and check behind the peripheral lies, the original fibber now has to tell like 2 or 3 more lies to cover those bases, at which point it becomes fairly well established that they were fibbing about the original point to begin with. So you don't call that person sloppy, you just call them a liar. If we're being honest with ourselves, on a scale of sloppy to diabolical criminal mastermind, they're about, Dr. Evil.
Gentlemen, my name is Dr. Evil. In a little while, you'll notice that the Kreplakistani warhead has gone missing. If you want it back, you're going to have to pay me $1 million.
But if the historians and pontificates of scientism, or institutionalized atheism, or hypothetical surrealism, as I say, are the ones lying their asses off and sometimes even writing elaborate laws into the books to cover their asses, it becomes difficult for the layman to argue against the conventional wisdom arrived at by all the brightest minds in history collectively. However, if all the brightest minds in history have their heads so far up their asses, the little lump in their throat is their fucking nose, believing wholeheartedly that they were evolved from Campbell's primordial soup into amoebas, then into fishes, and then salamanders, and then mouses, then to apes, and of course they are sitting at the pinnacle of evolution, intellectual and technological prowess, stuck to the side of a spinning sphere in space, pressured by the status quo to color within the predefined lines set before them by their forebears in scientism, their lies still do not align with observable reality, just as all lies, when inspected diligently, fall apart like so many one-eyed jacks and suicidal kings. When it comes to the flat earth deception, its particular loose ends and its unforeseen implications, a good place to start begins in Antarctica. We're not actually going there physically, but we're talking mainly about the Antarctica Treaty. In 1959, the world superpowers established the Antarctica Treaty, which on the surface appears to be for benign, magnanimous, and just lovey-dovey purposes, but with a little digging it seems to be yet another instance of these archons in high places implementing measures of control and deception upon the public at large. By the way, when I say these archons or even they, check out my video, Who Are They?, for a bit of background on that. If you're not familiar with U.S. Admiral Richard Byrd, he was a highly decorated Rear Admiral, a Freemason who served during both World War I and World War II. During the time when Byrd was coming up, of course, pretty much everyone who was anyone was a Freemason. Just as today, the Freemasonic orders are secretive, not just to outsiders, but they even appear to keep secrets and tell lies to their initiated, at least up until certain degrees. So just the fact that this historical figure or the other was a Freemason doesn't really prove anything to me one way or the other. It was simply the way people came up back then, and while it is pretty weird if you ask me, all their rituals, the unfair advantages to natural competition in the labor markets and in the business sectors, the long-time banning of minorities and women from their orders. While all that is very bizarre to me, I try not to judge historical figures too harshly just because they were Freemasons. At any rate, Byrd was indeed familiar with navigating the treacherous polar regions, both north and south, and was thus tasked with exploratory missions to the frigid recesses of the Arctic and the Antarctic, among many other missions for the U.S. Navy. His decorations included the Medal of Honor, the Navy Cross, the Navy Distinguished Service Medal, the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Legion of Merit, Congressional Gold Medal. By all accounts, dude was a war hero, right? Now, during Operation High Jump in 1946, Byrd and his massive fleet confirmed under no uncertain terms that the Antarctic region was rich in practically all kinds of non-renewable resources, including coal, gold, oil, and all the rest of the valuable commodities so sought after by the world powers. Not only that, but in his personal diaries, Byrd alluded to all sorts of wild and unforeseen elements of the Antarctic region. However, the military appears to have given him a gag order, leaving us with a bit of a mystery and sparse hints alluding to some rather fantastical claims in the Deep South. Claims of an entire advanced civilization, unknown to our general public, and more. There's a great deal of controversy around what Byrd actually encountered during his Antarctic expeditions. His personal diaries are alleged to hold some very important and secret information, and apparently his son, Byrd Jr., had possession of, or at least knowledge of, the contents of Byrd's diaries. And of course, his son was found dead in a warehouse under mysterious conditions many years later. In any case, it seemed obvious to the Admiral that after his excursions to the far south in the late 1940s, that the Antarctic region would be highly sought after territory by the world governments and corporations in the business of mining, ore, oil explorations, etc. It really should have been a no-brainer for the professional capitalists of the world to, rape paradise and put up a parking lot all over the place in Antarctica for numerous practical and profitable reasons. a completely unoccupied virgin area full of natural and valuable resources just ripe for the picking, with no natural inhabitants, no wildlife to speak of. Hell, even most of the fish in the world stay the hell out of the Antarctic. You don't even see polar bears there, let alone hostile natives or not even bleeding heart liberals or anything. Not even crickets. But a practically limitless supply of natural resources just sitting there, waiting to be tapped. Instead of taking advantage of the vast, untapped resources of the Antarctic, the world powers instead set up measures to keep everyone out of the Antarctic. Well, not everyone, as the U.S. military and other international interests set up permanent bases just all over the place in the Antarctic. But the average Joe, or even the average multinational corporation, or like the average Afghani warlord, per se, cannot set up camp in the Antarctic for exploratory or pragmatic business purposes. Hell, they can't even get close, legally speaking, according to the Antarctic Treaty. So instead of tapping the vast and virgin resources of the Antarctic, the world has endured various oil and energy crises, oil spills in our local waters, purchasing such resources from our alleged enemies overseas, etc., etc. The whole time, many solutions to shortages in resources could have been stemmed or totally solved by simply opening up the Antarctic for business. Allegedly, Byrd left behind diaries, supposedly describing this advanced civilization in the far south. A civilization with high technology which has been completely unacknowledged by our civilization. Byrd's claims are certainly reminiscent of the account of the Iron Republic. I've got an audiobook for that on this channel from the early 1900s as a serial installment to the Florida Magazine. Now, although I find the remnants of Byrd's alleged diaries hard to trust as a source, that is beyond the scope of this video. And the main point I'm getting at with the Antarctic is that regardless of your opinions of Byrd or your opinions of me or your opinions of anything, the obvious course of free enterprising, manifest destiny-loving, all-American capitalists was stemmed by the world governments who've been cock-blocking the Antarctic since the 1950s. So what am I getting at here? Well, let's just say this. It really doesn't affect one's day-to-day life whether the world is a spinning sphere or a stationary plane. On the other hand, the powers which ought not be have deemed it necessary to set up a campaign to dupe the world into believing in the spinning ball Earth for some reason, and they definitely don't want us all poking around the Antarctic at all, for any reason ever, other than perhaps for the pre-approved and sanctioned guided tours. You know, there has to be a motive for such steps to be taken by so many world governments who originally set up the Antarctic Treaty, which is kind of bizarre in and of itself, isn't it? So many various world superpowers who can't seem to agree on anything ever, all seem to agree unanimously that the Antarctic Treaty is worth keeping around perpetually, keeping us all the hell out of the Antarctic. Right, well, beyond some of the subjects I touched on in the video Earth Not a Globe 3, The Motive, I'll put a link in a card here, let's look into some other potential motives for this great deception. Based on the accounts of Byrd and other accounts as found in the Iron Republic tale, it appears that there may actually be more land beyond the furthest recesses of our immediate realm. It appears that perhaps there are other realms completely unknown to our modern society at large. And not just other realms, other advanced civilizations, purposefully stolen from our collective intellectual coffers of history, hidden from us by the most ridiculous of narratives, a la the magnificent insane asylums of the 1800s. According to the account in the Iron Republic, the civilization that emerged in that particular realm beyond the South was basically an offshoot of the Europeans during the colonization period in America. In a nutshell, a particular fleet of these pilgrims, long before the account was told of the Iron Republic in the early 1900s, they had found themselves way off course during their trip across the Atlantic to the so-called New World, America, and wound up braving the far southern seas of the Antarctic to an inlet beyond the far south, which opens up, apparently, during certain times of the year, allowing passage beyond the Antarctic into an entirely different realm outside of our known world maps. The society described in the Iron Republic is fascinating and seems to be somewhat corroborated by the unpublished and shunned claims made by Admiral Byrd after his flight beyond the South Pole for the military. The accounts of U.S. Admiral Byrd echo the accounts of E.W. Barrington in the Iron Republic, accounts, again, of an entire civilization with highly advanced technologies that was discovered in the late 1800s and reported in Florida Magazine. Of course, both the Iron Republic story and Admiral Byrd's claims have been hidden, demonized, scoffed at, and ridiculed by the mainstream. But isn't that exactly what they do whenever the status quo is brought into the light of rational, skeptical examination or outright exposure? Isn't it interesting to ponder that such inventions as the television, the airplane, the laser beam, radio transmissions, and so many others seem to all pop off right at the turn of the 20th century, after the Iron Republic was allegedly discovered, and physical examples and proofs of their technology were put on display in Tampa by E.W. Barrington, allegedly. Sure, the Ball Earth Great Deception was in play long before these advents, but the deception was certainly kicked up a few notches in the 20th century with the likes of NASA and other space agencies like the Russian Roscosmos, so elegantly employing the tactics of Hegel, a la the Orwellian 1984 trope, creating public enthusiasm and fear-mongering during the early stages of the so-called space race. Enthusiasm directed towards the sky, where no potential destinations or exploration could possibly take place. The American media piped up about the Russian satellites flying overhead for a few alleged orbits, causing mass hysteria, where the public demanded stepping up our space program to catch up with the Russians spying on us from space. Let's not forget the U.S. military was using arrays of high-altitude weather balloons to achieve the very same ends supposedly met by satellites long before there ever was such a thing as a space program. GPS, long-range comms, things like Wi-Fi are all accomplished by arrays of high-altitude balloons, making satellites completely unnecessary, irrelevant, and wasteful, even if the Earth was a spinning ball supporting things like geostationary orbit, but it's not. It's not a ball at all. So the American public gladly pays NASA over $20 billion every year to this very day due to these sorts of antics, not to mention the predictive programming involved with the sci-fi genre. Beyond all that, what are they hiding though? The base of a dome somewhere south of the Antarctic? I highly doubt it. I mean, it could be, but I doubt it. Or possibly are they hiding unimaginably vast expanses of new and unexplored territories, or more exciting still, highly advanced civilizations just beyond our known realm? In my personal opinion, there is potentially, dare I say, almost certainly, a very real and enticing frontier just beyond our known maps, which have been left unexplored and untapped by our culture, not by accident or for a lack of gumption, but because we've all been led to believe no such frontier could possibly exist on the bottom of the spinning ball in space. They all believe that the frontier involves the little lights in the night sky for some reason. Instead of focusing our brightest minds and bravest explorers towards the actual unknown areas of the plane left to be explored, they are essentially pigeonholed into the fantastical garden path to nowhere known as theoretical physics and space exploration. A complete and utter fantasy with no potential for any real pay dirt or pragmatic goals other than hypothetical space elevators and moon bases which will never, ever come to fruition because, damn it, the Earth is in fact a stationary plane and not a spinning sphere whatsoever. So it appears that one huge motive for the continued deception involving the Ball Earth is to keep us all caged in to the ever-increasing draconian measures foisted upon us all by the powers which ought not be. For the last century, practically speaking, the world governments have set up permanent bases in the Antarctic, employing measures to keep the general public away from that area for some reason. Sure, there are definitely bases which one can potentially travel to in the Antarctic, but it is all very controlled, and the potential for real exploration beyond that confined base is legally prohibited, not to mention practically impossible for the scientists who are essentially marooned to their particular frigid research base until they are legally obliged to bounce, or perhaps transfer to another pre-prescribed isolation station. Let's say, hypothetically, if we were to nix NASA completely, say tomorrow, and apply that budget towards the practical exploration of the lands beyond the Antarctic, I strongly believe it would yield awesome results very quickly. But that will probably not happen until the culture at large realizes that they're not actually on a spinning ball in space, which is a very tough road to hoe, to say the least. It's difficult because people have been trained very well since childhood to reject any information which fails to conform to their rigid worldview known as science, which is actually scientism or pseudoscience, which is actually theoretical hyperbole masquerading as science, hiding behind practical technologies which actually arrive from the general field of science and technology, but have nothing to do with theoretical astrophysics, right? So like, oh, my cell phone works and my GPS works, therefore there's satellites in space, therefore the Earth is a spinning ball. But again, when you realize that the military's been using high-altitude weather balloons for many decades to achieve those same ends, satellites become completely moot. And let's not forget the futures markets, of course. The capitalists who run the show in our inverted fascist society depend on the scarcity, perceived or otherwise. They depend on the scarcity of resources in order to keep prices high. Let's face it, if the markets were suddenly flooded with an endless supply of coal, crude oil, gold, silver, diamonds, and etc., which the Antarctic certainly would yield, it would wreak havoc upon the profit margins of our hidden-handed rulers who will murder, lie, cheat, steal, and really shake the very world if possible in order to juice a few more cents per ounce out of the chattel who blindly inhabit this world as practical NPCs as far as they're concerned. These people, and I use the term people very loosely, would rather not have such an influx of resources into the markets, as it would mean unwanted competition and slashed profits due to the natural balance of supply and demand setting the prices of commodities. The Ball Earth deception is the perfect means to the end of locking us all down into the known and relatively controllable realm in order to maintain the status quo, create the illusion of scarcity, where we're all subservient and dependent upon their insidious system of control just to survive. This is but one major motivating factor, which leads me to believe wholeheartedly that there is in fact more to this planar world than we've been led to believe. But what about the Creator? The Ball Earth theory and other ridiculous phantoms of scientism like the theory of evolution were clearly inserted into the cultural milieu in order to dampen our connection to the Creator of all things. Instead of a realm intelligently designed by the awesome and immaculate Creator of the all, they would have us believe that our world is merely an average planet orbiting an average or less than average sun, incidentally inhabiting the limitless cosmos with no real purpose, rhyme, or reason to any of it, other than the notion that our world is just lucky for a speck of dust, and our lives are merely the result of some chemical mishap billions of years ago. Our faith in the Creator certainly hinges upon us understanding the Creator exists and understanding our true nature and origins, which has been hidden from us by people, again using the term loosely, people who appear to be controlled by spiritual wickedness in high places, just as warned by the prophets. This world ensures that we are all, from a very young age, totally and completely entangled into the belief systems involved with evolution and infinite space, amongst others, which are in stark contrast to the creation accounts found in ancient texts like Genesis and the Quran, just to name two. This is not to get all biblical on the viewer, but it does appear that some ancient wisdom which holds secrets of our origins and of our connection to the Creator of all things has been severed. Severed by deception, seduction, and our collective propensity for greed and carnal gains, as well as our collective propensity to allow Ivy League thinkers to decide our paradigms for us. Human beings are unique in creation as we operate both in the physical realm as well as in the spiritual realm. Our connection to the spiritual realm, and therefore connection to the Creator, cannot necessarily be observed, measured, or quantified, but we are indeed more than just flesh and bone. We are indeed more than just the sum of our parts. Many argue that our connection to the Most High Creator and to the spirit realm has been cut off by the calcification of our pineal gland, primarily by the poisoning of our water supply by that neurotoxin, sodium fluoride, again found in over 90% of U.S. municipal water supplies. The poisoning of our minds by mindless television programs and bubblegum films. The poisoning of our spirit by commandeering the work of the prophets and turning them into religions which have lost the spirit, originally acting as the wind in the sails of movements like Christianity and Islam. The Ball Earth Great Deception has acted as a prison for the mind of many generations. Certain ancient texts predict a time in the world when the great deceptions of the deceiver will be unveiled, and clearly, that time is now. So that about wraps this one up, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I do appreciate you. As always, this channel is viewer supported, so if you would like to help us keep continuing on making content, feel free to contribute to PayPal, Patreon, Cash App, or Venmo. The keyword on all those is The Morgile, so like paypal.me/TheMorgile, Venmo.com/TheMorgile, Cash.app, $TheMorgile, and Patreon.com/TheMorgile for monthly recurring contributions. With that, God bless y'all, one love, and as always, spread the word, spread the world, and peace out, everybody. One love.
Wow. Hey, much love and respect, everybody. Pura vida, mi gente. Thanks for tuning in again. Appreciate all you guys taking the time to go over the videos and over the information that I present. You could be somewhere else, being entertained, but you decide to make the time to come learn and maybe see some information you haven't seen before or to help with your research. So much love and respect to you. Much love to all the real people out there showing real support. Much love to my Patreons. Thank you for keeping me afloat. I really appreciate you guys. And all the people who send me information to help with the research. Thank you once again. Pura vida, all right? Pura vida, pure life. Yeah, so this is part 5 of this series. Make sure to catch parts 1, 2, 3, and 4 if you haven't. Again, this is a part 5 of this specific series where we're reading old newspaper clips, amazing reports that they never showed us, a lot of stuff that's very controversial, as some would say unorthodox, and not part of our school curriculums, not considered part of history, a lot of it. Now, before we begin, it's for all the new people out there or anybody watching my channel for the first time here. We've already established America's a true old world. We've debunked the out of Africa theories. We've been here about 5 to 6 years, over 300 presentations, which do include a lot of historical sources, primary sources, archaeology, anthropology, and many more things that you can verify on your own. So on this particular series, again, we're reading these newspapers. We're just going over the information that has been gathered by a good brother. On Twitter, we're going to show the name of the brother. So don't assume we don't actually show sources just because you're here for the first time. And for all those that have been here along the journey, hope you enjoy this part. So let's get started. We're going to get into this book first. Before we read any newspaper articles, I like to read a couple of the books too that we have here in our collection, or in my collection. Pretty interesting stuff, since we're talking about things that have been already found here that don't fit the narratives, that don't fit their manifest destiny, their school curriculums, their official history. This book is called Unearthing Ancient America: The Lost Sagas of Conquerors, Castaways, and Scoundrels. This is written by Frank Joseph. So we continue on chapter 1 of this book. We already read a part of chapter 1 in the previous parts. This one right here says, Medallion Puts Buddhists in Michigan 8,000 years ago, by Frank Joseph. In 1983, James Schertz, professor of environmental studies and civil engineering at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, was shown a photograph taken by Dr. Pat Carmody in Laonce, Michigan, of an unusual medallion about 1.75 inches in diameter. It had been found some 2 feet beneath the surface 55 years before by a man digging foundations for a building on the Lake Superior island of Isle Royale near Canadian Order. The observed side of the object represented a man or statue seated in the entrance of a pyramid flanked on either side by palm trees before an audience of observers. The perimeter of the object was surrounded by 79 dimples. A hole pierced the medallion at its top, perhaps for a small chain to be passed through, allowing the coin-like item to be worn around the neck. You hear that? People wearing chains and necklaces. And this is the image they found here. Okay, as you guys can see, the pyramid, right? And this guy's seated in the front. Now, I know they're going to be saying, as it says here, the scene depicted on this medallion places its manufacture in medieval India. What India? So this, a pyramid and palm trees, he's saying a pyramid and palm trees tells him that is medieval India. But hold up, I just want to say something here, and you got to be logical. We have plenty of pyramids here that look like this. Okay, we have palm trees here, and if you look at the paintings of the Maya walls, like in Bonampak, you'll see that we have the same clothing on. Who is Buddha? Who are the Nagas? Again, from previous presentations, we've already established who the ancient Nagas really were. They were coming from the ancient America. Same people you call them the Maya. All right, so real quick, I say this because, I have a video just want to go over here in case you guys haven't seen it. It's called Mayak, First Land, Maya, Mother of Guatemala, the Ancient Naga, Ramayana, architect of the gods. So real quick, it says here, this is Britannica.com, says Mahamaya, also called Maya, right? Who's the Maya? The mother of Gautama Buddha. The mother, or motherland, the mother. Who's the mother? Maya. Okay, Maya. That's his mom. That was her name. Buddha's mom. Buddha, as you guys can see, his first name is Gautama. Guatemala. Just add the LA at the end. Guatemala. Guatemala. And his mom is Maya. Same place. Another part of the video, we're saying here. Another part of the video, reading a book here. The capital city of the Quetzals was established thereabouts in Guatemala. Guatama, that's Buddha's first name. Guatama is a very old name of the Americas. Again, Guatemala is a very old name of the Americas, one of the 5 landing places after the flood, hence Guatemala. Another part of the video here, we're reading another book. It says here, Valmiki in his beautiful epic, the Ramayana, which is said to have served as model to Homer's Iliad, tells us that the Mayas were mighty navigators whose ships traveled from the western to the eastern ocean, from the southern to the northern seas, in ages so remote that the sun had not yet risen above the horizon. That being likewise great warriors, they conquered the southern parts of Hindustan Peninsula and established themselves there. That being also learned architects. Remember who established pyramid building and all that? They built great cities and palaces. These Mayas became known in after times under the name of Danavas and are regarded by modern historians as aborigines of the country, or Nagas. Who's the ancient Nagas? The Mayas, or known as the Danavas, the Danites, Danavas. Now that footnote, it was talking about that the Mayas were known as the Danavans. They're telling you because in the Ramayana in volume 2, if you guys don't know what the Ramayana is, make sure to look it up. We go over it in this video. In volume 2, this is from Valmiki, very historical, important source for India. It says, in olden times, there was a prince of the Danavans, a learned magician endowed with great power. His name was Maya. It was he who by magic art constructed this golden grotto. He was the Vikkamarkama, architect of the gods, of the principal Danavas, and this superb palace of solid gold is the work of his hands. Okay, he was Maya. Alright, so make sure to get all this video. Alright, it's not too long, 17 minutes if you haven't checked it out. Pretty good. Let's go back to the book. So again, we got to dodge the hijack when they're saying right here, right? They found a coin with a Buddha on it, and their only proof that it's from India is just because they see the guy dressed like that, honestly, and sitting down like that. Like we didn't dress like that, and like we didn't sit down like that. We did. Alright, again, pyramids. Yeah, we find hundreds and hundreds of pyramids like this over here, and we got plenty of palm trees. So Dash the Hajj, again, they found this in Michigan. All right, let's continue. This is the back part of the coin. All right, so let me go back. This is the front part of the coin. And this is the back part. It says reverse of the Michigan medallion, or medallion, right? You can wear it on a chain. The reverse featured the image of a radiant lion. It has a lion, a radiant lion, Judah, holding a scimitar in its right extended paw. At the center of a heart with a wishbone surrounded by 69 dimples. In a space between these and another 79 dimples appeared the raised letters of Tushurch, an unknown ancient script resembling Tibetan or Indonesian examples with which he had a passing acquaintance. All right, so they don't know the language, they just admit it, right? But they say, oh,
Dylan XIX, are you there? Dylan LXIX, sorry. Open your mic, mate. I just unmuted you.
Oh, hello.
How you going? Were you muted for a reason?
Yeah, I fell asleep in here one night and I was snoring on the mic, so I got muted.
Oh, okay, fair enough. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I was just eating some chicken wings, enjoying the. I'm not really too sure what this conversation was about, but
Oh, it was just a recording, mate. That was just an ulterior history for the Americas.
Oh,
alternate. Sorry, but you're only VC verified, so that's why I clicked on your name. What do you think about where we live?
I just think that they're just lying about some shit. Like, and if you just like take a look for yourself, it's just like common sense shit.
For instance, like what?
A couple of things I can't talk about in here, but obviously flat Earth. Like I just was on a plane, 4 or 5 weeks ago going to California. I just took some videos out the window and that bitch looks flat, dog. And I just suspect it's been that way for a long time, just like the initial maps were written.
Well, it's been that way forever.
Well, yeah, I mean, but now they're like, I believe that eventually if they like indoctrinate enough, they like changes perceived reality. Now, whether it's still reality or not, it's all perception.
Yeah, well, you've still got people that say they see curvature from the planes, and scientists.
You get on a plane,
they
especially
say that
probably
you
at
can't. It's
nighttime.
impossible.
To get on a plane?
Go ahead.
If you get on a plane, especially at nighttime, just pull out your phone and just videotape it out the window, dude. And it's just like if there was curvature, it would look different. You'd be able to see it, but it's just a flat fucking plane, dude.
Yeah, even the cloud layer, is perfectly flat. But anything else? What makes you? What else makes you think that the Earth is flat?
Well, it was just pretty much that, and I was just surprised to find out that there was a whole community around this. And so I recently joined, trying to see if I can get more evidence or counter arguments or whatever else. I didn't really know there was like several thousand people that actually thought the same way, so kind of shocked.
Yeah, I'd say there's more than that. It's just when you come out as one, you become a social piranha. So.
Oh yeah. Especially like it's been a while since I've been in college, but you question anything, especially if it's against an agenda, and they're gonna like flunk you out, they're gonna like destroy you, fucking besmirch you, and all kinds of shit. And it's just like, okay, well, if this wasn't actually getting too close to some sensitive shit for you, you wouldn't bother attacking me. You would just laugh. You wouldn't go out of your way to destroy. That's the reaction of somebody who's scared.
Yeah, colleges have they've become probably worse indoctrination centers than high schools. So you can see what they're doing with other stuff as well. They're trying to warp people's perceptions of reality, and they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. I think when people leave college and go into the normal world, they start to see a different point of view. But it runs pretty deep, so it could take a while for people to start realizing that what they learnt in college is a whole lot of shit.
Yeah, and like at the same time, dude, I don't know if I ever like accepted this whole globe thing because I've never flown or like sailed anywhere. But I just knew that it got me a positive result on a test, so I just did that, right? And
that's the problem, isn't it? So you go out every day and you experience the world as flat and stationary, and they have to tell you otherwise for you to think that you live on a ball. So every experience that you have through your daily life, tells you that you live on a flat plane that's not moving.
Yeah,
so they need some pretty good proof for that. And as you look further into it, you realise that their proofs are based on, or their evidence is based on false premises, all of them.
Yeah, and it's like when I turned 28, I just entered into like the business world of, you know, finances and mortgages and whatever. And working at the fucking bank, you know, they taught me a couple things. That's think for yourself, think on your feet, think quick, and think faster. Don't even matter if you make sense, but just outthink the other person, box them into a corner and make the sale. And as I've kept that mentality, now I'm almost getting close to 31. You know, I've left that industry and went into like a more profitable career field. But it really just, it forces you to think for yourself, because you just don't want to follow cookie cutter shit because it's already been done, you know. And I just took that same attitude and just started reapproaching things that I was taught to learn. Which is one that pisses me off. The V word also pisses me off, but I had to agree not to talk about that in here.
Yeah, we got to be careful because we want to keep the channel. Yeah, so our main focus in here is flat Earth. We do get sidetracked and start talking about other things, but you know, if we want to keep this channel, we have to keep it on topic.
Yeah, well, you know, the fact that you can't talk about the V word, not just here but anywhere else, just goes to show that there's probably a super, super deep fucking rabbit hole to go down to why they're like, even in a fucking platform like Discord, suppressing it.
Yeah, I know. Well, they talk about it on mainstream media, so why are we restricted from talking about it on here?
Because mainstream media, those guys are already scripted. You know, they already have a script and an agenda to follow. They're not thinking. They don't really hold these opinions. The same guy that works for Fox News might be a fucking liberal. You never know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you could create two parties and divide and conquer. Keep people fighting and arguing against each other instead of working out things as a group. Discussing problems, coming up with a solution. Instead of just arguing with people about stuff that they've got no control over and then ending up in a place where you're not actually making any progress, but things are getting worse. And then they just go and steal money. But politics is probably another one we've got to stay away from.
Yeah, it just comes. I mean, I don't know where you're from. Like, you sound like, I don't want to say Australian and it be New Zealand because they get quite upset about that sometimes. But you sound like you're from that region. But in my country, dog, we have fucking rights. And these fucking businesses trying to like suppress free thought and everything, that's when Americans get violent. And they should have learned that from history. And I think it's about time.
Yeah. And what's have you got any questions about flat Earth or
no
anything that doesn't gel that may need a little bit more thought or explanation?
Well, basically, just what I joined this server to do, is because you guys are always disputing and talking to even people that like are of the opposite perspective. I really just joined so that I could pitch better, like in a salesman way, when I need to sell this idea to people because they're already stupid. So I need to like approach it like a salesman and then convert from there to see return, right? And so I just wanted to see you guys fight it out, obviously with your plethora of experience, probably navigating these subjects and just like watch and learn kind of deal.
Yeah, well, in the end, truth doesn't need much explanation, does it?
In 2023, it does. I mean, it's just a bad fact, I think.
yeah. And well, you got to be able to break down their narrative. So the more you learn about their paradigm, the globe, the better your arguments become.
Well, I mean, if I
can
just play devil's advocate, maybe I could hit you with a couple questions where I just didn't know what to respond with.
Yeah, go for it. I'll see if I can help. I'm a very practical person. If it's technically minded, or if it's scientifically minded, I'm not the best person to help. But I'm a builder. I build houses for a living. So
you build them, I'll sell them, buddy. Fuck it. Well, I'll find it.
Yeah.
But
anyway, I'm a practical, hands-on person that uses levels and lasers every day. So
So if you guys, I'm just going to talk from their perspective. If you guys are so adamant and you know for a fact that the Earth is flat, why don't you book a plane ticket and just have the plane continue straight and see if you end up at the same point?
Because you're not allowed. What do you mean? Do you mean east to west or north south or?
Well, I don't think north to south would be a very fun trip, but if we just think the Earth is a globe, why don't we just keep going fucking east and then see if we end up at the same point? I mean,
yeah. So what happens? Your direction is only based on a compass. So your compass always points north. So, or even on a globe, if you want to go directly west, you'll have to keep on. Oh, you used east, so let's go directly east. Yeah? If you want to go directly east, you'll have to keep correcting to north. Even on a globe, even, flying around, if your northern point, if your compass always points to that northern point, for you to keep pointing northern point and you think you're following west, you'll be going around in a circle. On both. When people say
it's complicated with all the windage corrections and shit.
Yeah, well, the problem is you can't. If you jump in a plane and you head directly west, if you turn the compass off, you'll end up going off track anyway. But you'll end up south. Do you understand that?
Kind of.
Because always you have to correct to stay west, because west is a circle. West and east are circles. North comes to a point, and south is every direction away from north. You get that?
Yeah, I think I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. Do you have access to live stream voice text?
What do you mean by that? Like text?
So if you, old dude, thank you, mate. So if you go back into the main menu, and then you see where you jumped in, it's called live stream. It's got the red dot.
Let me see here. Let me get some chicken off my fingers. All right, I see the live stream.
Yep, and then just above that is live stream voice text.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And click in that and then go right to the bottom. There should be an arrow that will take you directly to the bottom, the last post.
Oh.
So okay, so that's circumnavigation. So this is on a flat surface, but this also has to happen on a globe as well. So if someone tells you that you can just point east and then directly go east and end up at the same spot, that can only possibly happen on a ball at the equator.
Yeah,
you understand what I mean there?
Yeah, no, I do.
Because the needle always points to that center point north. Because there's no magnetic south, yeah?
Yeah.
The needle points north, and that's where you get your south from. So wherever the needle's pointing north is the opposite is south. There is no magnetic point that you can point to that points south. So this is how we get south. This is how everyone gets south. See that? He's gone around in a circle.
Yeah.
Because you've got to keep correcting. And then see that line? Now he's heading directly west and he's ending up south.
Oh, that is a crazy visual explainer.
Pretty trippy, yeah?
Yeah.
And they also say, but if you fly south, you'll pop up under the other side of the ball. Now, this has never been done, ever. All right? You can look it up. Do whatever research you need to do. Never been done.
And even if it has, someone will repress it. So
Well, it's never been done, and we have a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, where below the 60th parallel south, you cannot go. You're not allowed to. You've got to get permits. I've been through a process where I started going through all the paperwork with the Australian government to try and get a permit. It was just an experiment on how hard it was to get. Now you have to get permits in order to do this. You have to get a environmental impact statement, because you can't take petrol down there. You can't take food. Anything you take, you have to take back with you. Now, in order to get a environmental impact statement, you have to send a person who does those impact statements down there. In order to get him down there, you have to apply for a permit, which needs an environmental impact statement. So you see where it goes. It just keeps on going around in circles. Now, if you go there without a permit, you have to leave a port. So when you leave a port, you have to tell them where you're going. So they already know where you're going before you leave that port. So you leave from Australia, New Zealand, you start heading south. Once you hit international waters, which is pretty much just below the country, you'll get spotted by a drone, a Navy ship. They'll pull you over and say you need to turn around. You're in international waters. This is before you even get to the 60th parallel.
Well, I thought international waters just anyone could go.
Uh-huh.
Damn, that's fucked up.
You can't go anywhere. You see, the last few years, you couldn't even go to the shops. So, and people think that they can freely go to Antarctica. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like they're physically stopping you. They're like, what? Why would they do that?
Well, they say it's to protect the natural environment. But why would they be doing that? It's a big fucking area.
You're like one guy on a fucking boat. It's not like you're a trawler net fishing or anything.
I'm in the south of Australia, and I'm at 40 degrees south. Now, there's another 50 degrees south to get to their so-called South Pole, so there's nothing below me. Yeah, it's Tasmania, but it's, there's nothing below that. So that's a whole lot of area. Well, that's what they give us. We don't really have maps. We just have a map that they've given us. So we don't know what's down there. We don't know what it looks like. They give us pictures and stuff like that, but how are we to know if we can't travel there?
Yeah. And since when do countries give that much of a fuck about environment in international waters?
Yeah, too right, yeah. Oh, there's a river there. Oh, fuck it. Let's coal mine it. Let's uranium mine it. Don't worry about it. It's Aboriginal land. Don't worry, just blow it up. They don't care. So that's a
no one really cares that much.
Yeah. So there's your answer to why can't you just grab a plane and just fly, because you can't. Things like that, you need to be able to refuel as well. So even if you're not allowed to go over the north either, you have to fly around. It's restricted space too. Do you remember? Do you know what's up in the north? Do you know where the North Pole's supposed to be?
Yeah.
Do you know if it's on land or in the sea or?
I just thought it was ice. It's up there.
Yeah, it's in the middle of an ocean. I always thought it was land myself. When I was younger, I always remember seeing people doing expeditions to the North Pole. Them trekking across land. Totally different areas too, yeah. Like in the North Pole, they have a summer ice freezers. They have plants, trees, animals, things like that. In the south, it's just rocks. No trees, no life. Penguins come and mate. One type of penguin. I think it's the emperor penguin, but I'm not sure about that. They go breed there and then they leave, but they only go on the edge. And they'll find a valley, go into a valley, hide from the wind, and breed. And their little chicks got no predators, so they all survive. But isn't it funny that up north is supposed to be the top of the ball, down south is supposed to be the bottom of the ball? Yet they're totally, vastly different weather. Whereas one in winter, one in summer. Well,
I'm trying to think of what way we can get past that. But fuck you, military. Like, sonar is a thing.
Yeah, there's no way you can get past it. You can't do it.
Well, somehow the cartel stuffed cocaine in submarine the guy to America. Like, with enough vigilance, we should be able to do something, you know?
Yeah, but what are you going to do when you get there? There's nothing there.
I don't know, dude.
You can't refuel.
China, bro. Let's just send weather balloons with, like, fucking optics. Even the U.S. is slow to shoot those down.
Yeah.
If we sent like 10,000 balloons, obviously it would incur a big cost with the, optics and shit, like the cameras itself. But
how do you get them there?
How are you going to get enough helium? It's all controlled.
By NASA.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of low yield ways we could try to get a visual.
Just in case you think you're talking to the same person, there's now 2 Aussies talking to you.
I noticed that.
You have to disclaimer it. The other day I had a conversation for about half an hour with someone, and at the end of it he's like, alright, see you later, Timbo. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I think it was Mimas, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
Yeah. I was listening.
Send out 2,000 drones with each drone carrying another drone.
Oh, so they can drop each other and start flying,
or have a cargo plane just go off reservation just long enough to drop a package of a swarm of freaking drones.
You got to somehow transmit that data back to where we can receive it. So
yeah, you could also probably use a balloon and just drop it because they could shoot the balloon down, but you could just drop your payload of a bunch of drones.
Put an American flag on the balloon so they get a bit confused. They're like, oh shit, that's not Chinese.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be good. Put a NASA logo on it.
Put a NASA logo.
That's hilarious. I bet they love us talking about that. Right.
Any other questions you've got, Dylan?
No, now my mind is just full of ways to how to combat the U.S. government stopping me from going places.
I wouldn't worry about it, man. There's no. That's something you got no control over.
Well said, brother.
Yeah,
I love it when you speak the truth.
Thing, dude. And we got to just get asymmetric. If we get asymmetric, they'll never be able to stop us from finding out.
Here's the thing. You know how you combat them? Non-participation.
I agree, Sonny.
That's how you do it. Stop participating with them.
Yeah, I tried that. The IRS fined me a lot.
Yeah, me too. You're singing to the choir. I know. But okay, above and beyond that, I mean, we made mistakes in the past about our identity, so we don't have to continue to do that, though. So they will take whatever they want because now they have electronic reins. They can just pull the reins, push a couple buttons, and electronically take your money. They don't even ask you anymore. They're not going to ask. Once you like, listen, I retired last year, and I retired early, so I would get less money, but I would get it sooner, and that was sooner part was the key. I needed the money now, like sooner than I could have waited and got a bigger amount, but so what? That who cares if I'm starving up until that point? So I took the money, and they just start sending you the bill. They just say, "Here's how much we took out of your funds."
Yeah, it's crazy. Hey,
they don't care.
It's time for America to get back to its roots and start killing government agents, just like back in the day. That's just how I feel.
Well, a lot of them are foreign agents because they work for companies that are more than 51% are owned by foreign interests.
yeah, I don't think killing anyone's ever a good idea because it just ignites them to do certain things. Like they'll use. You got one person who makes a small splash by killing a politician. It'll just be used to take guns away and rights away and spy on people and all these different. It just ignites them. I don't think it's ever going to work in the same way it used to.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but I can make a gun with a drill press and some Home Depot parts.
Yeah, but look, what he's trying to tell you is that it's not efficient way of making change.
Yeah,
it's not efficient. Very inefficient. Very ineffectual.
If you have the resources and the will to do that, then you're better off like just making a alternative system, or not an alternative system, but like you can live within the system, but you've got to separate yourself from it as much as possible. Like,
I just feel like, bro, if I want to go to the South Pole, bro, that's my fucking business. And if there's somebody there with a gun telling me I can't, then I should be able to shoot them. That's just how I feel.
Oh, you mean you're more than welcome to try.
It's gonna be like a missile, you know? They're gonna have missiles of that shit.
They got more guns. They got more guns than you and bigger guns.
Yeah, but not the whole of the American public, dude. We outgun our own government like 20 years apart.
Yeah, well, you maybe outgun them, but like a Navy SEAL would easily body 10 civilians with guns. So
not only that, sorry, go for it.
No, I think the government, especially like in Europe, because that's a pretty clear-cut thing, the government, like if all the military and police stay true to it, they would easily win from the civilians. Like,
I don't
you know?
I don't think so, man. Like a Navy SEAL takes like $1.8 million to train. Giving your redneck cousin a shotgun takes like $300. Like, and just win with pure attrition, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you also got stuff like snipers.
Yeah, but dude, America didn't win in Vietnam. America couldn't win in Iraq. And Iraq's like, no offense, but Iraq sucks. There's just a bunch of guys running around a desert with AKs, dude. There's just nothing that could be done.
No, man, I'd say it was all set up. Like, besides winning in Vietnam, that's a ridiculous idea, right? To begin with. I mean, I'd say the stuff they did in Vietnam was to remove the Tartarian buildings there for the artifacts.
Waco, Texas was a good example. Can hold their own pretty well.
Vietnam is just to bolster. The Vietnam was just to bolster up their new Cold War. Like they had to bolster that thing up.
And the degeneracy. It also introduced degeneracy, among boomers, because Vietnam was so ridiculous, you get the Beatles coming up, right? You get all of these, hip, cool kids with their drugs and a bit of weed and some LSD and stuff coming up, right? Like the Beatles, they brought the shit too.
Yeah,
I guess America, and then it spread out to the rest of the world.
They were part of it. I think the Beatles, the Stones, all those rock groups are part of the Tavistock mind control, part of the LSD experiments, part of the hippie, the whole hippie thing.
Yeah, so
that was a CIA.
Right?
That was a CIA.
300.
I have the Committee of 300 book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't even finished it, man. It goes into depth. It's a dense read. Like it's very packed full of all these front organizations that are right in front of us still to this day.
Yeah.
That they started doing this Agenda 21, Agenda 30 thing way back a long time ago, and changing all of things like the way it is now. They want to make socialism.
I mean, do you know what the conclusion of the book is? Do you recall it? The conclusion of the committee?
I haven't finished it. Oh, what the conclusion? Oh, you mean no? The book I haven't finished.
Like the final thought of the author. I think. Well, can I spoil it a bit?
Yeah,
Because
go ahead.
He's kind of going towards there. So I mean, you'll find out sooner or later.
Yeah.
He's saying that the book Brave New World by Aldous Huxley.
Yeah.
Like Aldous Huxley was big buddies with the Queen, right? So he says that like it's kind of like Brave New World, what should be expected from the elite's vision for the future. Because Aldous Huxley didn't like write just something, he kind of like wrote what he was told. That's the whole thing. Like Aldous Huxley didn't come up with Brave New World.
Right. Well, yeah. Aldous Huxley, yeah, and Aldous Huxley. Isn't there another Huxley? I think they're both right. Were they brothers? Anyway, I think it's the same one. But he wrote The Doors of Perception and astral travel and all kinds of weird, like really bizarre stuff too.
Aldous Huxley was a pretty big drug man, right? Like he was big on drugs, and he also wrote Brave New World, which I think is a surprisingly lucid read. Like I think it's better than 1984 even.
Yeah. Also, Future Shock. Have you read that one?
No. What's that about?
Yeah.
Do I need to write it down?
That's about how. Yeah, write it down but I think the author is Alvin Toffler or somebody like that.
Yeah.
But if you read that, it talks about how things have increasingly got more complicated. It started out you're in the village and you have a lifetime of friends, relatives, and your location, which you spend your whole entire life in a certain geographic area. That's what back in the old days was a small area. You didn't travel. I mean, there might have been outliers where you took a trip a little further, but generally you're within a small area. And in addition to that, what it talks about is how back in the days before, the material goods, the things that you used on a daily basis, your dishes, your pots, your pans, your like silverware, whatever you have for eating utensils, you had those for your lifetime. You never saw any new ones at all. You never saw really any new neighbors your whole life. You know?
That reminds me of a bit of Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, so now listen. So it moves on. I'll move on a little quick because I'm slow. So what he's talking about is how as time moved on, there were more and more items in your life and an increasingly amount of complexities added to our lives at an accelerating rate. So a throwaway world. The things you got became temporary to the point where even your relationships temporary. Everything is temporary. Something gets broken, you buy a new one. So you have this. He's called it an illness. It's a sickness. That's what he called Future Shock. It's an actually like he calls it like a disease, like a mental illness.
Amazing. That's an original take.
Because of all of these things that we have going through our lives, everything's temporary. Just we have so many things, and there's just more and more and more things and stuff. And then temporary people. So then everything becomes temporary. It's illness, and that's I think what we see here. And that was written in like the 70s, I think.
I just came up with another thing. This might be stupid, but all these fucking documents, they have to know that the shit's flat, right? And they've got to keep that shit somewhere. If a bunch of angry fucking Trump voters can literally take over the most powerful nation's capital in a matter of seconds, like we could literally just do that and then get all the secrets and put them on the internet. We'll all die, right? But
well,
good luck. It was like staged, right? The previous invasion in quotation marks.
Yeah, good luck because you got to know who you're invading first, and most likely where that information is going to be is in the basement of the Vatican. So good luck.
Well, Sonny, I'd even say honestly, the best place to keep information is not even the basement of the Vatican. It's going to be like some weird house in the middle of nowhere or some city which they have access to.
I'm sure they have a lot
deep
of
underground base.
Yeah, Yeah, can you imagine?
Or like very simple, a place where no one expects to look for that, you know?
Yeah.
Like just
U.S. has mostly Republicans and Democrats. Is that true?
I wouldn't say that now. I think a lot of people are opting out of the system.
I think it's time to make Flat Earth Party.
I think people are opting out.
Maybe it would be good for optics.
What's that book called?
No, you have. Let's make a program and political program also, but let's point it out that they're lying about the shape of the Earth also.
Yeah, but well, there's gonna be like the whole, anti-establishment party.
I know, but that's the point.
Yeah,
to
but
be in if you want to play the game, let's play the game.
But why would you play a game that's rigged? You're not gonna play in a casino where you know that like the cards are rigged, would you?
Yeah, but listen, this game. What do you need for this game called democracy?
Nothing. You just don't need to participate because it's stupid.
No, you need votes, and then you have a game.
Yeah, but
if you don't have a vote, you don't have a game.
But yeah, exactly. So there is no game because the votes are cloned.
Yeah, but if you don't have a vote, for example, if you can have a let's say, how I will call that, some kind of a referendum made by accident, but not by accident, by purpose. In a sense, you have elections, let's say now new ones in the US. Imagine that 80% of people doesn't want to vote. Does America will decide on 20% of voters?
Yeah.
Yeah? For God's sake.
Does America have funny parties and stuff? Like, do they have weird
No,
parties?
really,
that just
this
pop
is really political question. Does America will decide if only 20% people decide to vote?
But I don't think for a second the votes actually matter,
Yeah.
Because all those votes go to the electoral college, and then those guys vote. So like,
Yeah, they're already down to like 50% anyway. Already.
They will lie about that also. They will say even if it's 20%, they will say it was 50%.
No, I believe it probably is 50% of people are opting out because that's about the same amount of people who don't file tax returns either.
that's why good old Joe hired 90,000 IRS agents. What a fucking shitbag.
So if you're not filing a tax return, they're down 50%. They're 50% of the working population doesn't file a tax return. So they're screwed. Like, that's what I mean. Stop participating.
How does that work with them not filing it though? Don't they just get hit up for the money at some point?
You go to jail.
Probably a lot of them are smart, and they just they turn themselves into a LLC. They have a limited liability corporation or something similar to that. So there's ways around it, but there's a lot of people paying under the table.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah.
But you guys don't have like the same sort of party setups and stuff. Do you get really weird parties? Like in Australia, for example, we have like a 3-day weekend party. We've got legalized marijuana party. All these funny parties that are like gimmicky.
I think you do have some.
Have a nice evening.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
We don't really, not really. No, there's pretty much like
okay.
There might be like
maybe we have, but it's 0.000. That means 10 people vote for that party.
Like that's
those
the same
parties
here.
all exist, but they won't unless they have enough ballots. So you have to write your.
Yeah, they have Democrat, Republican, Independent, the Green. I think there's a Green Party, but usually there's no more than like that.
And the Green Party end up like they won't get on the ballot, so then they just try to influence. Like I think they try to go with a bunch of their values in Democrat.
Yeah, they just all migrate. All the liberal ones migrate to the Democratic. That the Communist Party in America didn't go away. You know where they went, right? To the Democratic.
It's illegal to be a communist in America. It's actually
In Croatia and Serbia, they tried two election for president. Two comics tried, and that was really funny. Like one guy was saying, "I will." He said that he is for the corruption and he will make more corruption, and then, but he will give to people also.
The Robin Hood of Croatia.
Yeah, that was the Serbian guy, the Croatian. Yeah, that was the. Yeah, and one guy in Serbia, he even got he won in some local election for fuck's sake, and he was the comic guy in one town. But that's all on global scale. No.
Yeah, if you try to make a legitimate communist party in America, you're gonna get.
Do you want to hear about Croatia? In last 4 years, you have that minister for something, for health, or for they changed like a 20 something because of corruption, and still that government is on the power. They still didn't lose on election.
Yeah, I'm sure they make sure of it too.
Yeah, like Boris Johnson in UK has the problems because of parties during the pandemic. That in Croatia and Serbia happened like with more people and many times, and nothing, nobody's changed, and everything it's all right. Let's go on. Something will explode.
The fuck is that?
Sorry, guys. I'm 1 second. Sorry, I'm parallel parking.
Your
The Volkswagen's gonna explode. Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on, and I'm parallel parking between two really small spots. So I turned the automatic bullshit on, and it just goes nuts with the beeping noises.
You guys tried to speak to Coco?
Coco, where are you?
Gone.
Oh, Gonskis.
Yeah,
He's
didn't
in
want
a
to
flat
talk.
Earth prison right now.
Dylan, did you just say you're in a flat Earth prison?
No, I said he's in flat Earth prison right now.
Oh,
They're they're waterboarding him until he tells them the truth or whatever.
What about Diesel Boy?
he's been around for a while.
Oh, okay. VC only.
Yeah, I don't know why he's VC only. He's a flat earther. Pretty sure he's a truck driver. But you there, Diesel Boy? On a chat, mate?
Long distance flat earther. Irish Leonard. Are you there? I've been sitting on the fence since 2021.
And it's destroyed. There is a bridge now.
Sasha, what's with your picture thingy that you've got?
Unicorn. A unicorn doll.
Yeah, it's freaky looking, man.
I know. Gravity is also freaky.
Any of you guys
Here he is.
seen UR?
What?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Diesel, go again. Go again.
I was just gonna ask if you guys have seen UR Anon's video called "What on Earth Happened."
No, I kind of went off him after watching that 5-hour documentary.
I watched it a while ago.
He changed his
8
mind,
hours
didn't he?
long. Wow.
You mean what happened with the water?
UR?
Yeah, look, it's very interesting. A lot of it's science fiction, though, so I don't know how much weight to actually give it, but definitely thought-provoking.
It's half a matter.
Sorry, you're breaking up there, Diesel Boy. I've finished driving, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Did you listen to that Nathan Oakley thing, Sasha? About Matthew Learns?
Was Matthew Curves in Nathan Oakley's server for that?
Nah, they did a review on one of his videos and just ripped him another asshole. But sorry, that's an Aussie term. But you should be able to work it out what it means. Or we can continue with what was playing if you guys want to.
Yeah, so let's do that while I devise a way to form a counterinsurgency against the U.S. government.
All right, I'll put it
what? Also, I hope everything's going well with everybody.
Yeah, hey, Ether.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I heard you last night jump in and ask, but Systems jumped in and helped you out. Yeah, it was about the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got up.
Go ahead, man. I was just saying I had a good eye on it, and it was super bright, and I just wanted to see y'all's perspective is all.
Yeah, it was coming up in our east, and northeast. I got up this morning, and it was still up. So that was, when was it? What did I leave the house at? 6 o'clock this morning. It was in the west, northwest.
Yeah, that's what I thought was interesting, is being able to see the moon like a full moon at sunset and sunrise.
From different angles too, which is stranger.
That's pretty cool.
The weird thing is, like, so the sun sets in the west, yeah, and the moon is still in the west. The moon so the moon sets in the west too, but at the same time, so the sun is going. The angles don't work for a full moon. It should be behind me in the south.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do you understand what I mean? Like, so if I'm facing north and I'm seeing a full moon facing me, then the only way for that to happen is if the sun is behind me in the south. Or do they claim it because it's such a distance away that it doesn't affect what angle you see it at?
Yeah, they'll just...
I don't get it, man.
Talk about wonky ball math.
But we had the same thing. I don't know if you saw my comment, but remember when that eclipse was on? I could see we had a red moon coming up in my south. In my northeast, and Kiwi, who was in Canada, was looking northwest, and he was seeing the same moon at exactly the same time, red.
Yeah.
Fucking weird, man.
There's certain things too with the actual phases of the moon that just don't line up with the positioning of where the sun is. Like, in order to create the phenomenon that they're trying to say, oh, this is causing it, then why is that there and that there then? And that happens like randomly throughout the year. There's so many times where that'll occur, and it's just that weirdness. It's like something's a little off with that. I just say refraction or gravity or something. Oh, mighty gravity. Nobody can explain what you are, yet you do everything. Wait a minute, is gravity their god? Because they can't define what it is.
That's
so,
G.
Supernatural, it's a lowercase g god, yeah. He's got supernatural powers that can create and destroy things and make life out of nothing. Gravity's their god, man.
The answer for everything.
Yep. One of the most hilarious things.
People say, "Oh, God will fix it." You know, they say gravity will fix it.
Yeah. At least that's kind of one thing that the flat earthers and the globe earthers can agree on, is things do tend to try and level out. Their reasoning for why they level out is different, but.
I got to mute up, man. I got to use some power tools. So,
all right, man.
Do you want me to start that recording again, or should we just leave it?
Yeah, sure.
Mute
Nobody else
and let people jump in.
Nope. Well, if anybody else wants to talk, we can chat. If not, then you may as well just hit play until somebody does.
Yes.
Everybody else is probably getting settled. It's 7 p.m. for me, so everybody's probably getting settled and ready to chill. Not quite ready to chat yet.
I'm whipping out the weed and fucking Bacardi, dog.
I'll play it and keep an eye out for any new people.
Yep. All right, man. Stay blessed.
The only thing round is my pipe.
Almost looks Tibetan or Indonesian. Was the origin? Continue says he guessed that the medallion was produced by pouring some yellow metal alloy into a mold. Unfortunately, its metallurgic testing was not possible because the artifact had apparently vanished with its last known owner in 1986. All Schurz had to go on was the photograph. It particularly intrigued him not only for its ancient imagery, but because of the circumstances of its discovery at an important place in the prehistory of North America. Around the turn of the 4th millennium BC, All right, we're talking about BC times. Listen, Isle Royale suddenly became the center of a colossal copper mining enterprise. This was in Michigan, ancient Michigan. They found this. We're going to do more and more videos on this. That came to just as abrupt a halt 2,800 years later. Okay? They found ancient copper mines in Michigan. Who was doing that? Who needed so much copper? From hundreds of pit mines stretching for some 50 miles across Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and unknown people excavated a minimum of 500 million pounds of the world's highest grade of copper. All right, this is your copper that the so-called Greeks, Romans, Etruscans, early Brits, and all these ancient people, this is where they were getting it from. The world's highest grade copper in the world. So of course they will come in here to get it. No less mysteriously, this enormous yield disappeared without a trace. The mines lay mostly dormant throughout the following centuries until they were reopened from AD 900 to AD 1300. Professor Schertz wondered if the strange medallion could have had something to do with Isle Royale's prehistoric miners, long suspected at least by unconventional investigators of overseas origins. And we continue waking up with Analog. We're in his Twitter page right here. We're going to get some really good articles again. Make sure to follow the brother right here for all the hard work and research he does with these old newspapers. American Antiquities, Virginia, 1818. Says here the following is a fair delineation of the stone fort, an ancient curiosity of the West that has not until now been described. About 40 miles from this extraordinary work, and about 2 and 3 miles from the town of Columbia, Maury County, Tennessee, a cave has been discovered containing a variety of earthenware, bricks of a form different from those of modern manufacture, and an iron sword resembling the saber of the old Persians or Scythians. All right, see what they found here in Tennessee? The account is contained in a letter from William Donaldson, Esquire of Nashville, dated October 25, 1818, to Samuel L. Mitchell, Esquire of New York. And it says here, Sir, the following description of the stone fort is partly from my own observation and partly from information derived from Captain Thomas Eastland, who resided on that plantation called the Stone Fort Farm for several years. After the completion of the description and the diagram, it was shown to several individuals of intelligence who had visited the fort for the purpose of accurate examination, and they individually concur in the correctness of this statement. I will not presume to suggest by what people such a fabric could be reared, or in what age. At the first settlement of the state of Tennessee, the oldest Indians stated they had heard their fathers speak of it, but their earliest traditions had not traced its origin. Its description, the stone fort, is situated at the confluence of two of the most southern of the three forks of Duck River on the northwestern corner of Franklin County, Tennessee. The walls of this fort were originally composed entirely of stone. If ever the rock was cemented, time has destroyed it. At this time, the walls are covered with a coat of earth or turf, which during the process of time and the constantly recurring decay of vegetable matter for so many, perhaps centuries, has increased to the depth of 1 or 2 feet. On pulling down from its sides the turf, the stone fort stands completely veiled. At its northern extremity and in front of the walls are 2 conical pillars of stone about 6 feet high. Alright, you see they're removing the dirt from the walls. See what they're saying? And they're finding pure stone. It's a temple, it's a building. And it even has 2 conical pillars in front of the wall, about 6 feet high, and at the base about 10 or 12 feet in diameter. In the rear of those pillars stands the northern wall, extending from one branch of the river to the other. This wall meets each branch of the river at the foot of a fall of about 15 feet, the falls on either side being about the same descent. In the northern curtain of the wall is a gateway, which on this section of the fort is the only outlet. This wall on its inner face is about 10 feet perpendicular, In the rear of the gateway is a stone building of 16 feet square, on the right of which is one of a similar description of about 10 feet square. Running south, the stone wall still maintains the same height until you arrive at the foot of the new falls, which are about 20 feet high. The falls on each branch of the river are nearly at the same distance from the upper falls and nearly of the same height on each branch at each fall. At these falls, the stone wall terminates in consequence of a bold rising bluff of limestone, through the center of which has been excavated a narrow pathway with steps to the river. Alright, do you hear what they're finding in Tennessee? This sounds beautiful. Probably at the time it was, built and people were living in it in ancient times. Temples with waterfalls all over it. You hear that? The like also occurs at the foot of the falls on the opposite side of the peninsula. In continuing south of this bluff, the stone wall is again resumed and continued to its most southwestern angle. From the most southwestern angle at right angles, the south curtain is continued from river to river, and this wall is also a gateway. The south wall on its inner side about 8 feet in height. The wall on the eastern side of the fort corresponds with that on the western. As to the wall, as to the bluffs at the foot of the fall, the excavated passage and the continuance of the wall after passing the bluff to the most southeastern angle of the fort. On the south side of the south curtain of this fort, there is, at the base of the wall, a ditch of about 16 or 20 feet in width, extending from river to river. Here also appears to have been an immersed excavation. All right, and that's all we got. But that's very amazing right here what they're finding. All right, in Tennessee. We continue. Waking Up with Analog. Says here, work of the mound builders. This is from 1890. A most remarkable find has been made on Jolly's Island at the mouth of the Hiawassee River in Tennessee. Hiawassee. The recent heavy rains and floods unearthed 7 prehistoric statues on land belonging to J.H. French of Nashville. The figures show a well-developed knowledge of the art of sculpture in the mound builders or a race antedating them. In each case, the statues represent kneeling figures. One is unmistakably the figures of an Indian. Another is a Negro. That's the hijack, you see how they're doing? The others being Mongolians. So they're showing phenotypes, what he's saying? Interesting. The attitude and expression evidently denote devotion and prayer to the deity. It is expected that these specimens will be sent to the Smithsonian Institution at Washington. Oh no. And that's why we never heard of these. It ended up with the Smithsonian Institute, you see? So a lot of people were doing this because they thought it was the right thing. They didn't know that the Smithsonian are the gatekeepers and they hide everything. They don't know what to really interpret when they find things like this. So anything they say is conjecture. But it's interesting to show, like we always said, America's a true old world. We had every phenotype here. Continue, we got a wonderful find. Tennessee, 1891. In a so-called Indian mound in Ross County, Ohio, skeleton of a prehistoric chief unearthed. The tomb guarded by 2 huge stone panthers, the remains completely encased in copper armor, and the clothing studded with hundreds of pearls, hundreds of pearls, beads, and other ornaments. Chillicothe, Ohio, November 18th. The World's Fair Survey under the field assistants Warren K. Moorhead and Dr. H.E. Crescent, located at Anderson Station, Ross County, made a most remarkable discovery upon Mr. C. Hopewell's farm. The tumulus is 500 feet long, 200 feet wide, and 28 feet high. It lies in the center of a group of 26 mounds. 26 mounds just in this place right here. All of which were opened in September and October, and they looted all these mounds, right? Hearing this? With good results. Oh, and they got good results. They stole everything. And they put it in museums and said it was coming from Egypt. On account of its great size, the mound was divided into 5 sections of 40 feet each for convenience and excavating. In the first cut, made in the east end, nothing was found. Near the surface of the tumulus second cut, 2 boulder outlines resembling panther were uncovered and measured. Like the effigy mounds in Wisconsin, they were 80 to 90 feet long. being composed of one thickness of stone. One thickness of stone? The heads, limbs, and tails were distinctly outlined. Near the bottom of the second cut were 3 skeletons with objects of copper, bone, and shell. North of this deposit lay the great medicine man or chief of the village, which had erected the mound. If the number of implements is evidence of the esteem in which a prehistoric man is held by his people, he was certainly the most important cacique or cacique, right, of the Scioto Valley, the chief. At this head were imitation elk horns, neatly made of wood and covered with sheet copper, rolled into cylindrical form over the prongs. The antlers were 22 inches high and 19 inches broad at the top. They fitted into a crown of copper, bent to the head from I can't read that word, ecliptical, I guess, to upper jaw. Copper plates were upon the breast and stomach, also on the back. The copper preserved the bones and a few of the sinews. It also preserved traces of cloth similar to coffee, sacchin in texture, interwoven among the threads of which were 900 beautiful pearl beads. 900 pearls. Oh yeah, they had good results, right? Bare teeth split and cut hundreds of other beads of both pearl and shell. Copper spool-shaped objects and other supplements covered the remains. A pipe of granite and a spearhead of agate were near the right shoulder. The pipe was of very fine workmanship and highly polished. At the side of the male skeleton was also found a female skeleton, the two being supposed to be man and wife. The mound is still in process of examination, 2 months being yet required to open it thoroughly. Mr. Moorhead stood guard all Saturday night over the find. It is thought to indicate connection with the Aztec people, the Mexica. You hear that? From Ohio to the Mexica. What's the origin story of the Mexica? As such, headdresses are only found in Mexico and Yucatan. More discoveries are anticipated soon. Do you hear what they're saying? He was dressed like a Mexica. Doesn't mean he was coming from Mexico. Could be the OG before they left. Before they took their exodus out of so-called Egypt, the Mississippi Valley. All right, this is a major drop right there, and they hit this. How come they don't have these in the museums, right? What happened? How come they don't respect these finds? And continuing this book is The Lost History of Ancient America. Our continent was shaped by conquerors, influencers, and other visitors from across the ocean by Frank Joseph. All right, this is a pretty cool cover he has. We go all the way to chapter 39. What does it say here? Ancient Chinese sword found in Georgia by John R. Haskell. During July 2014, an avocation surface collector chanced across a partially exposed sword, mostly concealed behind roots protruding from the eroded bank of a small stream in Georgia. The foot-long object, perhaps a one-of-a-kind discovery in North America, was carved from lizardite, a greenish serpentine rock found in Asia and the Americas, all right? Not just Asia, all right? Pay attention to that. Found here in the Americas too. Attempt at determining when the soil at the extraction site was last exposed to sunlight with thermoluminescent testing procedures were thwarted because researchers determined the soil had been disturbed. These remains a small section of an unknown stranded material still attached to the sword, which may be suitable for radiocarbon dating together with select areas of surface accretions that may produce helpful information. Less uncertain are the find's shape and many symbolic images which resemble jade artifact from the Shia. Alright, who's the Shia or the Shi people, huh? Who's the Shi? The Olmec, right? 2000 BC, 1600 BC, and the Shang? What's the connection with the Shang and Olmec too? I got future videos on this, guys, alright? 1600 BC to 1040 and Sioux dynasties, 1000 BC. The Georgia swords dragon figure spanning a portion at the top of the blade is typically Shang, as is the feathered crown. Alright, a feathered crown dragon. Come on, that's Quetzalcoatl. You guys see how they hijacking it? Gosh, the hijack big time, alright? A feathered serpent, a dragon, with a feathered crown. That's from here. It's a grotesque face mask of Taweti on the guard and handle of the sword. Thoth first appeared during the Liang-Su culture, 3400 BC, but it is more commonly found during the Shang and Sioux periods. The Taweti, a glutinous ogre mask, is a motif commonly found in Chinese ritual articles. All right, now they're going to call it a ogre mask. I'm gonna show you what it really is. All right, we're talking about the Were Jaguars, the Olmec Were Jaguars. They're literally trying to deny it originally being from here, like totally. They're just trying to definitely, because of what it looks like, they're saying this has to be a Chinese. Typically consisting of zoomorphic mask, a zoomorphic mask. Zoomorphic mask, there you go. That's the Olmec Were Jaguar. Alright, so before we continue, I just wanted to show you guys examples of what I'm talking about. When they're talking about zoomorphic, alright, or a grotesque ogre mask, they're literally trying to take the credit away from the Olmec or anybody here in America of the possible makers of that Chinese sword that they found there in Georgia. Alright, so take a good look at these masks, figurines, these jade masks. This is all from here. This ain't from China. All these are from here.